Show us the fucking money. It's time to lay it on me. Cause what's mine is ours. This shit belongs to the ape army. Gon' need to see them Benjis. We hungry for them Tendies. Give us this day our daily bread. Show us the fucking money.
This ain't financial advice, just a little DD to help you think twice. We hope for each other, eyes on the prize. The new floor's 200,000 times 5. I joke, I kid, no, I don't know a damn thing. I'm the simplest bubba trying to sell some damn shrimp. Can't spell IQ, can't even count to 10. And I eat crayons every day with my friends. I think about Kenny in his ivory tower, shaking in his lily boots as the apes overpower. Must suck to lose two monkeys, so dumb. But you made your bed and you got nowhere to run. I'd love to be a fly on the wall when he makes the prize fall. And he watching as we keep on more. You forgot we on the float blind, 2 hours old. Lie, lie, stop breaking the law, asshole.
Show us the fucking money. It's time to lay it on me. Cause what's mine is ours. This shit belongs to the ape army. Gon' need to see them Benjis. We hungry for them Tendies. Give us this day our daily bread. Show us the fucking money.
Loving smooth brain, stupid ass, throwing all my money at the streets like a quarterback. FUD don't mean a thing, water off a duck's back. Apes not leaving nothing till we get the money stacks. Monkey see, monkey do, monkey holding till it blue. Monkey magic coming through us monkeys on the moon. Double digit IQ, Tendy loving bamboo. Right here we got more smoothies than a jumbo juice. Probably thought you coulda made us sell all the gooder. And hell, we maybe woulda, but we more zen than the Buddha. The floor, 6 figures, ain't selling for less. You took on the ape nation and you're fucking with the best. We hope for each other, my sisters and my brothers, the fighters and the lovers. We don't need another fan because we huddle through hard times and struggle. Cause we're just a couple of dumps in the rubble.
Show us the fucking money. It's time to lay it on me. Cause what's mine is ours. This shit belongs to the ape army. Gon' need to see them Benjis. We hungry for them Tendies. Give us this day our daily bread. Show us the fucking money.
Going to the moon. Going to the moon. We're going to the moon. Screw Kenny, cause we're holding on for dear life, getting them Tendies so soon. Don't be mistaken, the apes won't be shaking or breaking because we're going to the moon. One day, very soon, gonna wake up on the moon. Brand new yacht and a McDonald's in my living room. Bright yellow Lamborghini, 50-meter swimming pool. Champagne every day, ape fam, what you do? Wanna hang, wanna chill? Oh, you got a mansion too? Oh, that's right, held on tight, jack titties every night. We was in way back when they tried to chop it down to 10. And she couldn't comprehend, ace was strong until the end. Now let's retell it, citadel they be sweating. Had enough of these felons, but the apes we rebelling. Cause we never be selling till we send it to heaven. Now we be out here yelling, hey, screw you, Kenny! Bought my wife a minivan to share with the boyfriend. But I pull up in the Benz, plate saying olive crayons. Going on an airplane, don't think we'll be back again. Celebrating every day like it's your birthday. Screw Kenny, cause we're holding on for dear life, getting them Tendies so soon. Don't be mistaken, the apes won't be shaking or breaking because we're going to the moon. Screw Kenny, cause we're holding on for dear life, getting them Tendies so soon. Don't be mistaken, the apes won't be shaking or breaking because we're going to the moon. Today's expectation, probably more manipulation. FUD, a creation of a crooked operation. Bought more while it was low, got more dips than Trader Joe's. Oh, you thought that we'd let go? What the hell you take us for? Holla if you spend your last dollar on bananas while living in squalor. We don't claim to be scholars, we the smooth brain dummies, and we never stood taller. Yeah, we do this for love and we do this for honor. Apollo 11 ain't got nothing on us. We the planet of the apes and grinding more as we trust. MOASS, oh hell yes. Gonna send it into space, go fire up the jets. Done my DD, call me Elton John, Rocket Man. This is the way, gonna be gorillionaires. Ground control to Major Tom, we about to have liftoff. Call us Neil Armstrong, gonna keep holding on. Screw Kenny, cause we're holding on for dear life, getting them Tendies so soon. Don't be mistaken, the apes won't be shaking or breaking because we're going to the moon. Screw Kenny, cause we're holding on for dear life, getting them Tendies so soon. Don't be mistaken, the apes won't be shaking or breaking because we're going to the moon. We're going to the moon. We're going to the moon. We're going to the moon.
Moon Gang. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back to another episode of Dumb Money. It is Monday, August 22nd, but it isn't a normal Monday, August 22nd. It is the debut day of APE. The dividend from AMC is now going to be a whole new security, and it starts trading today somewhere between 9:30 a.m. and noon. That is the actual window that we were given from the leadership team and Adam Aaron and all those fancy bigwigs. It's not necessarily trading right away at 9:30. It might trade at 9:30, but the window we were given, their expectation is that it will start trading on the New York Stock Exchange somewhere between 9:30 and noon ET today, just so everyone knows. There's a lot of questions about AMC and APE and what's going on and the amount of hours I spent combing over all the SEC filings and everything going on today. I'm feeling pretty confident. So if you have any questions about the whole situation, please let it fire. I want everyone to feel as comfortable and as prepped as they possibly can before today really gets underway. And remember, APE might not be trading right out of the gate. That's no surprise. I looked at my APE on public and it's already registered there. It doesn't say like it's trading at any value because it's actively not trading. I already see some comments that like BlackRock dumped APE. No one has APE yet. No one's buying, no one's selling. It is not trading. So no one's doing anything. So there's already some FUD out there. And then even on media, I'm seeing like, oh, AMC's down because the Cineworld filing for bankruptcy. No, it's because AMC as a business used to be represented as AMC common stock. But now AMC as a business will be represented by AMC common stock. And on top of that, APE, the AMC preferred equity units. So people, I guess, maybe who haven't been paying attention or who aren't really taking 10 seconds to do a quick Google search, AMC is not down just because of like some mass sell-off or something like that. Unfortunately, right now it's down 37% in pre-market, but that's because, remember, when you have a dividend, value is not being created, value is not being lost, it's being distributed. And right now, you could argue that the $6.60 will most likely be distributed to APE. Now, before this, I know some people were talking about, like, just for example, AMC closed at $18 on Friday, $18 and I believe 2 cents. So the argument was, okay, like, is it going to be 50-50? Please understand that was just for mathematical easiness to say 50-50. There's no rule that it has to be 50-50. If the market decides that AMC as a company is represented by 75% AMC and 25% APE, that's what it's going to trade at. No one sets the price that this is going to be happening. It's not like Adam Aaron or the New York Stock Exchange or anyone. It's the market as a collective. It's all the way from long-term investors all the way down to high-frequency traders. That as a market collective will set both the price as it does for any other equity, security, ETF, any of that. The market picks it. The market collective decides what AMC trades at. And as soon as APE starts trading, the market will decide what APE is trading at. There's no one person out there that's like, oh, this is what we're going to set it at. That's just simply not how markets work. Once again, I know there's a lot of questions. I don't want to spend too much time on the whole overall market view this morning. I just want to quickly point out that there are upside gap fills on the SPY, the Q, and the Russell this morning. But yes, the trend from July 14th up until really last week, the middle of last week, has been up, up, up. It does look like we're going to be taking a little bit of a breather. So particularly on the SPY, I'm watching 412.75. That is the first gap fill to the downside. But now when we open today, there will be gap fills to the upside. So definitely some various things to pay attention to. So we could talk a little bit about that after market open as we're waiting for APE to actually start trading. Then there's some other things that we just need to call out because there's some still crazy things going on in the market. But the name of the game today, we'll be watching AMC. And then obviously when APE makes its debut, we'll be watching that and we'll see, I'm assuming insanity will ensue. I don't think this is going to be like a calm, like whatever day. I think there's going to be some craziness, but that's what we're here for. We're here to see it all play out. Now, with that, let me switch this over just for 1 second. First of all, quick shout out to Public. So this is where my AMC is. This is where my GME. This is where some of my other stocks are. And already I can see APE. Now, I know a lot of brokerages, you already have it, but unfortunately there's some brokerages that don't already have at least a placeholder for APE. So I would love to actually see that in a comment if you guys wouldn't mind. If you were an AMC owner as of the close of business on Friday, August the 19th, APE should be in your account at some point. I mean, ideally today, but at some point definitively within this week. Like legally, you are owned APE. So if you guys wouldn't mind in a comment kind of sharing the broker that you had your AMC in, and if you already do or don't have do or don't have APE. Mine is on Public, and mine, it's already showing up. It's awesome. Like I have nothing but good things to say about Public because they seem to actually, give a shit about retail traders and investors. So if you want to sign up, it's pinned to the top of chat. It's in the description of the video. No market makers, no payment for order flow, and you'll actually get free stock from them when you sign up. So people are already having issues with Robinhood. They're already having issues with Webull. And once again, this is another one that I think sometimes gets grouped with them, and I would wholeheartedly argue that that's a wrong thing to do because Public, in my own opinion, is exponentially better. So feel free to check it out. And worst scenario is that you just end up getting free stock from them if it's not the broker for you. So shout out to them for sponsoring today's stream. And I just think it's kind of, timely for what's going on in the situation. And then I found this. I just thought it was a little thing to get us all excited this morning. A little baby ape as Ape's about to make its debut, doing his first chest pump there. Gets a little overexcited, knocks itself down, but hey, A-okay. Just thought something to set the tone for the day. Now, very quickly, let's go through everything. Actually, I want to read some of these. Yes and Swab, yes and TD. Some people in Webull saying they got theirs. That's awesome. I think given enough time, everyone's going to get it. It's just a question of, are people going to get it today? Is it going to be tomorrow? I know some people, some of the international APE community members were talking about how they got correspondence that they're not going to get theirs till the 24th. I'm not too familiar with international brokerages and what the laws are or aren't. I know at this point, if you owned AMC on Friday at the close of business, you have the legal right to APE. Some brokerages that don't really cater to preferred stocks or preferred stock units might be giving you a cash dividend instead, kind of buying it and then just giving it because they don't allow the trading of it. That's up to the brokerage. And this is when we're starting to realize the kind of harsh reality of you got to be on a good broker. So we'll get into it. I mean, like I said, I've read so many of these SEC filings from AMC and what's going on with APE, just dilution in general, what's happened in the past, what could happen in the future. I'm up to date on the whole Cineworld situation. So if you have any questions about it, more than happy to talk about all of that stuff. But very quickly, let me just kind of rip through what's going on right now. The Dow, the S&P 500, and the NASDAQ are all in the red. We're seeing the energy situation in Germany is no bueno. It is ripping. Natural gas looks like it's about to rip and break out. So for those of you who are maybe paying attention to what's going on in AMC, APE, Bed Bath, and GME, I know there's that full group, but then on top of it, other people are paying to kind of the full market. And right now, things looks like we need to take a bit of a breather for sure. And even yields are now back up above 3%. In terms of announcements, we had an 8:30 announcement. There was a little bit of a bullish reaction to it, nothing too crazy. Tomorrow, I'm interested in the PMI numbers. And on Wednesday, we have some durable goods. On Thursday, you always get the initial jobless claims. We're going to get the real GDP revision, so that'll be kind of important. And then the PCE numbers on Friday, which is another inflation report. You could check this all out on the economic calendar and Market Watch, but today I just wanted to call out not too much. It is an OPEC week, so we're going to get OPEC, which is the whole oil, like the oil group and their allies. That's going to be on Friday. So please pay attention to that. There could still be market stuff. Today, after the market closes, this is pretty much the end of earnings season, but one still week of somewhat important ones. Zoom will be today. Tomorrow we have Macy's and JD. JD might be interesting just because of what's going on in the whole China situation. Then on Wednesday, Nvidia is probably the biggest one of the week. Then we have Salesforce. Also on Wednesday is the Tesla stock split. They're going through a 3-for-1 stock split. Speaking of Tesla, I still have my Tesla puts, and they look like they are going to print big this morning. We talked about those last week. We got into them, or I got into them. I posted them on locals. You get TD, they're reporting on Thursday, Peloton, Dollar Tree. The main one I'm watching this week is going to be Nvidia. So I just wanted to put that on your radar. In terms of the overall market of what's going on, Goldman Sachs came out with some interesting analysis this morning. Goldman Sachs lays out why the stock rebound looks like a bear market rally that could soon run out of steam. You know, I don't know, like ever since June, July, I've been saying bear market rally, bear market rally, bear market rally. And the only way I'm going to change that is first we had to get inflation to come down, and we did. The last time it was expected, we went from 9.1. The next month it was 8.5. So yes, inflation coming down a little bit, but is that a one-off data point? And are we going to spike back up, or are we going to get a couple months in a row of that CPI reading of inflation kind of finally getting tamed? So if I see another month, and definitely a third month of inflation, especially if it comes below 8%, I might think that the June low is the actual low. But as of now, I am actually in agreement with Goldman Sachs. I don't know if the June low is the low of 2022. I still think from now until the end of the year, unless something crazy happens with inflation, as in a good thing, like we get control of it. If we don't get control of it, I'm still being, I guess, cautious about this. I'm not ready to throw everything in. We're seeing some weakness in crypto. There's still some concerns, and really those unknown things is exactly what the market does not like. Goldman Sachs has warned that the ongoing rebound in U.S. stocks looks like a so-called bear market rally, a false dawn that is followed by another leg down. Hopes that inflation is fading and the Fed can raise rates without triggering a deep recession have boosted equities and have stronger than expected corporate earnings. So things in the U.S., they're looking pretty good. I mean, the Fed has raised interest rates. Inflation came down a little bit. Our unemployment is at a 5-decade low. There are good things, but don't forget, Germany and really Europe, the energy situation is not good. That could have global ramifications. And on top of that, China recently had to cut their interest rates because the economy bounce back was not as good as they thought it was going to be. So they had to offer a little bit of stimulus. So that's really kind of showing their hand that the economy not that strong, which is why it's probably important to pay attention to Nvidia and JD earnings this week. Beneath the surface of the market, factors and sectors have also moved in line with the typical bear market rally experience. So basically you're trending down, down, down. You could still have these volatile pops to the upside, which is pretty much what we've seen over the past month, where the S&P 500 damn near rallied 15%. Apparently, markets have begun pricing a return to the pre-COVID environment of mediocre but positive GDP growth alongside low inflation rates, the ideal environment for growth stock outperformance. If inflation surprises to the upside and requires the Fed to tighten more aggressively than our economists expect, we would expect equity valuations to compress as a result. That's a lot of just kind of, you're probably like, what the fuck's that mean? Well, basically, if inflation's so bad, the Fed's going to be more hawkish to fight inflation. A side effect that is putting downward pressure on the economy and the stock market. Basically, they're trying to lessen demand. Inflation is a game of supply and demand, and they can't, as they've stated multiple times, they have no impact on the supply side. That's producers. But they can impact demand. If you raise interest rates, there's going to be less demand. So that's one of their tools, and it's a blunt tool. And they also have quantitative tightening. Don't forget, they used to do a lot of buying. Now they're going to try to do selling, starting in September to the tune of $95 billion a month. And keep in mind, they didn't even hit their halfway mark of $47.5 billion from June, July, and August. Well, the August numbers aren't in yet, but you get my point of they weren't even comfortably at the 50% level. They're not even at their 100% level. In terms of CPI and rate hikes and that stuff, remember in the month of August, the Fed has no meeting unless there's an emergency meeting, and it seems like there's going to be none of that this particular year. So the next rate hike will most likely be in September. The Fed's focus on maintaining tight financial conditions requires that equities do not rise by too much. Yeah, because that's inflation. They don't want it to rip. All right, very quickly, just to talk about some individual companies. Here's a little bit of a warning if you're in Coinbase or Robinhood. Coinbase and Robinhood are massively diluting investors by issuing more stock to retain employees as their shares lose value in a plunging market. So if you look at Coin's chart or Hood's chart, it's down. And it's pretty much been like that since the start of the year, especially Coin tracking with crypto. And then Hood, I still don't understand why anyone would ever get Hood with the current leadership team. The situation is getting worse because the employees are seeing a lot of their own financial wealth tied up to the success of the company. And if it's going down, they're inherently losing money. So to keep them, they're now trying to sweeten the deal for their employees by giving them more stock, but that leads to dilution, which pushes the stock down even more. Companies like Robinhood and Coinbase are heavily relying on issuing more stock to woo new employees now that a plunging stock market has lowered the value of these shares. But JP Morgan analysts said that this practice could negatively impact existing shareholders. Yeah, dilution. Companies will issue extra shares. This practice significantly dilutes the value for existing shareholders once the shares vest, and dilution will likely continue in the coming years. I just wanted to give you that quick PSA that if you're in Coinbase, Robinhood, I know it's not really getting that much attention right now. I just want you to know that the current deals for new employees are some complex vesting schedules that, given enough time, will end up diluting it. Warren Buffett gets permission to buy up to half of Occidental Petroleum, boosting the shares. The fact that he even tried to get the permission tells us that he's going for an even bigger moon. I mean, Warren Buffett has been plowing millions and millions and billions and billions into this company. And now that he got this approval from the SEC to go up to 50%, as in Berkshire Hathaway, really getting a massive stake in Oxy. I can't understate how big of a play this is in the energy sector. And really, it's signaling to the rest of the world that Berkshire Hathaway, Munger, and Buffett are all saying energy is going higher and higher and higher. And there's some really good theories out there, but they think Occidental is going to be the best vessel to really ride, I guess, the trend to the upside of the energy sector. We could talk about that a little bit later, but I do want to rip through the rest of this. 5 things to know before the stock market opens today. Monday, stock futures in the red. Yes, Germany not a good situation. China not a good situation. Where do stocks go next? That's a good question. You should be telling us the answer. And because China is cutting rates, it's putting some extra downward pressure globally. U.S. and South Korea launch joint military drills. And then Tesla hikes FSD full self-driving, going from 3,000 to 15,000 next month, putting a little bit more downward pressure on Tesla, at least in the short term. And remember, I still have those Tesla puts, but I'm also a Tesla investor. This is more of just a short-term hedge type of a scenario in the options market. And don't forget, Tesla has a 3-for-1 stock split this Wednesday. So for as many as you had, well, one's going to now turn into 3. So expect the price of Tesla to be trading at a third of what it was from Tuesday to Wednesday because of a very vanilla stock split. It's not in anywhere as complicated as the whole AMC 8 thing, just so everyone knows. Very quickly, just speaking about AMC, the short interest jumped up a little bit, 19.5%. The cost to borrow, 8.73, and the utilization is 100%. In terms of GME, the short interest is 17.5. The cost to borrow is 19. Utilization maxed out at 100. And this is probably we're getting into the end game of talking about Bed Bath just because Ryan Cohen rugged the whole thing. If you don't think he rugged the whole thing, I don't know. You're kind of just being a sycophant at this point to support him, but it's a short interest is still high, 51. The cost to borrow is 25. The utilization's maxed out. It is on the threshold list. I would love nothing more than this thing to rip without Ryan Cohen at this point. Is it possible? Yeah, it has the numbers, but the narrative, the attractive story surrounding this particular equity, it lost a little bit of its luster when Ryan Cohen basically sold out of his entire position last week. Could it still do something? 100%, but it's definitely fighting an uphill battle. Don't forget, if you have a lot of the main questions that people have been asking about the Ape dividend, the AMC leadership team already posted this FAQ. We went through it last week. I've read this things forward, backwards, inside out. If you have any particular questions, you could probably find it in here. If you have confusion about it, I'm more than happy to have a discussion, and maybe you could teach me something. Maybe I could teach you something, but I have this up maybe just to kind of, instead of just having to take my word for it, if there's a particular thing that people are asking and it's already in black and white on this, I'll probably go through it just to like show you exactly where it is. Now, with all of that being said, all right, so I still have my Tesla puts. We have that. AMC right now, it's down 37%. But remember, this isn't because something catastrophic happened. It's because Ape's going to have value. A dividend does not create or destroy value. It just redistributes it. The best way I could explain it is, say you have two $10 bills in your one pocket. You take one of those bills and just puts it in your other pocket. That's what Ape is. You have $20 and then you're taking some of that money and just putting it in a different pocket. Value is not being created or destroyed. It's just being redistributed. That's all it is. If you are long on AMC, you're going to be long AMC and Ape. There's going to be no real financial change for you. If you are short AMC, you'll then be short AMC and Ape. As soon as it makes its debut, you're still short your same financial amount and you're still long your same financial amount, depending on what your position was as of Friday, August 19th. So with all of that, we have a couple minutes to go, and obviously there's no saying that Ape is going to start trading out of the gate. Remember, the window is from 9:30 to noon. That's the expectation for Ape to start trading on the New York Stock Exchange. So don't be surprised if this isn't trading right away. This is once again like right in this FAQ. So this isn't some like big crazy type of call out or anything like that. So as we're waiting for the market to open, and we're also waiting for really the charts to start to develop, and namely waiting for Ape to start trading, please ask your questions. If you want to type it, that's great. If you want to do a call in, the mods will post the number. Please post it in both Rumble and YouTube. But we're getting ready today. We are getting ready today. Win, sell Ape. I have no plans whatsoever to sell it today. I myself, just human curiosity, want to see how things play out with all the brokerages. And then when it's clear that all the shareholders of AMC receive their Ape, as soon as it's like, yes, everyone has it, that's when I'll most likely end up doubling down on AMC. I have no plans to particularly do it today. What's the price of Ape? It's undecided. Like, the market decides it. No one's like, oh, this is what Ape is starting at. We're going to find out. The market decides it. No human or group. Like, the group that decides it is the entire market collective. If AMC squeeze will Ape, remember, they are trading as two distinct securities. They might go together, but there's no rule at all that they have to. That's just not how these things necessarily work. Oh, I had a little bit of an alert. I was trying to figure out some of the hotkeys for TradeStation, and I got into a trade that I probably shouldn't have, but we'll see how it goes. Kind of a pre-market open. I was waiting to do the 9:30 open, trying to figure out the hotkeys, and they got a little bit too hot for my liking, and now I'm in a position that I'm not necessarily happy with. What's the capital gains tax rules on Ape? It's most likely just going to mirror what you already have on AMC. So if you're long-term on AMC, you're going to be long-term. If you're short-term on AMC, you're going to be short-term. It's not like a whole new position. That is, once again, something, it's in the FAQ, but it was also clearly stated by Adam Aaron that it's, once again, if you're long-term, like if you already had your AMC for over a year, that will most likely be the tax designation for Ape, but that's something you should clearly talk to a CPA about. Matt, in my E-Trade, it has a value of $6 as price paid. Once again, it doesn't really matter till it actually starts trading. Nothing matters to you at all until you see Ape truly trading. No one's trading it right now. It's not being bought. It's not being sold. Ape is not being traded. It has not made its debut. Any pricing that you're seeing, it's most likely just like some brokerage back-end things to just take care of it. It doesn't matter to you until you actually see Ape trading. Let's get ready. Let's get ready. The bell's about to go ding, 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 ding. Oh, I'm excited for it. Remember, please don't be surprised when Ape doesn't necessarily start trading at 9:30. We know the window. Once again, this is in the FAQ, is from 9:30 to noon. Dingity ding ding ding. The casino is open. Just very quickly to show you the dumb position that I got myself into, which I was just being a dumbass, or it was an accident. It was a fat finger mistake. I accidentally took a 12 contract short position in the Nasdaq super early this morning at 13,059, trying to just get out for a quick $1,000 gain at 13,054, which is it going to give it to me right now? That would be pretty cool. I was break even for a second there. And then it quickly retracts. Yeah, this was a fat finger mistake that I made back at 8:20 this morning. And the worst part about it is I didn't even learn what I needed to do. But that's the position. And as soon as this fills, we'll go back to one of the degen trades that you guys want. I'll ask you green or red. You tell me either the right or the wrong answer, and then hopefully we make the money anyway. So we'll see how that all plays out. We'll see how that all plays out. And then also the other thing we have going on, just as we're waiting for Ape, is the Tesla puts have been crushing it. Unrealized gain is 7.7 thousand. I have 4 of these puts. Got in at 30.05. They're currently trading at 51.80, or no, they're currently trading at 50, which so they're up 2K each, which is just or a little under 2K, which is why we're a little under 8K unrealized. I wouldn't mind selling. I kind of actually want to see Tesla at 860, so that's what I'll be looking for. But I do want to kind of get out of this. I don't want to stay too off this screen today, just because we don't know when Ape is going to start. So I'll probably do a lot of stuff on my extra monitor here, because we don't want to miss the debut. And if by some unfortunate chance I'm doing something when it does make its debut, please just scream at me, because it's just started. Holy shit, let's go. Ape, dingity ding ding ding. Ape just made its debut, trading at $7, as low as $6.92, as high as $7.30. And this makes sense because think about it. AMC closed out Friday at 18.02. Did it already get halted? Hang on. We can add a filter. Securities. Let's add Ape. All right, nothing on Ape yet. It looks like it halted, but it's not getting the halt signal. But anyway, don't forget that AMC closed on Friday at $18. So 11 plus 7 were at $18. And that's my exact proof of values not created or destroyed. It was just redistributed. We closed at 18. One's trading at 11. The other one's trading at 7. If anything, at these current values, I would argue that we have a slight uptick, because together these are now a combination of $18 and whatever, 35 cents. Ooh, Tesla getting crushed. I think this got halted. I just don't know why Benzinga's not picking it up as a halt. It does look like a halt though. Classic circuit breaker halt. So most likely 5 minutes. Just so everyone knows, most likely 5 minutes. Here we go. Oh, those Tesla puts are crushing it right now. Most likely a 5-minute halt on Ape. We'll be watching it to see what goes on. But remember, add the two values together and it's basically back to 18. But now that it's trading, that makes sense for the debut. But I want to make one thing clear here. That makes sense for the debut. Now they're two independent securities. If people want to buy one but not the other, if they want to buy both, if they want to sell both, now they can do whatever they want. It was important for that add value, as in added together, are they 18? Yes, that was important for the debut. Now it doesn't matter. Now they are two independent securities. I just heard order filled. Does that mean I got out? All right, locked in a quick 1,000. It didn't right here. The 1,000 got locked in, then it vomited. If I held, I probably would have made more money. But hey, coulda, woulda, shoulda. No worries. And then where are we at on Tesla? Tesla's trading at 52.50. I have 4. I'm going to try to sell 1 at 55. Why not? No, let's go to 60. It's early in the day. one at 60. Sell one of my 4 at 60. All right, the order is sitting there just so everyone knows. SPY a little bit of a vomit. Tesla a little bit of a vomit. AMC coming back. Ape, it's going to be a 5-minute halt. It got halted at 32. It should trade at 937 is when Ape should start trading. 937 is when we should see it actually getting some movement once again. You can't get a level 2 on Ape. You should somewhere, at least on the New York Stock Exchange. But you're not going to have a level 2 right now because it's halted. That makes sense. That there's going to be none at this moment in time. Let's see. I do remember we're trying to be disciplined from last week. I was disciplined Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, so I'm allowing myself. Well, technically we didn't do the opening, so I guess we could do 2 trades. I don't know. I don't want to get too far off the screen though, just because I want to see what the hell is happening with Ape today. So thus far with Ape, if you're just tuning in, everything with Ape is going as expected. AMC closed out on Friday at $18.02, but let's just call it $18. When we open today, AMC is trading at 11, Ape is trading at $7. 11 plus 7, 18. That makes sense. Once again, with dividends, value is not created or destroyed, it's redistributed. So in this scenario, it's exactly like you have $18 in your right pocket. You take 7 of those out and you put it in your left pocket. You still have $18. It's just now distributed somewhere else. That's where this particular metaphor breaks apart, because now they are 2 independent securities. Ape will trade how it wants. AMC will trade how it wants. Personally, I believe it makes a lot of sense that they're going to be absurdly correlated. That just logically makes sense. But the longer you're around the market, you realize that not all the time does it have to make logical sense. Theoretically, does that make a ton of sense? Yes, 100%. But there's no rule that they have to be correlated. Would it be better to average down on AMC or buy more Ape? I mean, that's up to every individual person. I'm no financial advisor. You have to do what's best for you. All I can do is share what I'm personally going to do. And if you like it, great. If you don't like it, hey, that's your opinion. That's the beauty of the market, is you get to put your money where your mouth is and see if your opinion holds any water, really. For me, I think AMC on a relative basis to Ape is less risky. My reasoning for that is AMC needs shareholder approval to get diluted. Ape does not. The one advantage that I see of Ape over AMC is if brokerages start to have, we started trading again, Ape, right here, $7, opens up at $8, shoots up to $8.60, halts again. Halt number 2. So right now, I mean, shareholder value is better, because if you're using $18 as the line in the sand, now you're adding $8.60 to $11.27. So relative to the close on Friday, AMC investors have gained value and shorts have actually lost value. But there's like Ape, it just moves a little and gets halted because we're high volatility in scenario. So we're halted. That's halt number 2 already for Ape. It's going to be a crazy day. Gonna be a crazy, crazy day. Shout out Boondock. Shout out Feta. I hope I'm saying your name right. I know I'm not. I apologize for butchering it. So, okay. I know many brokerages have. Can we get the duck banana? Yeah, where is it? Oh. This guy? Like the headband? You don't understand what's happening. In the markets, there's such things as volatility halts, and that's exactly what we're seeing. That's exactly what we're seeing in Ape right now. It moved too much of a percentage in too quick of a time. I mean, it took seconds for it to go. It moved 23%. The volatility bands are 10% to the upside, 10% to the downside. So it clearly moved above it. It stayed there for more than, I believe the time is 15 seconds when you stay that far above your moving average or below it. Volatility halts to the upside, the downside. No brokerage is deciding this. Volatility halts are specifically circuit breaker halts. There's many halts, like there's pending news halts. The list goes on and on and on. But anyway, what you're seeing in Ape is referred to as a circuit breaker halt. It's a volatility halt. You have limit ups, limit downs. Basically, you have your moving average. You have a 10% band to the upside, a 10% band to the downside. If you go outside of that for more than 15 seconds, it produces a halt. There's no different rules from the upside to the downside. It's just perfectly mirrored. Just one happens to be going up, one happens to be going down. They pitch the rule as like attempting to like kind of stomp down in volatility and insanity, but it tends to actually increase it because so many people have alerts on their trading platform that whenever something's halted, they get an alert. So then they start looking at that thing. So when it unhalts, more people are trading it. So you see more volatility. So it's kind of like a poor rule, honestly. Usually like volatility begets more volatility. And unfortunately, these circuit breaker halts like produce more. Sometimes that's beneficial. For example, this got halted and then right away shot up even more. Sometimes it helps you. Other times when the halt's over, it comes down. Like I've seen it go both ways. It's a shot in the dark. It's basically spinning a wheel. Basically spinning a wheel. Great questions. Great questions. Why isn't Ape on eToro? eToro still has Ape as market close. Well, right now it's tough because Ape's not actively trading. No one in real time, if you're watching this with me right now, no one is trading Ape. It's halted. Like literally no one is trading Ape across the entire world right now in real time. So you got to check when technically Ape is trading because that might just be kind of poor UI on eToro. But this is the second halt on Ape and the first halt on AMC. So between these two, we've seen 3 halts, 1 on AMC, 2 on Ape. Right now, these are very vanilla, normal circuit breaker halts. They're going to last for about 5 minutes. So Ape should start trading again at 43, and then AMC will start trading at 44. 5-minute circuit breaker halt. These are normal, very predictable things. I mean, even on TradingView, you can get up the volatility bands, and if you're above it or below it for 15 seconds, you know you're going to get hit with a halt. It's not like a human decides these halts. Why is AMC halting right now? Because in a 5-minute period, it went up 7%. So it's just above its moving average. And that place that I took it from, technically not right. You would have to take it from the moving average. I took it from the bottom of the wick, just kind of estimating it roughly, but that's not exactly how this works. It's actually based off a moving average. If you just look up the NASDAQ or the NYSE, limit up, limit down, you can read the very specific rules of when it does or doesn't happen. It's not necessarily from a candle bar. It's based off a moving average. I don't get notifications from you anymore, Matt. If you would like notifications, if you guys are subscribed, there should be a little bell icon. If you click on that, you could turn on the notifications. If that is enabled and you're not getting notifications, I don't know. That's just YouTube not letting me have fun. Yes, AMC. Oh. Ape unhalted, went even higher, and then halted again. All right, so now we have 3 halts for Ape and 1 halt for AMC. So this just halted at 43, so another 5 minutes. So that'll be 48 this morning. So at 48, Ape is going to unhalt. And then at 9:45, we're going to see an unhalt in AMC. So 45 for AMC, 48 for Ape is when they're going to start trading again. Thus far, we've had 3 halts for Ape and 1 halt for AMC. Volatility. And look at this bounce in the SPY. But not in Tesla. Kind of interesting. Let's see what's going on. This might be a tradable thing. Tesla looks like it. Let's see if it catches itself. No. I still have those puts. I have 4. I'm going to try to get out of 1 pretty soon. Just so if anyone's watching that, I mean, why not talk about it? Because these 2 are halted. They're not doing too much right now. Not doing too much. Okay, so Tesla just hit a new low based on its pre-market. It just went past that. So that's a little bit of a bearish development. I should be getting a fill. The Tesla puts that I'm in the Tesla 915s for this Friday. They're trading at 55.50. I'm trying to get out of my first one at 60. So I have about $4.50 more cents to go on that. Hopefully we hear just the guy in the background, my British robot guy that says order filled. But we'll see. We'll see. All right. And I do think that this might be a good opportunity. Interesting opportunity.
Order filled.
Why does it do it like that?
Order filled.
All right. It happened way too quick, but I just quickly scalped another 1,000. That happened way too fast. You heard me get into it. You heard me get out of it, but it happened so incredibly fast. Hey, it looks like maybe I'm figuring out a little bit of the hotkeys. I don't know. Still having some problems though. I don't understand. I really don't get it. The numbers seem to be off like a little bit, but all right. So we do got to stay the new and improved disciplined Matt. I can do one more trade in the futures market so I don't mess everything else up in my account. And then we'll basically just be watching Ape and AMC for the rest of the day. So one more trade. Hey, I think one of you should pitch me your best trade out of it. Long, short. I guess we could just do a poll. AMC trading once again. It got all the way up to 1220, 1225, 1234. Ooh, AMC on the move. If it keeps pushing, we're going to see another volatility halt. And then we're a couple minutes away, a minute and a half away from Ape trading again. Remember, Ape's going to start trading again at 9:48. AMC is trading again. No halt yet, but if it keeps pushing, it'll get halted again. Just moving too much in one direction in too short of a time period. Do the rules seem dumb? Yes, they are dumb. But I believe, if I remember my conversation right with Dave Lauer, it was made in response to the flash crash, all these circuit breaker halts. So it's kind of just like they came up with a Band-Aid to fix like a gunshot wound. It's not that good of a rule. At least it's not a good rule, but it is applied equally across the market to equities, ETFs, to the upside, to the downside. It's a dumb rule, but it's at least equally applied. Is it fair? Not necessarily. Is it equal? Yes. Halted. Oh, is this a halt? AMC triggered. So AMC has two halts. I'm going to have to start keeping track of these. AMC, Ape. All right, so AMC has had two, and then Ape has had three, and Ape should unhalt in seconds. So the bottom right, this should start trading again very, very, very soon. Very, very, very soon. It's 9:48. Give it a couple seconds. I don't know the exact second market was halted. That's why it's some point within this minute because it was halted in 43. So some point in the next now 30 seconds, it should start trading. What are you going to do, Ape? What are you going to do? Ooh, the market's vomiting a bit. Why are the bid and ask so spread out during halts? Because people pull their bids and their asks. They pull their orders. That's all. And they get quickly reinstituted as soon as it's about to start trading. All right, Ape is trading again. It tagged $10. So you could roughly say this is, did it halt? Did it halt at 9:50? No, it's trading. No, that was a halt. All right, Ape got another halt. So we're at 4. So that happened at 49. So it's going to start trading again at 9:54. 9:54 should start trading again. So in terms of you, if you're an investor in AMC, if you were an investor in AMC, if you had one share of AMC on Friday, that was worth $18. Now you have a share of AMC and a share of Ape. So you would add them together. You would add 1272 to 950. So obviously you're actually up, like percentage wise, you have more than $18. So relative from Friday to today, you should have a smile on your face. And then the opposite is true with the shorts. They're losing value. Do not sell ape. The absolute earliest I would personally sell ape is after it's confirmed that all shareholders have received ape. And then really I would only do that if I'm about to double down on AMC. So there would be two things that have to happen. All shareholders confirm that they have received their ape. And then from there, I would just funnel the ape money into AMC. And my reasoning for that is pretty basic. Ape does not need shareholder approval to get diluted. AMC does. So on a relative basis, I think AMC is less risky, but I am just as a human and an investor and a trader and a degenerate interested in, will ape have craziness if all the brokers aren't getting their shares and people have to buy extra shares and we see all this extra buying power? Like, of course I want to be there for that. So if I get out of ape, it would be no time soon. But I do believe that in the long run, I'm not talking about like any short-term stuff, but in the medium to long run, I think AMC is less risky on a relative basis to ape. But once again, that's medium to long term, nothing about the short term. In the short term, we're just seeing crazy action. Wealth Simple has no ape. Yeah, so the international situation is a little bit more complicated. So how would you double down on AMC? By doubling the amount of shares I have. Sorry, I don't really understand. Should I have gotten one ape for each AMC I had? Yes, you should have. Just judging from your currency, though, you're an international viewer, which makes it a little bit more complicated because you'll eventually get it. And that's what I'm saying. That's exactly why I don't want to get out of ape today, is because there's still like a little bit of a mess up with some of these international brokerages. So I'd rather just kind of wait for that to actually play out. I want to make sure, like I said, that all people who are expected to get their ape do get their ape before I touch mine at all. But I know I have mine. I'll double check in real time with all you guys right now. Let me double check. Let me open my public right here. Public. Loading. Yes. My ape is right there, the exact same share amount. Yep, I can confirm. And then actually, my portfolio is up 14% today, which there are other things in it, but it's mainly AMC, now ape, and then GME. There's other ones in it as well, but those are the main ones. So like I said, back to the analogy of like the money in your pocket. As of now, AMC trading again, went as high as 13 at 12.50. This is going to halt very soon. If this pushes a little bit more, it'll halt. It's just too volatile of an opening. Halt. Is that another AMC halt? Yep. Am I right to say that we have my portfolio down 50% without ape? But ape, you legally have the claim to it. It's just taking a little bit of time for it to show up. It will show up, or I hope it does. It depends on your broker, so you could contact your broker. This is a better way to do it. If you do not have ape yet, if you had AMC on the 19th at business close and ape is not in your account, I would love for you to call into the show. One of the mods, please place the number in chat on both Rumble and YouTube. Please call into the show and tell us what broker you're on, and then also what their reasoning is. Like if you could call them up first and be like, why don't I have ape? So just to share the information of what brokers have given you your ape and what brokers haven't given you your ape. The only one I can personally confirm, just where my AMC is on public, and I have my ape. It's tradable. Everything's good on public, which is also probably why you should get on public. Pinned to the top of chat. Ape reopens at 9:50 or 9:54. It's opening in a couple seconds. So I believe Ape has had 4 halts and AMC has had 3. Thoughts on selling Ape for AMC? I like the idea, but I wouldn't do it anytime soon personally because things are going crazy right now and I'd rather just ride the insanity. Ape just started trading again, trading at 9:20. We saw its first trades at 9 or 6.94. It's trading as 9.33 right now. A little bit of a bounce in the market. AMC is currently halted. Third halt of the day. Ape is trading, but it's already had 4 halts. So it's actually spent more time being halted than actively trading. Trades becoming an astronaut. Shout out. All right. I think this is the longest consecutive time that Ape is actually trading. Is it going to actually hold it together, or are we going to get too volatile of a movement and they'll halt it again? Here we go. Here we go. No Ape with JP Morgan? Really? That's crazy. Who is selling? Well, apparently 4.2 million shares of Ape have already been bought, and conversely, 4.2 million shares have already been sold. This whole concept of no one selling, it's a great like hoorah-rah, like hopium type of a thing. But for those of you who are interested in like, okay, like what does that technically mean? Well, from a very technical semantic standpoint, yeah, obviously people are selling, but conversely, people are buying. That's what volume is. Volume is a willing buyer and a willing seller. You can't buy a share without someone selling it to you, and you can't sell a share with someone out without them buying it off of you. Every buyer has a seller. Every seller has a buyer. That's exactly how markets work. Exactly how markets work. So Cash App doesn't have Ape. People are saying Merrill doesn't and JP doesn't. Fidelity does. TD does. Wealthsimple does not. eToro does not. Stash doesn't. No Ape with M1. Revolut. So I know a lot of these are international. So it sounds like almost T12 or T212, whatever the hell that is. So it sounds like a lot of the international ones do not. Canadian with CIBC says won't be able to get it till the 25th because they will get their stock in the 24th. Oh. Webull has it. And it'll be delivered the 25th. Okay, so they're calling out 3 days. Webull has it. Tastyworks does not. E-Trade does. Webull does. So almost none of the international ones have it. It's kind of interesting to me that none of the international ones have it. Did this halt again? Yeah, it looks like it was another halt on Ape. 5. We now have 5 halts on Ape, and then in 1 minute, AMC will start trading again. In 1 minute. All right, so remember, I'm allowing myself one more trade on the futures market, and I'll let you know when I do it. One more. Gotta stay disciplined. Gotta stay disciplined. But it looks... I'm just wondering if... I'm just kind of watching this right here. This trend line. We could do a little bit of technicals as we're waiting. Kind of a bull channel. All right, AMC trading again. Dropped from 1250-ish down to 12, but let's see where it gets going. Probably going to be a little bit volatile. A little bit volatile. All right. Let's take my last stab in the dark.
Order filled.
Last stab in the dark. All right, got filled. I'll just show it to you real quick. And then we'll get back to the screen. Just going basically for a quick 1,290. I got my short in at 13,036.6 on the NASDAQ. Basically, I'm seeing the bounces lower and lower and lower. So we'll just see if maybe we can make this. I want to make it 1,500. Okay, 1,590. So a little bit over, well, it'll be 1,500 after commissions and everything. This is on the futures market, by the way. I'm talking about contracts. And if you know about options trading, you've probably heard contracts before, calls, puts, like that sort of thing. Also, the futures market has contracts. There's some similarities, but they're more different than anything else. Maybe this will get a very quick fill. I'm just looking to get it at 13,030 flat. If this
Order
hits,
filled.
it just hit right there. That was $1,500. So I'm happy with how this account has done on the day. And just because I've been getting a little bit too greedy lately, I'm actually going to close out of the program. With all the pre-market trading and everything, that account made 6K today, up 6K, more than happy with it.
Order filled.
Oh, right there. And then you just heard that Tesla one. Just, where'd my AMC go? Very, very quickly. Right here, orders trade. So one of these just got sold at 60. So I had 4. Now I'm down to 3. I sold 1 at 60. Got in at 30. So this is pretty much doubled up. Unrealized is 9K there. This was a call that was like this trade. I like 100%, like I said it to everyone live. I put it in the locals community. This one has been absolutely crushing it. I'm going to do another one. Let's try to do it at 70. Let's see if I could get a fill at 70. I just, as it keeps going, love to scale out. 70, 70, 70, 70, submit. As it just keeps going in my favor, I'll just keep slowly scaling out until I have no more. Easy peasy lemon squeezies. Easy peasy lemon squeezies. All right, AMC holding very nicely at 12:34. Just so you know, Ape should start trading once again at 10:02 a.m. So in about 1 minute, about 90 seconds, we're going to see Ape trading again. And AMC's been holding this time, so not too volatile. So maybe we'll get some trading action this time around. Maybe. I know we have a lot of things going on. The market's doing its thing, not looking the healthiest. We're seeing the SPY. We're seeing the Qs come down. AMC and Ape are going crazy. Very quickly, Tesla, my big target was $860. I've been calling that out now for about half a week. I want to see how it reacts to this. If Tesla bounces off 860, which is a key level of support, I'm going to lock in all of my profits. If it falls below it, that's where I'm going to keep just slowly scaling out. I have 3 more to go. Originally I had 5. I scaled out of 1 last week, 1 today in front of all of you. I have 3 left. As it keeps going in my favor, scale, slowly and surely take my profit because it's a nice profit to take. It seems like just in between these all getting halted, there's just a lot to talk about today. It's exciting. Hopefully you're making some money because like there's a lot of volatility in the market. And even if you're not paying attention to anything else besides AMC and Ape, you're up a lot of money today. You are up a lot of money. I mean, adding these two together, it's over $20. So you're up more than 10% than where you were on Friday compared to now. eToro has Ape listed but not open for trading. Well, technically, no one is trading Ape right now. It starts trading in a couple seconds because it was halted at 9:57, so it'll start trading at 10:02. It's actually literally as we're speaking, it's trading right now. So what does eToro say now about it? So it sounds like a lot of the international brokerages are having issues. I wonder, so ComputerShare was the one delivering the shares to the DTCC, and then from there it's going to the brokers. I wonder if they just, for whatever reason, have to do US brokerages first and then international brokerages, because someone, and I didn't fact check this myself, but someone was saying that it's not going to get delivered to them until to maybe the 24th. So Wednesday, and then people start seeing it on the 25th, just for international. Most US brokerages already have it. No Ape on Tasty Trade. That's strange. I thought Tasty Trade. I'm really surprised about JP. Someone said that they don't have it in their JP account, which I just find to be, how does JP not have it? Quest Trade in Canada has it. Okay. Why isn't Ape listed on MarketWatch? Probably just because they haven't written the code, and that just sounds like kind of lazy coding. I don't know. MarketWatch is just kind of a weird data provider. I like their economic calendar, but I don't look at them for individual stock stuff whatsoever. I do have it on JP Morgan Chase. Oh, okay. I appreciate that. It is on JP Morgan Chase. It is in your JP account. So it is in JP. What about, someone said Merrill Edge, maybe? Does anyone have a Merrill account? And I'm just curious if it is in Merrill or if it's not showing up in Merrill. So it is in JP Morgan Chase. That's awesome. Someone has Ape in Belgium. I don't know the name of that account. If nobody has and won the next video, won't that pop? No name guy, it's all of him. Seems sus that not everyone is trading ape right now. But once again, that's a brokerage issue. That's the difference between picking a good brokerage or a bad brokerage. Ape was trading again and then got halted. This is the 6th halt of the day. Popped up to 974, halted at 10:05. So it'll start trading at 10:10. That was only trading for a couple seconds. AMC still actively trading at around 1250 right now. Halted again. The 6th halt of the day on Ape. That's crazy. That is absolutely wild. Wild, wild, wild. Ape is present in Interactive Brokers. I mean, Interactive Brokers, that's one of the most, like, I guess, award-winning brokerages in the U.S. I think they even have an international option as well. But it would be kind of insane if Interactive Brokers didn't have it. Merrill Edge, no sign of Ape yet. All right, so anyway, Ape will start trading at 10:10 again, so you have about 4 minutes. AMC is currently trading, holding nicely at 1250, 1260. Look for it to make a run up to the intraday high at 13, whatever this is, 1305. The key thing I want to stress today is if you were an AMC investor, your financial investment lost no value. In fact, you gained value from Friday to today. It just got split in between AMC and Ape. It wasn't like you just got destroyed on AMC and you're out of money. In fact, you're actually up now between AMC and Ape. How much capital did you use to make that 6K this morning? Like maybe 50, 60, something like that. It was about a 10% thing. Tiger trades in Singapore, has Ape. I got my Ape. Okay, so there are some international ones that are starting to get it. That's good. Oh, voicemails. All right, yes, we can listen to some voicemails as we're doing that. Obviously, I'll leave up these charts to see what's going on. Feel free to call in. The mods will post them. Oh, there's a lot to listen to. Let's see how this is.
Hey, Matt. I'm with RBC Canada.
RBC Canada.
We currently do not have our Ape shares.
Do not have it.
Spoke to someone on the phone today who told me that as of the 24th, we should have those shares in our account. I'll keep you posted if we don't get them. Thanks.
I appreciate that. So it sounds like RBC Canada, it sounds like they're going to show up on the 24th. So in 2 days.
Matt, it's been 2 weeks. Why have you called me back? I showed you my wiener. By the way, I'm calling back because I do have my Ape, and it's on public.
All right. I have mine in public as well.
Hey, Matt, it's Pizza again. Listen, I haven't heard from Joy Behar in a while. I'm getting concerned. I'm about to call the FBI, the NSA, the CIA, and any other three-letter agencies that I can think of. But I had a thought in the process of that. What if New Zealand went bankrupt and then Alcoholics Anonymous decided to actually adopt sangria as a treatment method? Backwards on Thursday is actually the way that Day Seeker will become the Cleveland Browns. Thought? It's a 5-head move. Let's invest.
I don't even know how people are capable of putting such nonsensical words together, but I'm here for it. I love it.
Hey, Matt, what's up? I was just wondering, why is AMC down so much in the pre-market and what's going to happen later? Thanks.
Well, on a relative basis, things are looking pretty good right now.
Good evening, Matthew. I was just wondering if you could please explain to me why AMC is down so much in the pre-market and what's going to happen later. All right, thank you. Bye.
Well, you're seeing it in real time. It was down because of the value redistribution into Ape, and now on a relative basis from Friday to today, things are looking pretty good for those two. Not so much for the overall market. SPY coming down, Tesla coming down, the Q's coming down, the dollar popping, the energy situation in Germany is insane. It's insane really all the way across Europe. China, not the best economic reports lately. So, I mean, if you're betting against the market and long on the Ape cause right now, as in the Ape community, not Ape necessarily the security, but hey, that's been working too. Things are looking pretty good for you today.
Oh, Matt, I was just wanting you to know why AMC down so much pre-market. If you tell me why down so much and what happened later. Thank you.
I wish I knew what
Matt,
happened
this
later.
is in regards to your car's extended warranty. Also, in order to pay your late fees, you got to give me all your APE and all of your AMC shares. I'll put my WhatsApp in the comment. By the way, I did get my APE.
By the way, I did get my ape.
Hey, I'm a Canadian holder. I hold in TD and RBC. They both said that it gets delivered on the 24th. But I asked if there's like a run, like what do I do? And I don't have like a margin account or anything. I don't normally short stocks or anything like that. They said I could sell short the amount I'm set to receive, but I have to call in to make the trade. And then
Interesting.
it'll close out on the 24th when they receive their shares to close out the position. But I can sell technically, even though it's not showing in my account.
Interesting. Well, I'm also
Thanks.
we're hearing the same thing about RBC not having it, but I'm surprised you got that from TD. Maybe I'm wondering if you're an international TD user, but because people who are using the US version of TD do already have their ape.
Hey Matt, let's go ApeCoin, let's go AMC. I'm 6 years old and I got about 60,000 in the markets. And I'm betting on AMC and ApeCoin. Let's go, boys. Let's go.
Love it. Love it. Hope you crush it.
Hey, Maddie, this is Lance from Dr. Smith's office. Just, again, wanted to reaffirm with you that we did get the results back, and we have a solution for you. You're not sick. You're just going to either have to, it's orange, but it can be just cleaned off, but you're either going to have to stop watching porn or eating Cheetos. Also, Webull and Interactive Brokers has APE, so you're good on all fronts. Just stop watching porn or eating Cheetos at the same time, okay? Thanks, buddy. Bye.
It's so nice that even my doctor's office is calling in to confirm that they have ape.
Hey, Matt, I'm from Toronto, Canada. I'm with TD, and what they've told me is that I will not be receiving my APE shares until possibly as late as Friday.
So TD Canada.
TD is stating that they are waiting to receive their shares from AMC, which won't be until August 24th, and then after that, it'll take about 1 to 2 business days for it to be deposited into my account. So basically, I won't receive my APE shares until Friday. Some bullshit, ain't it?
Some bullshit. I agree. Once again, this comes down to a brokerage thing, not really a distribution thing. Like some brokers, for whatever reason, are getting it later. But it does sound like the prevailing sentiment is that almost everyone should have their ape by this Friday, the 25th.
Why do I have to make an appointment to go get my alcohol and liquor? I just don't understand this. Why do I have to make an appointment?
I just found out this morning that people
Y'all
still
have
have to
good ones.
make an appointment to get alcohol in Utah, which just blew my mind. I said Friday the 25th. I mean Thursday the 25th, by the way.
Matt, what's up, bro? Everything keeps going like it is today. I'm going to buy some premium air and put in my tires.
Premium air.
Everybody, yeah, rock your body.
Ape is trading.
Yeah, everybody. Backstreet's back, all right. Backstreet's back, all right. Let's go, Moon Gang.
We definitely have some impressive moon gooners. Some moon gooners. Oh, man. The SPY's about to hit a new intraday low. Did we get another halt on ape? Is that an official halt? I think this is halt number 7, if I know how to count properly.
Hey, man, what's up? Just letting you know, Robinhood, Webull, and Ameritrade, Fidelity, all have given me my ape. So just looking forward to buying my Toyota. Thanks, buddy.
All right. So the only one I know of in the U.S. that doesn't seem to have it is Tasty Trade. Is that right? Saying that, does that seem right to everyone? That Tasty Trade is the only brokerage in the U.S. that doesn't have it? Ape shares become available on Stash at 10 a.m. It's already 10:14. So it sounds like it's not on stash yet. I just want to make sure that we're getting everything right. Want to be getting the right information out there. Team. Teamity, team. I think that's about. JP Morgan doesn't have it. Other people were saying they do have it on JP Morgan. Cash App as well. All right. So once again, it seems like the prevailing thing is by Thursday or Friday of this week between the 20. People are saying, oh, we'll get it on the 24th, and then it should take like 1 to 2 days to show up if you don't already have it. So it seems like by Friday, I'm hearing of no brokerages saying any number that's past Friday. And most are actually saying by Thursday. So I guess if you give them like a 1 day, like wiggle room type of a scenario, it sounds like it's going to be, if you don't have it by Friday, that's when you really get on the phone with the broker and start chewing off someone's head. Merrill Edge is causing problems. So I'm seeing conflicting things about Merrill Edge and JP. 8 to 25 by end of week. What do you guys think? I mean, I would love it. That would be quite the percentage gain. That would add billions of dollars to the underlying value of AMC as a company. I'm here for it. If APE goes to 25 by the end of this week, they would probably be diluting it by next week, because with that spike in value, the billions of dollars that are gained from it, if they can dilute into that, then they can raise capital to probably buy quite a big chunk of Cineworld, which just basically signaled last week that they might be declaring bankruptcy. Like Regal, the Cineworld is the owner of Regal Cinemas. So if it runs that much, the run will probably be stopped by AMC diluting APE, because remember, they have about 483 more million shares that are already authorized but are unissued. And then if they want, they're not authorized yet, but they could go up to about 4 billion more if they want. I don't think they will. Even Adam Aaron said they probably won't be using all of it, but the 483 million APE units that are already authorized right now and are unissued, if you see a crazy run in APE, well, it makes sense to issue it into that, because then you get more capital, which allows you to have more money to do more things, such as paying down debt at a better cost, or maybe a merger and acquisition, or maybe a straight up acquisition of Cineworld. I would bet, and I was talking about this in the like kind of prep video yesterday, I would bet any amount of money that right now, this week, next week, it's the AMC leadership team trying to figure out what sort of deal they can strike with Cineworld to continue to expand their market share. Did Matt sell his yet? Nope. I've stated this countless times, but I wouldn't do it until everyone gets their shares of APE. And then even if I do it, it only would happen in concert with me doubling down on AMC. So it's not really, I mean, there's a lot of people with single digit IQs. They're like, that's selling out. It's like, how's it selling out if I'm doubling down on AMC? I still have, at this moment in time, the same amount of equity in the company, and I'm putting it out of the two things that represent the company. I would rather have more of money in the thing that's less relative risk. The exciting thing about APE is there going to be crazy volatile movement with maybe some brokerage fuckery. And that's, I admit it myself, I'm curious about that. So I'm going to wait until everyone gets it. And then as soon as everyone has it, well, that inherently means that that one interesting thing is now played out. So then I would rather double down on AMC. What happens if you were short AMC prior to Friday? You're now short AMC and APE. And on a relative basis to that $18 number on Friday, well, now $9.23 plus $11.65. Clearly, they're on a percentage basis down relative to what they were on Friday. The way you are automatically long on APE if you had it on Friday, it's the same thing with short. If you were short on AMC on Friday, you're now automatically short AMC and APE today. How does Ortex work with AMC and APE? It'll be two independent numbers. The way you would look up other securities, you would now have to look up APE, but they don't have it yet just because it made its debut. So it's going to take a little bit to set up the data pipeline to get all those numbers appropriately. Confirmed not on stash. I think less educated apes will jump on the gun and think it's a movement. Okay, I'm back, and unfortunately, it's been a loop this morning. Any quick news I should know about? Someone give me the quick rundown on AMC and APE. Thus far, relative from Friday to today, APE and the combination of APE and AMC are looking pretty good. AMC trading at 1173. So if you add that to what APE is currently trading at of 925, that's a relative gain. But I want to articulate that this is happening. AMC as a company has gotten a larger market cap from Friday to today, and that's happening as the SPY is vomiting. It's down 1.6%, the Qs are down 2%, and the Russell is down 1.7%. So AMC as a company has gained value from Friday to today as the whole stock market is actually going down. APE is now trading on eToro. Can someone else confirm that as well? Any of the eToro users out there? Any of the eToro users? APE is trading on eToro. APE is trading on Fidelity. All right. If you are looking at the SPY, I don't want to forget about that really. The target that I would have is the gap fill at 1275 to the downside. Right here. Yeah, 1275. I have this marked out. 1275, it's trading at, or excuse me, for 1275, it's trading at 415.25. So a couple more dollars. Couple more dollars. Yes, it's on eToro. Just appeared on T12 as well. It's trading. Okay, so more and more brokerages are starting to show it. Do we hodl APE? That's all up to you. You should do what's best for you with your own like opinion of the situation, not what like ding dongs are saying on YouTube or Reddit or on Twitter. There's a lot of things I've been reading lately, especially on Reddit and Twitter, and hearing on Twitter space calls of people who just clearly have zero clue of what they're talking about. Can anyone confirm is APE on Cash App? Someone was saying 10 a.m. for stash, but I think that they might have been in a different time zone. APE is position close only on T12 or T212. They might not facilitate the trading of preferred equity or preferred stock, which remember, APE is a preferred equity unit. So it's not a common stock, it's a preferred stock, or at least 1/100th of a preferred stock. So if T212 doesn't have it, T212 doesn't have it, they're just going to force everyone to get out. But you could still hodl. Like, you don't have to sell. You could just let it sit there if you want. It sounds like you won't be able to buy more. All right, we'll see. So why is AMC tanking while APE is rising? I mean, that's a very dramatic definition of tanking. Remember, they're independent securities. They do not have to trade together. To me, it makes logical sense that they would be correlated. And right now, they don't seem to be the most correlated. But this is also like day one of craziness. If we were long on AMC, does that transfer to APE? Yes, we talked about that quite a bit. If you are long on AMC as of Friday, you're now long on AMC and APE. APE should be in your account, or it will be in your account depending on who your brokerage is. Depending on who your broker is. Well, Tesla's kind of going a little bit flat now. The SPY is vomiting. The Qs are vomiting. The Russell is definitely vomiting. So 3 of the major indices are all straight up not having a good time right now. Straight up. But at least AMC and Ape have successfully been trading together for the past like 5 minutes, as in neither of them been halted. So let's see what we really have going on today. When is the contract already adjusted for AMC? Your option contracts are already adjusted. The strike price of your calls or puts will remain unchanged, but the contract itself now represents not just 100 shares of AMC, but also 100 shares of Ape. If you had options as of last week, they're already adjusted. Anyone actually buy Ape yet? Yeah, you can buy Ape. Great questions, great questions. What else? Ape halted again? Is it halted? Was that enough of a movement? Is this halt number 8 on the day? Looks like it is halted. Jeez. Jeez. Stop lying. They are not adjusted. They are adjusted. It's in the filing. If you're looking at it on some platforms such as like Robinhood or Webull, you're not going to see the difference because the strike price is not going to change. If you're looking for the strike price to change, you don't hold your breath on that one because it's not going to happen. It's been halted on Fidelity for the last 5 minutes. The halt just happened at 10:25, so the halt will last until 10:30. It is the 8th circuit breaker halt of the day on Ape, and AMC has had 3. Halted at 8.74, while AMC has currently trading at 11.50. Not halted on, it is definitely halted on Fidelity. Like 100% this is halted on Fidelity at the moment. So synthetic shares exposed or no? As of now, I don't see any way in which they've been exposed. I know that was like the biggest thing on Reddit and Twitter space calls of like, oh, it's totally going to expose all of this. Well, thus far it hasn't. I hope it does, but all we can do is like actually discuss what's happening in reality, opposed to like just like the echo chamber that is the internet. Kill the momentum. This killed the downside momentum. It halted because it was trading, like it went down too quickly. So before we saw upside halts, then we saw a downside halt, then we saw a downside halt, then we saw an upside halt, then we saw a downside halt, then we saw a downside halt. Ape has actually been halted more times for coming down too quickly rather than going up too quickly. So when people are saying it's killing the momentum, it's killing the sell-off momentum more times today. We had 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, wait, is it equal? Is it half and half? It might be half and half. We had 1, 2, 3. We had 3 upside limit up halts and then 5 limit down halts. So 5 out of the 8 were halted because it came down too quickly. I'm on Fidelity. I have calls and puts, nothing adjusted. $20 puts, still showing 20 strike, trading between 2 and 450, should be around 8. No, that's what I'm saying. Is the strike is never going to be adjusted. This process, like you got to rewind and listen to exactly what I said. The strike price is never going to be adjusted. What is adjusted is what the option, the call or the put represents. As of Friday, it was representing 100 shares of AMC. Now your call and or put represents 100 of AMC and 100 of Ape. Your strike will not be adjusted. The adjustment was what the contract represents. And in this scenario, it is now representing 100 AMC and 100 Ape. Is anyone selling Ape yet? Thus far, 11.116 million shares of Ape have been bought, but also simultaneously sold. For every buyer, there is a seller. For every seller, there is a buyer. So yes, 11 million shares of Ape have been bought. 11 million shares of Ape have been simultaneously sold. And then just if you're curious about the numbers on AMC, almost 59 million have been bought, and thus 59 million have almost been sold. On public, my AMC average has not been adjusted yet. It's never going to be adjusted. Remember, this is not a normal stock split where they would do that type of an adjustment because you have a whole new security now. It sounds like Cash App and Stash definitely within the US definitely do not have APE yet, is like the main thing I'm seeing over here. Well, Simple said 1 to 6 business days for the dividend deposit into the account as per their corporate actions info. No APE on Revolut. So yeah, it's some of the international brokerages, but eToro now has it, and T212 Trading 212 now also has it, and they didn't as of like half an hour ago. So Tasty Trade doesn't, Cash App doesn't, Stash doesn't, Revolut doesn't. If we sell a covered call, the strike price is AMC about APE. You're definitely going to want to talk to a broker about that. It depends on how it's set up. APE has being halted for more than 1 hour since market open. It's been halted 8 times, and each halt is 5 minutes. So it's been halted for 40 minutes in total. Remember, it didn't start trading right away. Today it started trading at, well, it was a minute into the day, 2 minutes. It didn't start technically at 9:30, but we're about an hour into the day, and it's been halted for a majority of that hour. It's been halted for 40 minutes, and the market's only been open for an hour, which is just crazy. Let's go pick some credit spreads. I mean, at this point, I like market credit spreads. I really do. For like 2 weeks out, I don't know. Depends on how risky you want to be, but like 425 by 430, I would credit spreads, some call credit spreads on the SPY, the Q, the Russell. I think those are like optimal plays right now. Merrill. Now, some people are saying it's on Merrill and then other people aren't. And same with JP. So I'm a little bit confused. I don't have accounts on those two, so it's not even like I could personally check. Crazy unfair to us. Dan Patterson, what are you saying is unfair? Halts, if you're referring to the halts aren't unfair because no one's trading. Are they stupid? Yeah. Do they help with volatility? No, they usually make volatility worse. But they're just like dumb rules. It's not unfair. It's like it's equally applied to everyone. High frequency traders all the way up to investors. It's applied to, like, if you're bullish, it's applied if you're bearish. It's applied to everyone equally. So it's, if anything, it is fair. It's a stupid rule, but because it's applied equally, it's fair. It's just a stupid rule that like doesn't really do what they want it to do. Can you enable subtitles and captions on your stream, please? Yeah, they take a little bit. They have to get, like, the video gets processed when the stream's over and then they show up. I don't think it is done in real time. I'd have to check into that. Hey, Matt, should I sell APE and put it into AMC or should I wait? It's all up to you. Whatever, like, I don't tell anyone to buy or sell. Like, you got to do, like, I'm in charge of my own money. You're in charge of your money. I can tell you what I'm doing when I do it, but I don't have a particular interest in making financial decisions for other people. RH, no button to open AMC options? Really? Is anyone else seeing that on Robinhood? I have a broker, DeGiro APE, on my US APE, my German ticker AH9, but are not trading yet. Interesting. I appreciate you sharing that, Peter Van Dan Kloot. Peter Van Dan Kloot. Matt's so weird. He loves to hear himself a lot. I mean, what do you think streaming is, dude? Like, you literally just defined streaming that someone needs to talk. Like, welcome to the world of streaming. Man, some people in this world, like, it's just, you could just tell by some people's comments that they are just not smart enough to be engaging in the market. Like, they should just not be in the market. Webull does not show AMC options, says no data. Remember, because we have technically the options are new options and they might not be supporting it after the process referred to as being made whole. So usually in the process of being made whole, it's also a change of the strike price. In this very specific scenario, it won't be. The strike price is going to stay the same, but now the options are going to be rewritten to include exposure also to APE. I don't understand the value that APE has. What is stopping people from selling ASIP? What part of AMC company does the APE ticker draw its value from? Well, value, once again, that comes to a very philosophical thing. Right now, GameStop, AMC are trading way above their fundamental value. So where's that value come from? Well, it just comes from the market's perception. So it's the same thing with APE. AMC, APE, and really any other security, they trade at the market collective's perception. If we wake up tomorrow, there's nothing stopping AMC and APE from both trading at $100. There's also nothing stopping them from both trading at $1. It's whatever the market decides, that's what it's going to trade at. That's what the game of markets are. It's just, there's no rule of like, oh, this has its earnings per share at this, or it has a PE ratio of this, or it has an EBITDA of this, so it has to trade here. There's no such thing as has to in the market. With this, it's just, at first, when APE made its debut at 931, it made sense that AMC and APE added together should roughly equal what we saw AMC close out on Friday. But now that we're about an hour into it, they are trading as two distinct securities. They're going to do whatever they want. It makes logical sense that they're going to be very correlated, but they don't have to be correlated. They can do whatever they want. The market decides. I don't have any option either on AMC, probably because they are not supporting the non-standard options. That's what it's called. When you have an option that is representing two different securities, it's definitely, it's as non-standard as they pretty much get. APE halted again. It looks like it. Yes. Looks like it. Looks like it. We have another halt. Halt number 9. Halt number 9. So is APE free money if I sell? Well, not necessarily, because I feel like with a lot of this, I don't want to repeat too much because so many of you have been in here and you're like, Matt, I already heard you say that 19 times. Please watch my APE Q&A breakdown videos. Relative from Friday to the market open today, no value was created or lost. They're now trading as two distinct securities, and do what you want. If you want to buy more, have at it. If you want to sell, have at it. It's your money. Be an adult. Take responsibility for your decisions. Dark pools say your logic is flawed. There's so many. The dark pool argument is still hilarious to me. Why did AMC get rid of options? It didn't get rid of options. And also, as a company, they don't decide if they have options or not. That's the market of if there's an appetite for options, they build out an options market for it. And then if your broker decides to trade those, like allow you to trade those options, it doesn't. It's not a company decision if there's options or not. And they didn't get rid of it. They just now have what's referred to as non-standard options. But if it's not moving enough to halt, why is it halting? It's hardly moving. It is moving enough to halt. That's exactly, I mean, you know exactly limit up, limit down, NASDAQ. If you search limit up, limit down NASDAQ, you can find the exact rules on when it's going to get halted or not. Right here. Here's the entire Q&A from the exchange telling you exactly how much it needs to move, what tier securities you're going to be looking at, the time that it could be applied. It is moving enough. That's the entire point, is that these halts are perfectly defined. Like, you know when they're going to happen. It's not a human's like, let me halt that. It's just a game of basic math. If you're too far away from the moving average for a little bit too much of time within a 5-minute window, it halts. It's the same to the upside. It's the same to the downside. It's just a percentage move from the moving average. That's all it is. It's very simple. And a lot of people like to hype that particular thing up as like this egregious manipulation, and it's only halts are only used to like somehow hurt retail and end the ape movement. That's not how it has. Like, that's just simply not what it is. Right here, ape has been halted more to the downside, a limit down halt, as in it's stopping the selling volatility. It's not all of the halts of the day, but we've been halted 9 times. 3 of those were upside halts, as in it stopped positive momentum. 6 of those were downside halts, as it stopped bearish selling momentum. If anything, the halts have actually favored the ape community today, or at least a majority of them. Not all of them, but most of the ones we've seen at this point in the day. Trading at 9:02 on Fidelity. Do you have, or apes trading once again, just so you know, just bounce off of 8. So basically you just check out whatever the moving average is and you just wait and wait and wait. So what tier is this? This is an NM right here. Previous close above $3. So it's a tier 2. Or is it? It could be a tier 3. Hang on. They define all the tiers right here. Tier 1, S&P 500, Russell 1000, and select exchange traded products. All other NMS stocks. Ape is a little different. I know where AMC is. Ape might be a little different. Above. It didn't have a. See, this is what I'm confused about. Is because usually it's based on the previous close, but Ape doesn't have a previous close. I'm sure this is in the FAQ somewhere of like if it just IPOs. All the information's in here. I was obviously just inherently a little bit more familiar with AMC, but then I forgot that we're actually talking about Ape, which to my understanding is not going to be in the Russell 1000. Phase 1, phase 2. Yeah, just give this a read through. Maybe after stream today, I could do a little bit of digging of what particular tier Ape is in. It's just a little bit of an interesting thing because it is a preferred stock. I was automatically, my like knee-jerk reaction was to put it in the exact same tier of AMC, which might be true, but also might be technically like inaccurate and not the best way to do it. When are you selling your Ape? After all the shareholders receive their Ape. The only thing that's actually exciting to me about Ape is it going to have extra volatility, upside volatility, if brokers can't deliver it? Because is it going to force them to have to buy a lot of shares? So I'm going to wait till everyone has their Ape. And once everyone does, okay, this argument of the synthetics thing of pushing Ape to kingdom come, as soon as everyone has it, at that point, I'd rather just double down on AMC. It's kind of funny, all these people who, I don't know, for whatever reason, like they always focus on like, oh, Matt said this about Ape, like he's going to sell Ape. But like, anyone kind of notice that they forget the part when I said I want to double down on AMC? Like they always like miss that in their like dumbass tweets or Reddit posts. My entire goal is wait till the craziness of AMC or Ape settles down and then double down on AMC, because AMC cannot be diluted without shareholder approval. Ape can be diluted without shareholder approval. It does not need shareholder approval to dilute Ape. AMC does need shareholder approval. And this whole argument of Ape being converted back into AMC, right here. Are AMC preferred equity units convertible into common stock? If so, when? Technically, yes, the AMC preferred equity units can convert into common stock, but 2 things have to happen, but only if the AMC board proposes it. So first of all, the leadership team has to put it out there. They might choose just not to. And then the investors, so after the proposal, then the investors have to vote yes to do it. However, we do not currently expect the AMC board to make such a proposal anytime soon, as in basically probably not going to happen. It is more likely than not that the 2 securities that the common stock of AMC preferred equity units will trade as 2 separate securities for quite some time to come. So for the people who are banking on AMC getting converted back in, or Ape getting converted back into AMC, right here, the AMC leadership team has said probably not going to happen. Could it happen? Yes, but they're clearly calling it out that it's probably not going to happen. Matt, there are no AMC options on Robinhood or Webull. Yeah, because they don't support non-standard options. AMC options have all now become non-standard options. There will be a new batch that just represents AMC. This is the wonkiness with the current existing ones. They were just AMC, and now through a process being referred to as being made whole, now they represent AMC and APE simultaneously. So when these expire, then they're going to go back to ones that just have AMC, and most likely some options market maker will make ones for just APE. That options thing is exclusively a broker issue. It's not like a market-wide thing. Like, that's just depending on the quality of your broker. Still don't have my APE on Ameritrade. You must have an international Ameritrade one, because the US TD Ameritrade, they're good to go. Good to go. I understand what you mean about doubling down on AMC. Makes sense to me. Hey, if you agree with it, have at it. If you don't do it. Like, I'm not telling anyone to follow me. What you do with your money, that's your business. It's frankly not any of mine. But there's so many people who, exclusively because this is something that the company is doing, there's so many of these just like basically fucking sheep who are just following it. They're like, nope, AMC leadership team said it, so we have to be supportive of it. Look at what happens with people that had that same mindset with Ryan Cohen. These people followed Ryan Cohen, and then in Bed Bath & Beyond case, he led them to slaughter. If you are just a sheep continually following, there's nothing that stops them potentially from leading you to slaughter. And that's one of the worst things I see currently going on is both Ryan Cohen and Adam Aaron are put on a pedestal, and everyone is acting as if they have your financial interests at heart. No, what they care about is the long-term viability of their company and long-term investors. They give a total of 0 fucks about a squeeze. I want to be explicitly clear about this. Adam Aaron does not care about a short squeeze. He cares about retaining and improving the long-term potential of AMC as a company. In this particular scenario, he's doing that by raising capital through diluting APE to use that money to pay off debt and merger and acquisitions. He's not doing this to prompt a squeeze. If a squeeze happens, he's fine with it. In real time, he would love for APE to squeeze, because then when he does a dilution, he could dilute it less and raise more money. So it would be beneficial for him if APE were to squeeze right now. But he is not prompting a squeeze. That's not his goal. As a CEO, you care about the long-term viability of your business. It stops there. And there's too many people who, like basically fucking mindless zombie sheep, are following around these suits. And if people have not learned their lesson from Ryan Cohen, if everyone's argument is like, no, the random guy I've never ever met in my life has my back more than the other random guy that you thought had your back, that's a silly argument. When it comes to life, and not to get philosophical, but especially in the markets, the only one that has your back is you. Not a random fucking CEO, not some person on Twitter, not a person on YouTube, not a person on Reddit. It's you. Don't be a fucking sheep just following these people around and assuming, no, they're going to do what's right for me. If you did not take that lesson away from Ryan Cohen rugging the entire Bed Bath & Beyond thing, I don't know what's going to teach you about it. Like, that's a painful lesson that many people are still trying to figure out, because they put way too much money into that stock. They thought Ryan Cohen had their back, and he rugged it. He rugged it. He sold 100% as quickly as he could have. And if you're just not taking a lesson from that, the market is not a place for you then. Like, if you think the stock market, the options market, the futures market is a game where everyone's like holding hands and fucking singing Kumbaya and it's going to be great, like, it is not for you. It'll be a very, very painful experience. Wall Street is the most brutal, cutthroat thing we currently have going. And if you think this is just like fun and games and it's going to work and people aren't that mean and they're not there to screw over the next person, I mean, it's going to be a rough time. A rough time. The SPY is still looking heavy. Tesla had a nice pop here. I don't think it's going to last long. It had a $7 pop. I really don't think this is going to last. At least APE and AMC are currently trading. Unfortunately, they're trading in the wrong direction. but maybe we could pull a U-turn pretty soon. It's going to be tough for them to. It's going to be tough for them to really outperform when the market is just down this much. The SPY down 1.6%, the Q's down 2%, the Russell down 1.6%. Patience, patience, patience. AMC halt? No, AMC's trading and Ape they're both currently trading. I don't know, Matt. Tinder's kind of tough. RH has no AMC options for sale. Well, first of all, you should probably not be on Robinhood because they've done nothing but screw people over. But once again, Robinhood most likely does not support non-standard options. And right now, the AMC options, because of the debut of Ape, have become non-standard options. Usually an option it represents 100 shares of the underlying. So a call option is a right to buy 100 shares of the underlying. A put option is a right to sell 100 shares of the underlying. Now, because of Ape and the dividend, the options have become non-standard because now it represents 100 shares of AMC and of Ape. That's exactly why it's a non-standard option, and not all brokerages are willing to allow you to trade non-standard options because there's liquidity questions. And that's, if you remember a couple of weeks ago, that's what happened with Redbox. Out of nowhere, they just set all of them to position close only because a lot of these brokers didn't want to deal with non-standard options. I just heard a loud noise. I'm a sheep in ape clothing. What does kumbaya mean? It means no worries for the rest of your days. Great questions, though. Great questions. Cabbage, notice his big head. Thank you. Sometimes just these comments crack me up so much. I don't trust anyone with my money. Cohen is looking out for number one. Can't blame him for taking the win. He will never buy Bed Bath & Beyond again. Why not? Exactly. Like, do I think what Ryan Cohen did was illegal? No, not at all. What he did was not illegal. You could probably argue the morality of it, but at the end of the day, he's in the market to make money. He saw an opportunity to make $68 million and move on to the next thing, and that's exactly what he did. That's 100% what he did. If Adam Aron sees an opportunity to raise money for a good thing, but its net impact might be like hampering the potential of a squeeze or a MOAS, he will do that. I think we need to all very much get on the same page. Do sometimes those desires overlap? Yes, people wanting a MOAS and also him wanting to ensure the long-term viability. Yeah, they can sometimes align, but they're not 100% in alignment. Just popping to say hello on the plane right now. What's going on, Seth? Seth is about to be kicking it back on an island, drinking some Mai Tais, so I appreciate you stopping in. So why is it better to sell Ape and buy AMC? Because AMC needs shareholder approval to get diluted. Ape does not. Ape, they are already, just like that, they can dilute it by 483 million shares. They've already authorized 1 billion. They are in the middle of distributing just under 517 million right now, which means there's a leftover 482 million that are already authorized. They're just not in the public. They're authorized. They're just not in the market yet. So they would need someone like either Goldman or JP or I don't know, some other company like big bank to like sell them to the market. And this is like the weird thing of when people are talking about like good dilution and bad dilution and all that good jazz. What they really mean with good dilution is, are you using the capital on something that's reasonable? Like, are you doing something with that money that is going to provide more value in the long term to the company? Potentially, I don't know, buying out a company on the cheap that's about to declare bankruptcy, such as Cineworld. It's an interesting opportunity. If they say, hey, we are diluting Ape to buy a portion of the company, all of the company in reference to Cineworld, that could actually be crazy smart. AMC already has the largest market share in terms of theatrical chains, and this would just put even more distance between 1 and number 3. And I'm saying number 3 because Cineworld's number 2, but they're about to go to the wayside. So it's just making it have more and more of a market share. So depending on how the deal is structured, could that be good dilution? Yeah, I agree with it. But let's think about it this way. If that happens, you have to ask yourself, who is the beneficiary? And in this question, it's 2 things. Is Ape going to be the beneficiary, or is AMC going to be the beneficiary? In my opinion, and maybe this is your opinion, maybe you think I'm horrifically wrong. That's fine. Like, we're all entitled to our own opinion. I think that if Ape is diluted and they properly use that money, I think the main beneficiary is AMC. Hence why I would want to double down on AMC. I don't really see, after this whole argument of synthetics being exposed or not exposed, that type of a thing, like post that, I don't really see the value of Ape. I do understand the value of AMC, hence why I'm like, I would rather double down on AMC. Ape is greater than the moon. Can you take a look at AMTD? What is AMTD? Isn't this the HKD thing? Looks awful. Pump, dump, done. Wouldn't touch it. Would not touch it. Maybe you know something about it. I don't, but I don't know much about the fundamentals of the company. And then also from a technical perspective, it looks pretty rough. What are you talking about? Seriously? I'm talking about doubling down on AMC. But Roseanne, I'm sure you're far, far more informed than I am about the exact thing that I've studied for the past 1.5 years of my life. But Roseanne, maybe you just really do know more. That's possible. Can only buy one, Ape or AMC? It depends on when you're talking. Like, I think of this in 2 different phases. Are you talking before or after everyone gets their Ape? I'm thinking about the scenario post the time period where everyone has their Ape. I am in no way touching my Ape till it's confirmed that all brokerages have distributed it, and basically this entire theory of synthetic shares is either proven or disproven. I'm not touching my Ape until that exact moment. So if we're talking after that moment, well, of course I would prefer AMC. Like, all of us, like, we've been in this because of AMC. Now way too many people are willing to give up their financial investment in AMC. I'm not willing to do it. There's so many people who are like pounding their chest saying that they're an ape. They're like, I'm an ape, I'm an ape, I'm an ape. How are you an ape when you're letting your financial investment in the thing that allegedly makes you an ape get cut in by some unknown percentage, whatever the percentage drop is from 18 down to currently right now 11? Your financial, it blows my mind. It absolutely blows my mind that so many quote unquote apes are willing to have less invested in AMC. To me, that's a really sus definition of an ape. Which brokers haven't distributed Ape yet? There's quite a few international ones, and then there's a couple ones in the US as well. You in any monkeypox plays? No, but if I were, it would be SIGA. I think SIGA is the ticker. I think the company is Sigma. No one is willing to sell AMC. No one is willing to sell AMC. Who says that? I don't know. People are obviously willing to sell AMC. 71 million shares of AMC were sold today. Simultaneously, 71 million shares were bought today. I don't know what you're talking about. Happy Ape Day, bro. Question: if you buy/sell options same day, is that considered day trading? Yes, it is. At least in the US. Not all countries have day trading rules, but in the US we do. Hey Matt, I'm on Fidelity. I have 200 and almost 13 shares of AMC and only got 212 of Ape. Is that normal? Yeah. So if you're wondering about fractional share trading, they were not set up to give fractional shares of Ape. So they'll give you a cash payment for that fraction. So you'll get the full whole number of ape that you're expecting, but any fractions, they are not set up to distribute fractional shares of ape. So those just give you the cash difference, which is literally less than one share of what it's like a percentage of one share of ape. I'm no ape. I just got caught chasing. Hey, that's fair too. Everyone has their ape shares, no shorts, hype over. No, not everyone has their ape shares yet. Stash, Cash App, Revolut. I don't know about 212. There's quite a few brokerages that people are still saying that they don't have. How do we know when all shares are been distributed? I mean, I'm kind of using the thousands of people in here right now because people are still saying, hey, this brokerage doesn't have it, this brokerage doesn't have it, this brokerage doesn't have it. So I'm kind of waiting for like there to be none listed. Which also, we're kind of putting it together that it sounds like the 24th to 25th is like the main date that these brokerages who are a little bit slower are focusing in on. They're saying, hey, it's going to be delivered to us on the 24th, and then we'll get it to you like somewhere between the 24th and the 25th. So that seems to be like kind of the date on your calendar to star. Good stuff, good stuff. Questrade. Yeah, I mean, people are talking about M1, Merrill Edge. Stash now has it, according to Miguel. So that's what I'm saying. It's kind of influx. Like at the start of the day, we had a lot of people didn't have it, but as every hour passes, it seems like more and more brokerages are finally getting it. Where can I find the FAQs? This FAQ thing, it was posted on, it's just an AMC SEC filing. So if you go to the AMC like investor website and look at their SEC filings, it'll be right there under the FAQs. AMC, speaking of which, a nice pop, hopefully breaking this downtrend, lower highs, lower lows, a little bit of a pop here. I'm actually a little bit surprised about how differently they've been trading, as in just even the look of their chart. And granted, part of that is just because there's been so many halts today. Ape has had 9 halts, AMC has had 3 halts, so that definitely kind of messed up their correlation, but they seem to not really be I guess I can't say they haven't been correlated at all. They have like some similar looking pattern. Why did it drop so hard during the day? I mean, the same reason anything drops or goes up, because the market decides. Like the price that you see right now, AMC is trading at 1110, and then Ape is trading at 803, Tesla's trading at 863.62, the SPY is trading at 414.69. All those prices are decided by the current buyer and the current seller. The price you see is literally what the most recent buyer and seller agreed upon. Someone said, yes, I'll buy for that. And someone said, yes, I'm willing to sell it for that. And the money and the share like switched hands. Money went one way, the share went the other way, the security went the other way, whatever you want to call it. That's what it is. Price is always decided by the current buyers and the current sellers. There's a weird misconception. Like, I guarantee it right now. You could go to someone else's like YouTube stream and they're going to be like, look at this buying volume. Look at this selling volume. That inherently does not make any sense. Volume is volume. Sometimes people will dictate buying volume and selling volume as more of a spread thing of like, okay, are they buying and selling as in they're meeting on the ask, or are they buying and selling as in meeting on the bid? Yeah, I'll give them a little leeway there, but most of the time they're not even referring to that. They look at a red bar and they're like, look at that selling volume. They look at the green bar and they're like, look at that buying volume. When what does that mean? How can you have buying volume without selling volume? How can you have selling volume without buying volume? There's too many people who are talking about this and they just don't inherently understand how a market works. Every buyer has a seller, every seller has a buyer. That's how markets work. You can't buy from nothingness. You can't sell into nothingness. There's always a counterparty on the other side of the trade. That's an axiom of how markets work. Ape available shares for sale on market. Is there a way to see how many are for sale? I mean, you could look at like the ask, the L2 ask, but most of the time you're just looking at one, and then there's dark pools where you can't even see the sitting buy orders or the sitting sell orders, so you'll never get a real, like, what you're asking is liquidity. Like, what is the ask side liquidity? What is the buy side liquidity? You can know minimum numbers, but you would never know a true number because not all liquidity is expressed publicly. How can Squawk Box run a headline saying AMC shares plummet before ape dividend? Are they that uninformed, or is it purposeful? I thought it was purposeful. I saw some stuff that Kramer said this morning. I thought it was purposeful. There's no way they could be that uninformed, in my opinion. Will AMC go up? I mean, your guess is as good as mine. No one knows what the next bar is going to be ever on any time frame. That's why I wholeheartedly believe you should never have like dates in your mind of like, oh, something like has to happen on this date, like good or bad. You should never have price targets. You just have to ride the trend. Big money is made from riding the trend. So Revolut's a big one in Europe. I'm surprised they don't have it yet. Paul, or anyone that's on Revolut, do you guys have any indication? Like, has the broker said when you're going to get it? Ape now number 10 on the New York Stock Exchange volume for the day. That's pretty crazy. Have I sold my ape yet? No. I'm confused on why I'm getting this question so much. I don't know how to be more clear about this. I am not selling ape until it's confirmed that all shareholders have received ape who's supposed to receive their ape. And then even from there, I'm not going to do it until I'm either keeping my ape or I'm doubling down on AMC. I'm just not going to arbitrarily sell my ape to sell my ape. If I do it, I'm getting rid of my ape. I'm taking all of the money from the ape sale and I'm just buying more AMC. So really, it's the movement of like numbers. It's the shuffling of numbers. It's not necessarily like a new long position. It's not really selling. It's just like I'm investing in, I suppose, a different part of AMC. On Revolut, supposedly by Wednesday. Okay. So Revolut saying Wednesday, Wealthsimple saying 1 to 6 business days after they receive it. TD International is saying by the 24th. What price did I buy ape at? I didn't buy ape. I got it in the dividend. Chief C. What is ape? Ape is a AMC preferred equity unit. So 100 units was made per preferred share, and it's part of the dividend. So the ex-dividend date was Friday, August the 19th. Everyone who owned AMC at the close of business on Friday, August the 19th was entitled to the dividend. And in sort of, instead of like, say, a normal cash dividend, people received ape instead. Do you have a price target that would make you sell sooner? No. Once I have no price target on AMC, ape, GME, anything like that, I would most be interested in riding the trend. I would love for it to start to squeeze, and I just ride it until the trend's over, and then I get out ideally as close to the top of the trend as I possibly can. But I mean, price targets. I think the game of price targets when you're looking at like a high volatility security is very silly. It's very, very silly. Which is more like a 2-for-1 split. Yeah, essentially 2-for-1 split. Essentially. AMC chart not looking too good. I mean, I think if you're an 8, as in like kind of in this now at this point for the longer term, or it's been a longer term, a year and a half or something like that, don't bog yourself down with like the minute to minute like chart movement, the 3 minute to 3 minute. Like if you're in this, you're not going to miss a squeeze. Like social media, like all hell will break loose. You don't need to watch it. Like if you're actively trading it, that's a different story. If you're slinging options, calls and puts, yeah, that's a different story. You need to pay attention to it. But if you just own AMC and if you just own Ape and you're like, I'm just going to wait for it to either squeeze or not squeeze, you don't need to watch it. Like you're going to know. You could set up some alerts if it makes you feel comfortable, but you kind of just need to like check it at the end of the day, check it out the week. There's a fascination with watching every single minute chart of it, which kind of blows my mind because like, if you know you're not going to trade it, why are you watching every single minute chart or 5-minute chart? Like if you're watching it this closely on, let's say not today, today's a little special just because of like the whole Ape dividend thing. But let's just say a couple weeks from now, like just an arbitrary day. Well, if you know you're not trading it, like what's the point in watching every single minute chart? At this point, what is the benefit of holding Ape? I would argue that the benefit right now is not all the shares are delivered, so there still might be a chance of some like kind of wonkiness that could lead to some exorbitant amount of extra demand for Ape. So I'm waiting for that. But then after that, once we know that Ape is already fully delivered to everyone and either the synthetic theory is proven or disproven, I no longer see the value to Ape. I would rather, once again, to be explicitly clear, I would rather double down on AMC because to me, AMC has less relative risk than Ape. And anyone who's telling you that AMC does not have less relative risk to Ape, I mean, I would love to know their reasoning. I don't think they have it. I think they're just like sycophant sheep following the fucking herd on Twitter and on Reddit. All right, what else do we have going on? It keeps my ulcers in my stomach alive. It's a game of sorts. Again, the cost of Ape and AMC is up from AMC close on Friday. That's a footy. That's a very fair. It's up by $1 right now. I mean, because remember, AMC closed at 18. AMC is trading at 11. Ape is trading at 8. So that's trading at 19. So it's almost $1 gain relative from Friday to today, which is a good way, in my mind, to think about how today will play out. Is together, are they above or below 18? That tells you if you're above or below your account value that we saw on Friday. Wouldn't you have to pay a tax on the full sell price of AMC if you sell since it's a dividend compared to a normal stock? It depends where you are, what state, what country. You have to talk to a CPA. There's no general rule with that because taxes are not the same across the board. Ape can be diluted. Yes, we know that. I'm confused. How can Ape be a dividend when the value of AMC is cut in half at that date? Did I see that wrong? I don't know what you mean by that. A dividend is just something that you get for being a shareholder on a certain date. That certain date was August 19th. And what you got a lot of the time is that it's a cash dividend and you get paid per share that you own. But in the case of AMC, per share that you own, the thing that you got, the prize in the Cracker Jack box, was Ape. I assume we have to hold Ape for a year to avoid income level tax. No, Adam Aaron tweeted about that. Whatever your long-term or short-term tax designation was on AMC, that will be transferred to your Ape as well. So if you were already a long-term tax designation on AMC, that's going to be your tax designation on Ape. And you can obviously talk to a CPA about it, but you could check Adam Aaron's Twitter. He tweeted about that like last week. Taxes are not the same across the board. Understand in the year. I mean, yeah, that's just in the U.S. and then clearly we have some international viewers. So, like, I'm always hesitant to talk about tax stuff because it will, in my situation, apply to people in the same state as me, and that's about it. So you could sell without getting hurt? No, I mean, you would still have to, that's still a capital gain tax to my understanding. I mean, double check all of this, but what do you mean getting hurt? Like, you're still paying capital gains. It might just be a different type of capital gains, but also that's just a US thing. I mean, there's people on here that have it set up in a different country that might have wildly different rules and laws regarding taxes. It's free money. You can sell and run. Live your life. Tell me how the Canadian taxes work, please. AA is a joke. He's a crook in a suit. Why do you think that? I don't think he's necessarily done anything that's illegal. I think he's at certain points really played into the ape community to financially benefit his company. But I guess you could consider that to just be like smart marketing. I don't know if he's done anything illegal, in my opinion. There's things that he did that I was like, oh, that's pretty smart. And then there's other things that I was like, oh, you're kind of taking advantage of dumb people, but that's not necessarily illegal. It would be a not good day if they decide to outlaw stupidity. Matt, you're 100% sure if we sell ape, it will not affect AMC in a negative way. They're two distinct securities. That's like saying if you sell the SPY, would that negatively impact some random biotech stock? Like if you sell Tesla, does that have a negative impact on Microsoft? Like, they're two distinct securities. Has Robinhood turned off options for AMC? No, not necessarily. It might seem like that, but it's just more of a confusing situation. As of now, AMC options are non-standard options because they represent AMC and APE, and Robinhood doesn't support non-standard options. Matt, what is your overall thoughts on the ape dividend, and would it have done anything different if you were in Adam Aaron's shoes? If I was in Adam Aaron's shoes, I think it's a smart move. I think it's a very, very savvy businessman move. He wanted to dilute. The only reason ape is a thing is because we didn't allow him to dilute AMC, and the company really needed money. They really needed capital, so they figured out a way to raise capital. They spun off ape from the preferred stock, and that's something that they can dilute without shareholder value. That's why it was proposed months ago, is they're like, hey, we want you to authorize more shares so we can dilute it, sell them to the market and raise more money. The shareholders were like, no, 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 no. So they just basically figured out how to create something that they could dilute to raise capital from. It's a very, very smart, savvy business move. Do smart, savvy business moves lead to MOASs or short squeezes? They can, but in this particular case, it's leading to just a higher probability of the long-term viability of AMC. That's what it's doing. It's ensuring the long-term nature of AMC as a business. They're going to dilute the fuck out of ape. If you don't think they're going to dilute ape, you're just not paying attention. You are not reading the filings. You're not listening to the earnings announcements. You're not understanding the investment that you're in. Eventually, given enough time, they will dilute ape. We could argue about how much they will dilute it, how much they won't dilute it, that type of a thing. Yeah, that's completely fair. But what ape is, it's literally a pile of money that they're going to use when the moment is right. Would I have done anything different? I mean, I think it's actually incredibly creative what they came up with. As a long-term investor in AMC, you would like it. For someone who is looking at a MOAS thing, there could be some excitement related to, will the share distributions expose synthetic shares or not? So like, that's kind of exciting. I'm like, okay, like, where's this going? Where's this not going? That type of a thing. So I could see the excitement there. But after that, the CEO doesn't care about a short squeeze. Why would he care about a short squeeze? He just cares about how good can I make AMC as a company. dilution doesn't mean that the price drops either if the market can absorb it. Yeah, and then you're talking about it's one thing if you dilute it to like 1 million shares, but it's completely different if you dilute it to like 50 million shares, 100 million shares, 482 million shares. That's a completely different story. It depends on the size of dilution. Where are my Ape shares? It depends. Call your broker. I don't know who your broker is. One thing that I don't understand necessarily is I think Adam Aaron, he's now publicly said multiple times that they dilution pushes the stock price up. And when they stopped diluting it, the price came down. Remember, correlation is not causation. If you go back and you look at the SEC filings, I mean, it's really not that hard. AMC Investor Relations, you go to investor.amc theaters, you go to the SEC filings, and then you look up the prospectus right here. And then you look up the prospectus from 2021. You let it load, and then someone was just talking about the June run. Wait, why isn't the prospectus? So June right here. Additional, is it on the next page? They were pretty busy in June. Prospectus right here, June 3rd. Let's look at this SEC filing. So you have 11.5 million shares. And as you can see, the prospectus was dated the 27th, but then this is the update from June 3rd, 2021. The date of this prospectus supplement of basically them wanting to do an additional dilution of 11.5 million shares. Well, then if you look at what happened, let's go all the way back. Remember that date, it was June 3rd. So we ran on June 2nd. The very next day, we find out that they want to dump in another 11.5 million shares. We were running like a madman. We went all the way up to 72. We hit 77 in post-market trading. And then the very next day, as you could see right here from AMC's website, it was filed on June 3rd. We found out that right here, we've entered into an equity distribution agreement with B. Riley, blah, 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 and basically sell. In accordance with the distribution agreement, we may, through our sales agent, offer and sell from time to time up to an aggregate of 11.55 million shares. So basically, AMC ran, they saw an opportunity to raise capital. They did so by selling it, and you could argue that it kind of stopped it. But I find it just to be contradictory to the things that we're told of like, oh, no, dilution, it's good, it makes the stock go up. No, we were going up. The very next day, they announced dilution, and we stopped going up. Literally, we hit our all-time high on AMC on June 2nd, and then on June 3rd, right here, according to the filings, they're going to do more dilution. So that's like the one thing that Adam Aaron has done that I'm just like, dude, I just 100% don't agree with you. In the short term, the very, very short term, whenever you talk about dilution, demand is roughly the same. Supply is increased, which means the price goes down. There's never a short-term positive reaction to it. There's a short-term positive reaction when people announce that the dilution is over, and you could even find that too in these filings. It's actually easy to track through, but a couple days later, they're like, oh, okay, like we're done with it. And then after that, it starts to go back up. So in the short term, dilution announcements kind of take the wind out of your sails. The truth is apes are not looking out for AA, and AA is not looking out for the apes. Real talk. I mean, I think it just comes back to you should be worried about making the proper financial decisions and bets for yourself. To just think that some arbitrary person who you've never met, who's like just in a completely different, like they're in that world of Wall Street, to think that they have your best interests at heart, I think that's a misplaced trust. I really, really do. And hey, I mean, if you're like, no, like I have the utmost trust and faith in them, like I hope it works out for you. Like I don't want anyone to get burned. The only reason I didn't get burned in Bed Bath & Beyond, if I'm being completely honest, is because I was lazy and I just didn't buy Bed Bath & Beyond. I was like, oh, it's cool, it's exciting, it's ripping, it was fun. I had faith in Ryan Cohen. I'm not saying this is like, oh, like kind of like a told you so type of a thing, because I feel almost myself like betrayed in how things, because I'm still a GME investor and I know Ryan Cohen's associated with that. So when he sold a Bed Bath & Beyond, that kind of drug down the entire meme stock market. So I'm not saying this is like, oh, I told you so. I'm saying this is like, oh, this is a realization I came to, because like, did I take the brunt of the pain with Bed Bath & Beyond? No, but I took like a secondary and a tertiary hit in AMC and GME just because his actions brought down meme stocks. And I feel, I guess, fortunate because I was like a couple clicks away from buying Bed Bath myself. And I think we all have to be realistic and be like kind of the adults in the room that the hopium in the ape community has gone on for way too fucking long. There are too many people talking about things that they have like literally no research. So they're just saying dumb shit that they read on Reddit, heard on a Twitter space call. And with it, it's one thing, but this hopium, this echo chamber mentality, it's just getting like way too fucking much. Like it's getting so far to the opposite end that people are going to get seriously financially burned. And if they're continually just like following, they have to at a certain point learn the skill set for themselves. Because if they don't, it's going to be more people led to slaughter like Ryan Cohen did with Bed Bath. People are just, for whatever reason, going to put their faith in a person, and hopefully the person does right by them. But if they don't, which is no way is illegal, they can sell it whenever they want. They can 100% sell it whenever they want. ApeCoin is a crypto that's been around for a while. ApeCoin is a cryptocurrency. It's related to the Bored Ape Yacht Club and their metaverse called the Other Side or Other or something like that. ApeCoin is a completely distinct thing. Why are we still trying to beat this into people who never get it? Because I think some still might get it. Like as much as there's wrong with the market, I love the market. I really do. As we're letting this play out and things are calm, I just want to share this story with you. When I was growing up, I grew up in a very rural area in Pennsylvania. My summers were spent like fucking throwing hay for my neighbor who was a farmer. And I remember that. I would work my ass off all day. I'd be there for 10 hours and I get paid $6 an hour, like under the table. So I made $60 to do super hardcore manual labor. And it wasn't just me. Like in my area, most people end up going to a trade school, which is awesome. Not really many people make to college. Like I'm in an area where most people don't like break out and like make it to that next financial level. Everyone here, you feel like life is normal, but that's just because on a relative basis, everyone has the same low amount of income. I think the average family income in the US is like 60K. That's maybe just PA. My area is under that. There's a lot of people in my area who are making minimum wage, a mom and a dad, and that's what the money you have available to you to raise a kid on. It didn't feel like that though, because in my area, it almost feels like everyone's like in the same financial situation. Like there's a couple people doing better, a couple people doing worse, but there's not much of a range. Like we're all kind of like just equally on the lower end. So anyway, just in my like anecdotal, I guess, spinoff here, you work all day, you're throwing hay all day, you're doing hard manual labor and you're not getting paid much. And even for you to get paid that much, that's even a strain on the farmer who's had that farm for like 5, 6, 7 generations. They're tens of thousands of dollars in debt. It's just not a good situation. So then you start to learn about something like the market. Like even today, at the start of the stream, you guys saw that I made $6,000. I made 100 times what I made throwing hay all day. All day. I just work. And I just made 100 times that in half an hour's worth of work. To me, this organism that we refer to as the markets, whether it's the equities market, the options market, the futures market, it's such an infinite amount of potential for people who are willing to put in the work and learn about it. It's literally untapped potential. Like, you can make so much money. And I just think about that. Like, I could have been working all day, and instead I made 100x that by clicking a couple buttons on my computer. That's insane. So because of that, I see no better vehicle for upward financial mobility besides the market. I don't think humans have ever created something that can get you to the next financial class, social class, any of that stuff beyond the market is amazing. It is the best vehicle to have ever done that. I truly think it's one of the best inventions we've ever come up with. And the people who are going to benefit off of it are the people who are paying attention. And with this whole craziness of GME and then Doge and then AMC and then Shiba and then just all the other crazy things that have happened in the middle of it, and recently just even Bed Bath and all that. I mean, there was a 20-year-old, and granted, I get it. Like, his uncle gave him a $25 million loan. He made $100 million at the age of 20. And it's all possible because of the market. And it's the people who are going to get like really the fruit from the tree in this scenario are the people who like can just fucking pay attention. It's not the people who are like thinking that real DD is done on Reddit. It's not the people who are thinking that real DD is done on a fucking Twitter space call. There's too many fucking sheep. And I don't say that with anger. I say that in a way that like I want them to do better. Like, I want them to realize the opportunity that they've been presented with, being born now with the interconnectivity of the internet, with so much free education out there. Even dipshits like me streaming and just sharing a little bit about what we know, that type of thing. This has never been done before. You can spend damn near $0 and learn a crazy amount of the market if you're just willing to be a little bit curious. If you're just willing to do a couple Google searches. If you're willing to skip a couple parties on a Friday, a Saturday, on the weekend. You spend some time and you read and you digest. And if you want to spend more, maybe there's like education modules and that stuff. But there's so much stuff out there for free or extremely cheap that can make a massive financial difference in your life. And it just comes down to like, are you basically going to be fucking lazy or not? Because there's too much laziness going on in this. Like, it's blunt and it's mean because everyone thinks that like, no, it's like, it's such like a bitchy mentality of everyone just, they think they're entitled to all this shit. And I was talking with some friends about it this weekend, and I just think about it of like the sense of fucking entitlement, and blows my mind because I met so many people in this rural area who work their asses off and they're still living from paycheck to paycheck. And then you have these like fuckwits on the internet who just like, they think they're just owed money because they're on Wall Street and they bought this stock and they listen to like one Twitter space call. Honestly, go fuck yourself. Like, you might deserve things, like whatever, it's Wall Street. Go fight for it. Prove your point, learn something, be better about it. It's just this fucking lazy entitlement. Like, fuck off. And then they argue when people are actually like successful and they pull it off. It's like, you go do it. If more time was spent actually learning a skill set, and like if you ever read Malcolm Gladwell and putting in your 10,000 hours, you're going to be way better off than spending a second of your time bitching with anything about just like it not going your way. Like, it's just so, the mentality of this is just so fucking warped. Be better. You can make money. If you're looking around and it's not going your way for anything in life, whatever your passion is, just work more. Keep doing it. Consistency. Keep showing up every single day. If you want to be there or if you don't, if you want to read about it, if you want to study, if you want to go, whatever it is, if you're playing a guitar, if you're a weightlifter, if you want to trade in the market, if whatever you care about, just go fucking do it. Just go fucking do it. Instead of like, it's a generation of fucking whiners of why it's not working out for them, opposed to just doing the thing that you want to do. Like, these fucking people, like reading about people complaining about like fucking Elon being so rich. Dude, has anyone read a story about how much that guy works? The guy's the richest person in the world and he still puts in 100-hour work weeks. It's weird to complain about someone who's that successful when he's working that hard. It's not like he just sat there and inherited it. Like, it's crazy to me. Whatever. Unfortunately, my rant is making the market go the opposite way of I needed to, and it's not helping AMC and GME, but a bunch of fucking babies. You're making way too much sense right now. Dude, fucking babies. I feel the same love for the market. I never get over clicking a mouse and in the moment making more money than my month of minimum wage. Thanks for being a voice of reason. To me, I mean, I'm always going to do something in this path because, like, that realization that you're just like, holy shit, I can make so much more money and I'm not like ruining my joints, like working so, like, such difficult physical labor jobs. And then people still find a way to fucking complain about it. Later, this show sucks. Hey, don't worry. I can help you out. Don't you worry. I can give you a permanent ban. No need to come back. Richest person in the world lives in a 47K home because it's close to work. Yeah, I mean, Warren Buffett has lived in that same home. I don't know if he's technically the richest anymore, or if that's who even you're referring to, but just different mentalities. Different mentalities. Just meant people will never get the point you're trying to make, even if you make it. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Coming back to what you're saying, King. I agree. Not everyone's gonna get it. Not everyone will. But if I feel like I've done my job, if I could get just even a couple more people to get it, like I'm not just gonna arbitrarily quit because I'm like, oh, like some of these, like it's just not getting through into their mind. Like I understand, and I'm never gonna get, let's say, 100% of people to see the light at the end of the tunnel. But like if I could get just like a couple more every single day to kind of just a little better understand the game that they're in right here, well, that's what I want to do. A couple, some is better than none in my book. And down 40K, so much plays against us. Hey, I mean, I can resonate. I mean, streaming early last week, between Monday and Tuesday of last week, I think I blew 70K. I think it was 30K on Monday and then 40K on Tuesday. It happens. It happens. And that wasn't even like, oh, shucks, like I got unlucky type of a thing. That was me being stupid and breaking my trading rules, breaking my discipline. And that's what happens when you break your rules, when you break your discipline. Sometimes you might get lucky, but more times than not, when you start breaking your rules, you have them for a reason and you get your ass handed to you. So, I mean, I resonate with that. It blows. But even that was Monday and Tuesday of last week. To me, the best thing to do is to build back slowly. I try to make back the 30K I lost in Monday in one trade. I went swinging for the fences. I steroided up. I went Barry Bonds and I was swinging hard. I was looking to knock that thing out of the stadium and make all of that loss back in one trade. And obviously that's psychologically desirable. You lose big. You're like, I need to make it all back in one trade. Hey, we've all been there. And I did it. I did it on Tuesday of last week. And I ended up losing more money than I even lost on Monday. So I dug myself into a deeper and deeper hole. And for those of you who are watching this right now and you maybe just had a bad trade today, last week, last month, the best thing you can possibly do, I swear, is to slowly build back. You might get lucky and maybe something works from you. But if we're just talking about the law of large numbers and the best way to come back from a losing trade, once again, you might get like offhandedly lucky and maybe you get it back in one trade. And I hope it works out for you. But if you're looking at a series of multiple losing trades for many, many people, the best thing to do is slow and steady. Just like you got to take one step in the right direction. You don't want to do it in a giant leap because you get into the situation that I did where you end up losing more than your initial loss and now your hole is twice as deep. So that's essentially what I was doing. Is I lost big on Monday and Tuesday, 70K in total. And then Wednesday I made 4K. Thursday I made 4K. Friday, I made 4K. Today, I made 6K. So what's that mean? I made 18K back. So 18K. And like, am I back at break even? No, but like, that's the iterative process. Like just slow step. And before you know it, like maybe one day here or there, you get like 10 or 15 or like whatever percent. Like, I think it's better to think about this in percents. For me, I was thinking about it just like, okay, 2%, like that type of a thing. Slow and steady will get you back. If you swing for the fences, it might work. But if you always rely on that to make your money back, one of the times it's going to make the situation far, far worse. Welcome to James Zamali, becoming a space ape. Yeah, Ape and AMC are kind of being sold. So one of my concerns with Ape right here, let me know if anyone else has this concern. Let me know if anyone else has this concern, or maybe I'm just being a nervous Nelly. Okay, if we look at the top three right here, top three, Vanguard, 47.5 million shares of AMC. BlackRock, 25.8 million shares. And then another Vanguard, which is basically another 15, which tells us that there's about 63 million shares of AMC in Vanguard's hands and 26 million shares in BlackRock's hand. Well, they all owned it as of the close of business on Friday, August the 19th, at least to the best of our assumption, which means that now Vanguard, BlackRock owns a shitload of Ape. Now, Vanguard and BlackRock own it because they're tracking the market. They're basically tracking the Russell. They're not like massive supporters of AMC. They're putting it into an index fund and offering that index fund basically an ETF to their clients. Same thing right here, IWM, iShares Russell 2000. This isn't some hedge fund making a big bet on AMC. It's them tracking an index, and then they create their own ETF and offer that to the public. It's the same way with the S&P 500. You have SPY, you have VOO, like you have different businesses that are offering basically a basket of stocks that tracks the exact same index, and they just try to get your business opposed to another company getting your business. So if we look at things like right here, 11.7 million shares, 14.8, 25.8, 47.6, all of these now have the same duplicated amount of Ape. And my concern is, are these players, iShare, Vanguard, and BlackRock, are those three players going to feel the need to hold on to their Ape the way they're going to hold on to their AMC? Because remember, they're only in AMC because they need it for the, like, really to be tracking the Russell. Ape's not in the Russell. It's not in the Russell. So the question is are they going to sell it because it's not in the Russell, or are they going to keep it because they believe you need to have AMC and Ape to properly represent AMC? And honestly, it could go either way. I'm just thinking aloud. Like, I'm not trying to say like, oh, they're going to be selling it, they're going to be buying it, or anything like that. It's more of like me looking at your opinion of, we know that they're tracking an index. So the question is, BlackRock, Vanguard, and iShares, do we think that they're going to have AMC and Ape to represent AMC? Or are they just going to say, no, we just need to track AMC, we don't have to do anything else, and they're going to dump their Ape? Or is it going to be in the middle? Maybe Vanguard keeps theirs and then BlackRock sells theirs. Like, that's obviously also an option. If they own that much, wouldn't they have a big voting power? They do have a big voting power, but not really, because they loan their shares out. And when you loan your shares out, you lose your right to vote. So like in the last votes, BlackRock and Vanguard didn't vote because they loaned it out. And whoever you loan your shares out to, the new owner, because remember, you loan it out to someone who goes short, that short sells it to someone. That person who just bought it is the person who gets to vote. I just got an email about MoviePass coming back. Really? I used that years ago, MoviePass. Or maybe they'll do it the exact same way they treat AMC. Maybe they'll be like, yeah, we'll hold the Ape and just loan it out and collect the interest payments. That's another possibility. Honestly, the truth is probably going to be somewhere in the middle. Like, I don't think they're all going to do the exact same thing, or it could even be proportionate. It's going to be interesting that when we get to the next cycle, the next like fiscal cycle, where we see their filings to know if they have Ape or not. Matt, there are a lot of people with no money. What does Matt? There are a lot of people like in this world. I understand that. Should I sell my Ape shares before it drops to zero? I'm not of the opinion that Ape's going to zero. What happens if APE goes to zero? Then once again, AMC as a company will be exclusively represented by AMC common stock. If you have no money, you probably shouldn't be in the market then. Like, there's other necessities such as food that you should be using your money on than buying equities. My concern, what if APE goes down to 2 before I get it 50% of capital gone? Your broker will most likely let you go short now and then bring you back to neutral when you finally get your shares. Someone called in earlier saying their broker was allowing that. So basically, you're selling before you have it, but then you know you're about to get them delivered, so you're A-okay. But that's a broker thing. Michael, APE will not dilute AMC without a vote. That's very, very true. For APE to get merged back into AMC, the board has to propose it and the shareholders have to approve it. It doesn't even matter if the shareholders would or wouldn't approve it. If it's never proposed, it's never proposed, so it'll never be voted upon. In the FAQ from Adam Aaron and like really the leadership team, they said that they will trade as two distinct securities for quite some time. If your bet is that APE gets merged back into AMC anytime soon, like whatsoever, it's just not going to happen. It was literally called out that it's not going to happen anytime soon. Most likely, when they say quite some time, and this is just conjecture on my part, it'll probably be years before that's even thought of. I noticed how people who have AMC or APE known on their name tag, they are FUD bots. I don't know what that means. Matt, is your plan to still move APE to AMC and when? It is, but definitely, probably not this week. I want to wait until all the shares are definitively delivered. I wouldn't touch it until they're all delivered. Can I sell my APE if I already like my position in AMC? Yeah, you could do whatever you want. You could buy more if you want more. There's nothing stopping you. Merrill Edge apparently does not have APE. Have you heard anything? No, but just from other brokerages, it sounds like the latest date we're really hearing is the 25th. Most brokerages already have it today, but the ones who don't, the common date that we're hearing is the 24th, 25th. Did I sell APE? No. Hey, Cosmic gifted a membership to someone. Thank you, Cosmic. That's so nice. Had AMC for over a year now, and only stock I have. Don't know a lot of stock lingo. Can you do a quick dumb version of what's going on and how it looks? Basically, AMC has transformed itself into AMC and APE. Like AMC as a company, its overall market cap and value has transformed itself into AMC plus APE. So AMC has now become AMC and APE. That's kind of the TLDR version of what the hell's going on. I heard if AMC is a long-term investment, then your APE is also a long-term investment. I heard the same thing. Adam Aaron did tweet that out like last week. When will you sell your APE to move it to AMC? After it's definitively known that all APE shares have successfully been delivered. Eugene was gifted. Eugene got it. Congrats, Eugene. How do you not go insane from repeating yourself? I don't know. I think it's a bold assumption to assume I haven't gone insane. Kind of sketchy if they don't have it today to give it out, in my opinion. I see what you're saying. I think it kind of depends. I think it's a different situation if they're international. It's very odd to me that there's U.S. brokers who don't have it yet. I find that very odd. He is insane. Sometimes it goes that way. Sometimes it seems to go that way. It can go that way. Oh. All right. From a technical perspective, hey, I'm going to be honest. At first, we got a lot of craziness. I thought there would be more volatility. We're kind of seeing a double bottom on AMC right now, it's range bound double bottom, classic W, trying to break out. Look for it to get and hold above 1130, 1150. Above 1150, the party might be back on. The thing that I'm watching, obviously, on Tesla is this wedge, lower highs, higher lows. You just have to wait for the wedge to break. Similar to the SPY, though, if you look at a shorter time frame, you have a little bit of a bear channel. Now, you might be thinking, fuck you, shill. That's not a bear channel. How could it be a bear channel when it's going up? I don't know. I don't name these things. But what a bear channel is, it's a perfect, like, two parallel lines where you have higher highs, higher lows. This is a bear channel, and they get it. And I know it might seem like a bit of a misnomer, but they get their name because they commonly break to the downside. The caveat to it, the difficulty in trading these is you don't know how long they're going to trade out for. So like you could be like, yeah, I get it's going to trade to the downside, but that doesn't mean like right away load up on like SPY puts, because like what if it stays in this all the way up to 417, 418, or just keeps going? So the way you could look at it is pay attention for the bottom trend line breakdown. And then if you want to play it, you would be risking the recent high. So basically, it's just more of like set an alert and wait and wait and wait. But once again, this is a bear channel. You just have to be patient and wait for it. And you're just basically saying, okay, this is my risk. If it were to break down right now, if it were, which I'm not saying it's going to, you would risk, I guess, this 415.70 area. And then you would basically target, if you want, you could target the start of the channel. Some people like to be more aggressive. Some people like to scale out. Like the exit strategy is kind of up to you. Some people take, okay, 50% of it, then 100, and then they let a little run. It's kind of all up to you on that point. I'm just more of trying to explain to you like what this bear channel is. And then obviously downward channels, like if it looked like this, like if I just inverted this, this would actually be called a bull channel. Down, 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 down. Yes, the caveat is you don't know how long it's going to build out for, but eventually you're looking for the upside breakout. And these are actually, I enjoy trading them because your risk is so well defined. It's just either the recent valley or the recent like peak, and then that's your risk, and you just try to ride the trend after that. Tesla looks like it's actually breaking out to the upside. Not the biggest fan of that. Not the biggest fan of that. I'm going to give this a second, but if this holds the breakout, I'm going to cut my Tesla position and take the rest of my profits. I had 5. I got out of one last week. I got out of one today. I got in at 30, got out of one today at 60. So I have 3 more. The other one I think was like a small profit from last week. I don't know. That one escapes me, but I'm not liking this trend line breakout. So I'll give it a second to see if it's a fake out breakout. But if it comes back down into it, I mean, I could always re-enter. Like I'm not, like I would almost rather just take my money. And then if it continues to show weakness, I'll re-enter. Especially like Tesla, actually, I scratch that. I don't know if I would re-enter because Tesla's going through a stock split on Wednesday. So I might want to wait till after the stock split to replay Tesla. But for right now, I'll hold. AMC, like I said, getting above that 1130, 1150 area, waking up, hit 1155. Next stop is 1170 to 1188. Like these recent wicks, the top of these, the bottom of these. But when AMC wakes up, we're also seeing Ape wake up. Maybe we can get off to the party. Here, let's drop some rockets. Did they switch the rocket? Did they get rid of my rocket? What the fuck? Why did they change all the emojis? Well, this is a load of bullshit. This is like, I'm not losing my mind, right? Like this is a different rocket. I need someone to confirm that I'm not losing my mind. And this is in fact a rocket. that is not the rocket I'm used to. And why does this rocket look different than, are these the same rockets? What's going on right now? Not really. It's like a little chode rocket now. Do you think they're more powerful or less powerful? I'm confused. Did I forget to pay my bill? As in, like, I got downgraded to a second tier of rockets. They're like, oh, this kid can't afford the premium rockets. Yep, he's insane. Team. Well, depending on how today does go or doesn't go, Trading View might be getting a strongly written message from me demanding the rocket back. How's the dollar doing today? We should whoa. The dollar is Rip City. That's not good for the market. Granted, they have an inverse correlation. Granted, it's not 1-to-1, but as the dollar keeps ripping like this, if the dollar is strong, that's not good for the market. One of the most common questions I get is just like, why does that correlation exist? Think about it this way. The Dixie right here, the US dollar index, is the USD relative to a basket of other currencies, mainly the euro. That's about 50% of the basket. The next one is the Japanese yen. The third one is the British pound. And then the list gets like very small after that, like small percentage showership. So mainly it's the USD versus the euro, the yen, and the pound. Well, if that's going higher, that means on a relative basis, the US dollar is getting stronger, or those other ones are getting relatively weaker. It doesn't matter. Like relativity, if you have an issue with that, take that one up with Einstein. But anyway, if the dollar is going up on a relative basis, think about that means for multinational businesses. If you have companies such as Google or Tesla or Microsoft, whenever they're doing business in a different country, specifically Europe or Japan or China or anything like that, when they are converting their money back to USD, they're losing it. Because like, let's say that you buy something that's $100 in whatever euro. If they have a different relationship, when you convert it back, you get more USD. But in this scenario, the euro is going down, but the USD is going up, but you're still buying that thing for $100 in Europe. So when you convert it back, you get less USD. Thus, you're hurting your profit margins, you're hurting your revenue, your overall revenue. So basically, whenever the dollar's going up, that's a bad sign for multinational businesses that are based in the US. Now, on the flip side, if you're a business in Europe, I mean, you're liking it, because if you're doing any business in the US, when you convert it back, you're getting a shitload of euros. So that's beneficial to them. But in our case, not so good. And also, the US market kind of leads the global market. So, I mean, I know it's kind of like a douchebag America thing to say, but the US market is kind of the most important market. How much could AA raise today if they sold APE shares? Like, how much APE does AMC have that they could sell? I'm ready for the fundamental play now. So, back in 2013, there was 50 million preferred stock created back in 2013. They're creating these at a 100-to-1 ratio, which means that they can make up to 5 billion. 50 million times 100 is 5 billion. Right now, only 1 billion is authorized, and 516.7, we'll just call it 517 million, is already being given via a dividend to all the owners as of Friday, which means that there's about 483 million shares that are authorized but are not released. And then from there, they would have to authorize the other 4 billion if they want. So theoretically, there could be in total 5 billion AMC preferred equity units. 1 billion has been authorized. 417 million are in the middle of being given out, which means that there's currently a leftover 483 that could be like easily be distributed. In terms of how much money they can raise, it depends the price that they sell it at. That 483 million If they sell it all at $1, well, they raise 483 million. If they raise it at, I don't know, $10, well, they raise 4.83 billion. It depends on the price they sell it at. Why can't we buy AMC options? Probably because your broker, it depends on the broker that you have. All right, I'm going to dump my Tesla position. Well, hang on, order canceled. Position, sell, position, mid. We'll just sell them all at 53. 50. We'll sell them at 53.50. Why not? Wait, it's going up. All right, we'll try to sell them at 54. You know, why not reach for it a little? This is pretty jumpy. All right, fine. 53.50. Final offer. 53.50. All of them sell. Order filled. Great. I'm done. No position right here. Portfolio. I'm flat on Tesla, but I realized 10K in profits today. So that's fun. So 10K on that, 6K in futures. It's just, I'm not liking how much it's holding this breakout. Obviously, if it starts to come down, I could play it, but I also have capital to play the SPY breakdown if I want that. I could play the Qs breakdown. I should update locals that I got out. Oh, we're doing Lost Mail became a member. Lee DeLuca became a member. That's so nice of everyone donating. Hang on, let me just quickly update locals. What was it? 53.50. Tesla trade update. Sold one at 60. Sold the rest at, what was it? 53.50. Huge gain. You're welcome. Not liking the strength, so I want the money. You're welcome. Entered at what? 30. Cool. I'm just putting this up on locals. So, and also that's just a quick reminder to all of you that I know sometimes you have jobs and lives, and sometimes you miss some of my trades. I post everything on locals, especially for the options. All right, did that. Cool. So now I'm out of that. I just don't like this. That's showing some strength. If anything, probably should switch to Tesla calls, but don't need to push my luck today. Patience. What was the ape price split? It shows around 7. Yeah, roughly there. That makes sense. AMC was trading roughly around 11. So with one at 11, the other at 7, 11 plus 7 is 18. That's exactly what AMC closed out on Friday, is 18. So the debut of ape made a lot of sense. He's not allowed. I just made money. This is exactly why they call me the best Tesla trader on this side of the Mississippi. I know. That's what I'm saying, is these rockets are different. I'm not liking it. Not liking it in the slightest. Thoughts on BBBBY? I mean, it still has an incredible short interest of like 51%, but it's done. I mean, Ryan Cohen pumped it. He knew that the filing was coming out. He sold it between the 16th and the 17th. He sold his entire position, 100% of his position between the 16th and the 17th. He got out here, made 68 million, and then ever since then, it is just It's down another 58, 59%. He just slaughtered it. Slaughtered it. I think it's done. Could it still squeeze? Yeah. I mean, there's still 51% short interest. Like, I'm not saying it can. I'm just saying the odds are not in your favor. I feel lucky to have avoided that one. Why was Robinhood allowed to trade Ape during a halt? Is it because Ape might be fake? After all, they issued fractional. No, you couldn't. No one can trade during a halt. Robinhood did not allow people to trade during a halt. Joanna Burns, like literally no one can trade. And it's not necessarily a brokerage thing. It's the exchanges are shut down. Like, remember, you talk to your brokerage talks to an exchange. So it's not even the brokerage that allows you trading. It's the exchange. Like, the exchange like prompts the halt. So even if Robinhood wanted to, there's no exchange for them to connect to. So the ones that bought his stake bag holding now, seems like it. Between the 16th and the 17th, we're trading below the low of those 2 days. So I would say, yeah, they're bag holding. Any idea on why I no longer see call options on AMC and Ape? Yes. Well, the Ape options was never a thing. So you're saying no longer can see it. You never saw them on Ape anyway. The reason you can no longer see them on AMC is because the options have now become non-standard options, and there's not many brokerages that allow you to trade non-standard options. So do the options exist? Yes. They're probably just not on your particular brokerage. Update on NVIDIA, what's coming for it? Well, NVIDIA has an earnings announcement on Wednesday, so that's like, it's binary. It's just, do you think it's going to have a positive reaction or a negative reaction? AMC and Ape look identical. Well, that like logically makes sense, right? Because they both are representing the same portion of the same company with the same share count. How long will they stay like that? That's something that you have to talk to options market makers about. It's up to them. There's no set date. No set date. Maybe. Did I roll my GME 45 calls? No, I sold those when GME started going down. I was going to roll into a farther expiration date, but then that was the day before Ryan Cohen rug Bed Bath, and now I feel a little uneasy adding extra money back into it. I'm watching the SPY right here. I think there might be an interesting trade coming up. I'm watching this bounce, seeing if it's going to bounce or not. Seeing if it's going to bounce. What are we doing? SPY. What is today? I'm looking at some SPY puts or SPX. It's the same thing. What is today? Today's the 22nd. I guess I could play the 26th. Huh. All right, SPX, August 26th puts. Order filled. Basically, I'm playing this breakdown, and guess what? My risk is right there. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. I've been watching this as I articulated it to you. This is known as a bear channel because they build up, and they eventually break down. I'm trying to play this breakdown with my risk being the recent high of 415.75. So just to show you my position, and then I'll put this up on locals is right here. Right here. SPX August 26th. I guess I clicked on the wrong one. I wanted 4,100. I guess I clicked on the 4,105s. Anyway, I got in at 2012 and they are currently trading at 2050. But this is just the overall market, literally just trying to play this breakdown. And I'm keeping my risk very, very close because I don't want to really give back the gains that I already got this morning. But fortunately, it's already breaking in my favor. I did mess up, though. I did want the 4,100s, and I must have clicked on the... I don't know why I clicked on the 4,105s. I don't know what I did, but here they are. So I just bought those. I have 8, just so you know. Just so you know. Let me update locals. That was the exact breakdown I was looking for. And this, I mean, the alert's going to go off in my ear, but that's my alert, 415.75. My first target is going to be the intraday low, 414.30. And then when we get there, I'll be moving my stop loss to exactly break even. So if we get to a new intraday low, the worst case scenario for me is just paying the commissions. Like I'll just go break even. Let me update this. What did I say? August 26th. Strike. And then the premium I paid $20.12 each. Cool. All right, just put that up in locals if you want to read it. Let's see if this breakdown's gonna hold or not. Tesla announced the stock split for 3-for-1 for Thursday. The stock split's actually Wednesday, and it was announced a while ago. They needed shareholder approval, and then they got it. We've known about it for quite a while now. Is BBIG on your personal radar as a play? I particularly don't like BBIG. It might be like an active trade. I just think it has a really ugly looking chart. Do you mind taking a quick look at GCT when you get a chance? It's a fresh IPO and I don't want to touch it yet, but wanted your opinion on it. Yeah, let's check it out. GCT. So it's only been trading for 2.5 days now. As low as 1263, as high as 62, currently trading at 32. Giga Cloud Technology. I mean, it was pretty bullish on Friday, but now it's done nothing but selling. You might find a bit of support between 25 and 30, kind of where it is right now, especially because the RSI is getting very overextended, like very overextended. It's kind of catching a falling knife just because like this IPO clearly it has a lot of volatility. So I would just recommend if you're trying to day trade it or like a quick short-term swing trade, just use your risk as a recent low. Just be careful because like that's quite a bit of selling. I'm not the biggest fan of playing recent IPOs just because there's not much of a chart to play off of. Like you just don't have that much data. The main support I see is at 25, so you could try to play it off of that. I don't know if it'll get there because the RSI is already so low. It's a tough call right now. Honestly, I would stay away from it just because there is enough volatility in things like the overall market, blue chip stocks, AMC, APE, like things that already just have built out charts that there's clear support and resistance. Things like this I would play if there's like just literally nothing else going on. If it recaptures 40, I would think that's a sign of bullishness. But overall, I like watching new IPOs, especially ones that go this crazy. But I'm not the biggest fan of playing them just because I don't think there's like that good of an edge that benefits you. I got into GCT at 18 and sold at 52. Best trade I've had since the market tank, recovered most losses. That's awesome. And with those, like volatility is fun. It's just those ones for me, if I had to play it would be a day trade. Like I would be watching the 1 minute chart, the 3 minute chart, And just because that gives you kind of enough to play off of, I'd be like, okay, right here, I see that. Well, actually, this is kind of interesting. Let's workshop this. Like if you were to day trade it, you're like, you know what? I don't like IPOs either, but what's going on right here? Well, let me point out some interesting things to you that I'm already seeing on this chart. Hang on, right here and right here. Let me just change this. So the reason I marked these two parts, so if you look at these lines, the RSI is higher from the two vertical lines, but the price action went lower. GCT went from 33.27 down to 31.78. So even though the price action went lower, the RSI went higher. This is a mismatch. It's a mismatch between price action and also momentum. That's what RSI measures, the relative strength index. It's a momentum oscillator. That's a whole family of technical indicators. But anyway, this mismatch in this particular case is known as bullish divergence. The price went lower, the momentum went higher. That's bullish divergence. So right there, that's my first signal that I'd be like, okay, like what's going on? That's a little interesting. Then my second signal would actually be the MACD crossover. Granted, you see it on the 1 minute time frame. And if you wanted to be ballsy, you could get in on that crossover somewhere around 33. And then all you have to do is risk the intraday low right there, 31.20. Set your stop loss right there and be like, yep, okay, whatever. I'm willing to risk $2. And maybe you get a push back up to this recent peak of 37. Maybe you get lucky and it starts pushing all the way back up to 40. So if I had to enter right now, I mean, it's not the craziest thing. Like at least you have close risk. If you were to get in right now because you're like, okay, I see this bullish divergence, I see the MACD, cool, I'm willing to take the risk. You're risking 7%. So to make that back, for it to be a 1-to-1 ratio of risk to reward, you don't even need it to get back to this peak just for it to be a 1-to-1. Is it going to work out in your favor? I truly have no clue. Anyone who knows if this is the dip to be bought, they don't know what they're talking about. You never know what the next bar is. It's all a game of, is the current risk reward in your favor? I see bullish divergence. I see a MACD crossover. That's interesting. If we look at its past days of charts, all right, we know it could get volatile. We know it could get crazy. So I think there's a couple things that are actually favoring it at this moment in time. It's not my style of play, so I'm not really going to take it, but I could understand why thinking maybe right now is an interesting time. But once again, because we are looking at a 1 minute chart and it just IPO'd, this isn't something I would feel the most comfortable like swinging overnight unless we had a very strong close. Really what I would be doing is like just going for a day trade, seeing if I could like scalp 5, 10, 15%, something like that is how I would engage with this particular play. AMC coming back up. Remember 1140 plus 750. Looks like we are actually still have gained $1 of value per share relative to Friday. Tesla came down, retested this trend line, bounced off of it. So that's going up. I'm still playing the SPY breakdown. How much is it currently up? It's up $450. Do I just want to take $1,000 to get the hell out? I'm going to watch this closely. If this starts to revert back up, just because I see strength in Tesla, and Tesla kind of goes the same way as Apple and Microsoft and Meta. So if they're all starting to bounce, well, yeah, the SPY is going to bounce, and I'd rather just take my profit while I still have it. But from a technical perspective, I do like this breakdown. My risk well-defined. My point is maybe I'm not even going to let it get back up there. I'll just take my profit while I have it because, I mean, Tesla's showing strength. How's Meta look? Meta's just flat. Meta's not doing anything. Amazon, flat, not doing anything. Apple, it was weak, bounced back. Now it's kind of flat. Microsoft, not doing anything. Nvidia, not. The only thing that's actually bouncing clearly right now is Tesla, actually. AMD, Amazon. How's the dollar? The dollar's still crazy strong. Yeah, it's been taking a bit of a breather for 18 minutes now, 20 minutes, something like that, but the dollar's still just crazy, crazy strong. The S&P 500, what were my levels to watch? 4,160. Now, I find this interesting. I was doing some pre-market charting, and 4,160, I do have on my watch, I don't know, I just write notes every morning on my little notebook here, and I wrote go long on a recapture of 4,160. As in, I was looking for a breakdown, and then it gets back above 4,160 and trying to ride that back up to 4,200, or actually the region between 4,190 and 4,200. And once again, look at right here. You can see it on this time frame. Price action lower, RSI higher. That's bullish divergence. You're getting the MACD crossover on the 15-minute time frame. Basically, if it pushes 4,165, if the market gets back above there, the S&P 500, I have to cut those puts. Like, there's not really an option to, because it's just the odds are no longer in my favor. But I mean, then the dollar's coming down right now, but the dollar has ripped so much. It could go either way. I think it just needs a bit more time. And remember, this is that midday choppiness. It's almost 12:30. A lot of these Wall Street professionals are just on lunch. I mean, between 12:30 and 2, it's just kind of a dead zone. Should I sell ape? Should I hold ape or sell? I have 20,000 in ape. So what? Should I sell and buy AMC? It's up to you. Like, no one's going to tell you what to do. No one, I mean, it's exclusively your decision. Talk to JP Morgan Chase. Ape is not showing up on the app, but it does show up on the website. Like, it's showing up on in your brokerage on the website. Hey, Matt, app on Stash is not right. It shows I have a cost average of $11. Like, I pay for it. Just a heads up. I mean, but who cares? You know you didn't pay for it. It's not like they took money out of your account. That's just poor UI. Like, to me, that literally does not matter at all. Like, they could tell you, you could, like, they could be like, you got it for $1 million a share. Like, you shouldn't really give a shit. Like, it's not like that's, they don't use that number that they're showing you to compute your like taxes and stuff. So it really doesn't, if anything, it's just like an easy thing for you to remember, like, oh, I got in here, I didn't. Like, it's more of like just a courtesy that they show you that stuff. But like, financially to you, it doesn't matter whatsoever. Like, you shouldn't care at all. Shouldn't care. What is media up to right now? What are these people saying? Stop making the biggest moves midday. AMC, Cigna Health, Netflix, more. Where are they?
23, maybe. I don't know. But right now, you have the fundamentals supporting economic growth in excess of what the market thinks. And I think that's what will get you that uptrend developing. And Joe, I'd love for you to be sitting here telling me the technicals are supportive. I'd feel really good. I think you're going to get there in a week or two.
Apple looking good.
Let's take a quick break.
Meta flat.
Go ahead, finish it up real quick.
NVIDIA,
yeah, let me
not
just
so
finish
good.
up on autos. Just because auto companies are producing doesn't mean they're going to be able to sell them. And as a matter of
Yes, it
fact,
does.
they've got to produce now because those are where their schedules. And so the worst case scenario is that you'll see what's
big
happening in
summer
housing.
bounce
That'll be
over.
replicated in autos, as it so often is. And you'll be able to buy cars a lot cheaper. You're already seeing incentives.
All right, I'm going to make this just factual, all right? Auto inventories right now on the lot are 1/5 of what they normally are. 1/5, okay? Now, that means that the
No
demand has
disagreement.
not, I'm still speaking. That means demand has not been able to be
I love
met
the
with
petty
supply.
arguments.
I don't care if demand come down a little bit. It's still there because these cars, they wear out. They need to be replaced.
Meta on
And
screen.
by the
Meta's
way,
not
that
doing
production of vehicles, I would not short sell that. That has a huge multiplier effect all through the economy, whether it's employment, whether it's materials, whether it's transportation. If you think that auto production doesn't matter, I very strongly disagree.
All right. I know we could go back and forth for 10 minutes on that, but we're going to take a break, thankfully. We're going to talk about semi-stocks. They're continuing their slump. NVIDIA and Marvell are getting ready to report earnings this week. One of the committee members is making moves in that space. We're going to reveal that. We'll debate it. We'll do it in 2. Half will be right
That
back.
GCT call at 33, not a bad. It's up to 35. Look for the break at 37.50. AMC and Ape both a little bit flat right now. Well, while we're waiting for like kind of the midday doldrums to play themselves out, let's see. Let's learn something about the markets. let's dive into true like education based knowledge. Let's see what's going on Wall Street Bets. I'm the guy who bought 25K at 20, just added 14K shares at 1144. Let's help the squeeze. Let's fight back about those hedges. They are occupied by AMC and Ape. You don't get it. RRC sold so that we can moon. What? He will buy Bed Bath Baby and combine it with GME. It's called 5D chess. Jesse, what the hell are you talking about? Oh, man. I was up 300%. You didn't sell. RC has a plan. He betrayed you. The squeeze is still on. This shit, man. Way too funny. I receive entertainment. You receive financial ruin. Trade offer. I thought we were... I didn't want Bed Bath to go bankrupt, so I pulled up to their store going to buy everything. Talking positive about meme stocks. Well, it's been fun, guys. Bed Bath bag holder down 112K after being up 300K. What to do? What to do? Jesus. Wow. Holy shit. 21,000. That's a big portfolio. 18%. That's his portfolio. 18%. At 200K. This is $1 million account. Are you fucking kidding me? Someone has $1 million on Robinhood? Dude, some of these people are next level. Shorting cucks, shill accounts, FUD, media tax, bankruptcy, lies, Bed Bath. Go crack Kramer.
Arise, riders of shields shall be splintered! A sword day! A red day! And the sun rises!
Whatever happens, stay with me. I'll go to you.
To buy more. Bye, 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 bye. You gotta love the Lord of the Rings. Stop losses. Stamps or Ferraris. Full bull Reddit pow pow. I don't know why this shit's so funny. It just is. It was fun until the 17th. I agree. And Cohen fucking ruined it. Oh, hang on. There's some questions. Is Ape being swapped on dark pools? Do you mean being traded on dark pools? Uh-oh. Heads up, we detected copyrighted audio and video on your stream. Your stream may be temporarily blocked. As in, this stream just got 100% blocked. Can someone do me a favor and leave the stream and try to come back and tell me if it's like visible to you at all? I think we just went, oops. Hate to see it. Can there be synthetics out there now that are unaccounted for at this time? Well, that was the whole point of what people were arguing for, is like, as we distribute it, they should only be distributing 516 million shares. So if they have to distribute more than that, then we already, like, then we know that there are synthetics. But as of now, I haven't seen like any tweets or reports that they is a higher requirement than what was distributed. Still here, still visible? No. Guess YouTube not taking us down today. I appreciate that. Thank you. Can there be synthetics out there? I kind of the time we talked about that. All right. Well, I almost hit my risk point. This came, this was like a cent away from my risk. Hey, sometimes it's better to be lucky than it is skillful. So there are no synthetics then? Well, the distribution process is not over. There are still people at brokerages who do not have the shares that they expect. Thank you, Virtual. Good riddance. Fauci. Wait, did Fauci retire? Breaking, Fauci announced his retirement in December 25 minutes ago. Oh, Fauci's retiring? I guess that's what happened. Are we done with COVID then? With Fauci retiring, does that mean COVID's officially solved? Did we win? Did the world win against COVID? Matt, are you really 6'4"? I am 5'10" on a good day. You could tell because like right here is about 5'10". You see? You see how that works? This is like the 5'10" line. Definitely on a good day. On the bad days, closer to 5'9". If we're just being a little honest. Problems you don't worry about when we watch on Rumble. Yeah. I mean, I was actually speaking with Chris Pivlowski, the CEO of Rumble, last week. I was congratulating him on the developments with CFVI. Basically, this SPAC is going to be voted on. So this is a SPAC, CFVI, that has equity stake in Rumble. And it looks like they're going for the ticker transfer in September, which could be excited. So I actually, fuck it. Right here. I'm going to do it in front of all of you. This is for all my Rumble crowd. I have some extra capital in public that I realized because what's my extra capital? Buying power, $1,700. CFVI. Okay. Buy. How much do you want to buy? Well, I want to buy 1,700. I want to do it. I don't need buying power. I want to buy this thing. Submit. Dunzo. I am now invested in Rumble. Why did you invest? Oh, why did I invest? Because I can. All right. Total holdings. All-time gains, 0. Well, I'm in. I'm in it. Well, that sucks. You seem tolerant. I'm sorry to disappoint. Rudder. Matt is acknowledging we exist. I mean, I invested in you guys. I'm sorry I'm not taller, though, for the audience. I've decided that 6'2" is the perfect height. If you're watching this right now and you're 6'2", please understand that I think you are the perfect height. Not too tall, but you're tall enough to be tall, But, it's not, cumbersome to your life. You're tall where you're like, all right, you're tall. But then, it's not a pain in the ass to still get clothes or get into a car, and you're not freakishly tall. I've spent way too much time thinking about it, but yeah, 6'2" for a guy is a perfect height. I don't really know what a perfect height for a girl would be. We should probably figure that one out. Connor Hayes says he's 6'2". Connor, congrats, man. You nailed it. You hit the genetic lottery. The way our world works right now, you are the perfect height. Riley is 6'4". You went a little overboard. If you should have just stopped right at 6'2". Awkward. A little too much. If all of retail sold APE and bought AMC, we already own the float. We would own twice the float minimum and then prove for sure naked shorting. Well, we don't actually own the float. Like, I see what you're saying of the sentiment of we own the majority, but we own, if you exclude all the indexes, we own 90%. So if you include the indexes, we own somewhere between 75 and 85. It kind of depends on who they consider to be indexes and who they didn't. So that's a lot. We own not just a majority, but a high majority. But hang on. Your dad's boyfriend. I think we could all agree that maybe we're getting into a little bit of a tinfoil hat situation here. But I kind of like this idea. I think that this could really work because we know that in terms of the outstanding share count, that there's 517 million shares. This is a fair thing to consider. I agree with you, your dad's bod. What if everyone took all of their APE money and everyone just bought as many shares as they possibly could of AMC? We know that's in far excess of the outstanding share count plus all of the shares that are on loan, which you have to consider in this mathematical breakdown. But if we bought, that would be a big, big problem for the current alleged 18% short interest against AMC. That's a lot of buying power. And I think people are afraid to talk about it because I think it's a unique idea. I think it's a creative idea. I think it's an idea that would cause the shorts a lot of issues. But to get there, obviously, inherently, you're also suggesting selling APE. So even though you're telling people to buy as much AMC as you can, these fucking dipshits on Reddit and Twitter, they're like, they said sell APE. They're not even thinking. They're just, once again, this comes back to the rant I had earlier of just sheep being fucking sheep. That's what sheep do. Once a sheep, always, they're just fucking sheep. It's a sheep in sheep's clothing acting like a sheep. But I think that idea deserves a discussion. What would theoretically happen if everyone sold their APE and they took all that money and bought AMC? There would be such a liquidity squeeze that I think we would see some crazy shit. But you can't talk about it because it goes against whatever the fucking crowd thinks that they want people to hear. I don't get it. I don't get it. I mean, you guys, what do you think would happen? Feel free to comment it. Feel free to just call in. What is the thought process of what if everyone took their APE money and bought AMC? It would prompt a true liquidity squeeze. It really would. There would just not be, if all of the apes, we know that retail owns whatever amount. And honestly, in this scenario, we know that Vanguard and BlackRock aren't going to touch it. So mathematically, we can actually count them in it because we know they're not going to sell. Vanguard, BlackRock, these index funds aren't going to sell. So let's go back to the 90% that includes these index funds. That means that there's about 10% that's actively traded. What if that 10%, what if those 50 million shares, 1.7 million shares within a very quick period of time, let's say this week or next week, ended up in the hands of apes, people who are going to hold it? That's a liquidity squeeze. If we controlled all of the shares that were actively being traded, I think we would see fireworks, but it's just I don't know if there would be enough of a group consensus to pull that off. And there's too many people who already say I fucking love APE and I'm not going to do anything with it. Even though APE literally just started trading today and they're acting as if they are somehow indentured to it. I don't get it at all. So Cash App and Merrill Lynch still no APE. I smell synthetic shares. That has just because they're No, that's just like a shitty brokerage thing. That's not indicative of synthetic shares. I feel like that's another thing of the amount of people that say synthetic shares and then like they don't know what a synthetic share is. It's kind of weird. How do you coordinate without manipulating the market? Well, you can't. That's like part of the problem is like it's illegal to have like coordinated things like that. So you can't do shit. You can't coordinate. That's very much against the rules. Why are we not talking about AMC volume about to be 100 million? What? That's it. I mean, that's a lot of volume. I just want it to be clear that volume means a high level of interest, but it's not necessarily bullish or bearish. You could see spikes in volume on bullish days or on bearish days. It's not inherently bullish or bearish. It's more of a sign of volatility. Exactly. People got no clue what dark pool or synthetic shares is and talks delusional stuff about Trust Me Bros Twitter accounts. Yeah. I'm definitely selling my 8 for AMC, just waiting for it to hit its best price. I understand that. I mean, for me, I'm going to end up doing it. I'm just not going to do it until it's confirmed that everyone got their shares of APE, because to me, that's like the one interesting thing of APE. So I feel like I could get the best of both worlds. I'll ride out any craziness potentially prompted by brokers not delivering shares. I'll wait for that. I'll give that an opportunity to happen. And then if it does, great, I make money. If it doesn't, awesome. I'm then doubling down on the stock that I inherently like anyway. Yeah, Matt, the thing is, it's darn near impossible for everyone to get on the same page. Exactly. So I'm just going to do what I think is best for me on my account. So then I just look at it, I'm like, okay, well, if AMC and APE both represent the company, what's like the little differences between the two? Why do we have two? And the reason we have two is because APE can be diluted without shareholder approval. AMC needs shareholder approval to get diluted. So I would rather put all of my investment in the one that does need shareholder approval, opposed to the one that does not need shareholder approval. A will probably pull the rug before. See, and that's the one risk of like holding out on APE. That's the one risk is like if they announce dilution today, I'm kind of screwed. So I'm just praying that doesn't happen. Why is option trading not available on certain platforms on AMC? Because they are non-standard. I could show you right. Wait, where did my thing go? Oh, brother. Oh, brother. Oh, brother. Oh, brother. Let me find... that web page. Here's what you need to know about options. So basically the terminology is a non-standard option. AMC is not responsible for the terms or interpretations for option contracts. Please contact your broker for additional information. It is our general understanding that the strike price of option contracts related to our common stock should not change. The strike price is not changing. So if you had $30, $40 calls last week, you're pretty much screwed right now. Instead, each contract should apply to an equal number of shares of common stock and AMC preferred equity units. And it's that second line of why you find out you're not actually screwed, because it's not just AMC's price with the drop, but now it's AMC and APE. So value hasn't been lost. So you're actually kind of okay. But once again, this makes it a non-standard contract. For example, a contract of 100 shares of common stock would become a contract of 100 shares of common stock, plus 100 AMC preferred equity units. So usually it's just this first part, but the fact that it's common and preferred, that makes it non-standard, and a lot of brokers don't support the trading of non-standard options. However, those trading options should consult with your broker for more precise information of your situation. So it's literally this line right here that you need to know about, that most brokers do not support the trading of non-standard contracts. Right now, the AMC contracts, the option contracts, are non-standard, so only the brokerages that support that type of trading are showing what they need to. But if you had one from before, you still have yours. It's not like your options disappear. If you had options on Friday, you're going to have them now, but now they're going to be transformed into non-standard options. If AMC Ape sold all their Ape and bought AMC, would it force a squeeze? You can't guarantee anything like it, but it's an interesting thought to consider. You can't find this document. I will put it in the description of the video right now. Ape info. I just reload the page. If everyone wants to reload the page, it's in the description of the video, and I'll do that over here as well. Live streaming. I'm putting it on Rumble as well. Ape info. Yeah, just give it the old reload, and it should be right there for you. Ooh, 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 ooh. Oh, this is crushing it. I am the best trader in existence. That's not true, but the trade is up 1.2K. The SPX, like when I was telling you, I'm like, this is a bear channel. This is a bear channel. This is a bear channel. Look for the breakdown. Look for the breakdown. Look for the breakdown. Well, we got the breakdown. It almost hit the risk, didn't hit the risk, held, and now we're basically just looking for it to come all the way down to here. This is target number 1, where you can move the risk to your entry point. So basically it becomes a riskless trade. The GCT call out, like when we were looking at the bullish divergence and the MACD cross, that one's playing out beautifully right now. You were in at 33, you're at 37, you're risking 31. At this point, I'd maybe scale out a little bit at 37, move your stop to break even, and maybe try to ride it up to 43. If you get lucky, maybe ride it up to 46. If it closes really strong, like if you just want to ride the trend, hey, have at it, but just keep moving your stop loss up with you. I'm mainly focusing on the active trade of those puts. Did I sell my ape? No. Man, it's so... I feel like every single second I'm answering that. No, I am not selling until everyone gets their shares of ape, because that's the only thing interesting about ape. Beyond the whole there being synthetic shares or not being synthetic shares, I don't see ape's value above AMC's. In every scenario, it's either equal or worse than AMC. The only thing that ape has that AMC doesn't is it's a security that's being actively distributed right now, and people are wondering if it's going to showcase or highlight or represent synthetic shares. That's the only thing ape has going for it that AMC does not have going for it. After that, so I'll play that out. I'll wait for it. I'll wait. As soon as all the shares are distributed and the synthetics are shown or are not shown, at that point, on a relative basis, I think AMC is better than ape. And that's why I would want to double down on AMC. Put a sign up on your stream. Yeah, I don't know. Like it's actually kind of crazy how many times that has been questioned today. According to Matt Kohrs and Trade Trades, who likes the idea of selling ape and investing it back in AMC? I mean, it would be such a liquidity. It would be an insane liquidity. Like, just chokehold. That would be just, we know about 10% is on a given day of the outstanding shares actively traded. The theoretical question is, what happens if we just bought all that? what happened here. You lied and lied in your pockets with you and found out your worth. It's less than Robin Hood's, by the way. Remember that time you made a shit ton of money off the ape community? You were part of the apes. Oh, wait. Dude, people are losing their fucking mind. Oh, most of this is actually dunking on Kramer. I forgot that Kramer was just talking about how it's down because of Cineworld. What else do we have? Not too much. I actually thought that I really thought that there'd be more going on. Oh wait, now Dave Portnoy is even talking about it. What the hell is going on with AMC? I'm so confused about the AMC versus Ape thing. Is AMC basically releasing a new stock called Ape because they don't want to dilute AMC and they think core apes will own a stock called Ape and they could raise money that way and then buy up other movie theaters and shit? Well, that is what he's doing. Wait, what the fuck? That is what's happening. I'm confused. And people are telling him he's wrong. We know that's what's happening. What the hell is happening with AMC? I'm so confused. The AMC versus Ape thing. Is AMC basically releasing a new stock called Ape because they don't want to dilute AMC and they think hardcore apes will want to own a stock called Ape and they raise money that way and then buy up other movie theaters and shit? That is 100%. That's right. That is factually accurate. And then we have people like Kat. You actually might be the dumbest investor to believe mainstream media trash. This shows your side you're leaning in, not a good look. Do your research before you spew absolute BS. But wait, what's wrong? Like, okay, please someone, no, like I don't mean this rhetorically. What in Dave Portnoy's quote tweet here is wrong? That is what's happening. Is AMC basically releasing a new stock called Ape because they don't want to dilute AMC? Yes. And they think hardcore apes will still own the stock? Yes. And they raise money and buy other shit? Yeah. Yes. What the fuck am I missing? Why is she calling him the dumbest investor? What's wrong with this? And also, he's actually asking. No one ever said he's a Wall Street titan. It's a question. I'm so fucking confused. What the fuck? I don't get it. Dude, this guy's getting he asked a fucking question. This is one of the issues with the community. Is like when someone asks a question, he was in no way telling anyone what was going on. His question's a fair question. What the fuck? Dude, they're just like fucking bagging on him. The only weird thing about it is he sold out of AMC like a year ago. And then didn't he get into a fight with Charles Payne and Charles Payne called him a little bitch? It's that simple. Like, I'm not reading one response that's actually like disproving what he said. I mean, like him or not, you can ask questions. This is the funny one.
Everyone sold AMC at $5.
Well, then
some
they're
people
rich
held
and they
on to
wouldn't
it.
be complaining, would they?
Well, they might be complaining. Rich people
Why
complain
would you
all the time.
complain?
You're
Oh,
rich and you
made
complain a
millions of
lot.
dollars because you held, and then you go make fun on Twitter of somebody who sold. That's not how it works. They're partying on their yacht.
Would you step up? Would you step up for these people, Dave, and try
Step
to help
up how?
them
You're
now
making
get
no
the?
sense. You're being a moron.
I'm trying to. No, I'm not being. You're being a little bitch. Listen, would you step up for these people and go to Gary Gensler, and say help change the rules?
I like that.
Would
You're
you
getting
would you ask
trolled
Gary
by
Gensler
the
to change the
online.
rules?
Social media is making a mockery
Would
of
you
you
ask
right now.
Gary Gensler to change the rules? Could you ask? Could you go to war for these people? Could you ask for the rules to be fixed, the playing
Gary
field to be
Gensler?
level?
Who's Gary Gensler?
He's the chairman of the SEC. All right. Hey, Dave, we'll leave.
Doesn't even know you're being a little bitch. Yes, can I share same as unit? All good. I'm totally wrong over and over. I mean, I just don't get it. Like, what's the point of this type of attacking? Where's he wrong? You might actually be the dumbest investor to believe mainstream media trash. Instead of attack, explain to him with it. Like, just answer the question. If someone's so confident and knowledgeable about it, that's what you do. Still looking like a little bitch. Imagine being called a little bitch for just asking a question, especially when you're not really involved in the market at all. Like, honestly, does anyone think that's actually a good look for the community? Like, whatsoever? Someone from outside the community with a fuckload of influence, 2.7 million followers, one of the most well-known people on social media, someone that you might be able to convince to join the cause. Do you think they're going to join the cause at all when the biggest response is you're a little bitch and doesn't answer the question at all? You attract way more with honey. It's just not a way to interact. It's just like a vicious attack thing. You didn't correct him. You called him a little bitch. And now we lost an opportunity with someone who controls a well-known social media company, never going to be on our side now. Absolutely will not be on our side. Like, as much as people are talking about like Adam Aaron playing like 4D chess, why the fuck are the community members not playing 4D chess? Get more people involved. I just don't fucking get it. I just don't fucking get it. Wow. Some of these responses are just so fucking insane. I mean, I feel like the one legitimate thing. Let me explain the difference between AMC and APE. They could wreck you enough with AMC, so now they came up with APE. Their bonds are trading 30 cents to the dollar. Many things they want to do is trickery and trap you and fuck you. Beware. Oh, wild. Worth answering Dave then. I just don't know how to reach out to him. Like, I feel like this is actually an opportunity to explain what's going on and potentially get someone who has large influence to support us. That's the game. I just don't have, I guess, the network to talk to him. But whatever. I'll work on it. Work on it. We'll see what we could do. My order to buy AMC is not getting filled. Is it a market order? You said Trey replied to him and explained. Think of it like a stock split. Value has been split between two tickers, APE and AMC. APE has an additional 484-ish million shares available for dilution now if the board wishes. AMC has done. Both combined green on the day. People seem to dig it. Yeah, no, I have like no issue with that at all. That's all accurate. APE has an additional available for dilution. Yeah, no, I think, I didn't see this one because this was from the original tweet that I 100% agree with his tweet. I think that's solid. Explain the volume difference between, what is this? Explain the volume difference between AMC and APE. More people are trading AMC because it's a well-known security. APE is a brand new security. Explain the difference between Meta and Tesla and Apple. People trade certain things more than they trade other things. I don't think the difference in volume traded is indicative of anything like suspect. Maybe YouTube's still your biggest platform. Don't know how to get any replies directly on YouTube. Really wish we still had a message on here. Yeah, that would be nice, DJ. I might have some people who could get me in contact with them. Yeah, I mean, the attack thing is just such a silly way to do it. We'll see how it all goes. If the shorts cover, would it be combined with AMC and APE, or do they cover? No, it's independent shorts. There are now AMC shorts. There are now APE shorts. Remember, they are now two distinct securities. They could trade together. Logically, that makes sense. But they don't have to. There's no rule about it. These new the chode rockets are not helping us in the slightest. Worth a shot. You'll probably have more reach than you think at this point. Yeah, I'm just trying to think of like the best way to like present it and whatnot. I'll do it later on. Because I think he has a show. He has his own show. Maybe that's the way to do it. I think Dave Portnoy has his own show that comes out on Tuesdays or Wednesdays. Dave Portnoy. Yeah, he has his own show on Tuesdays, Wednesdays. What day is this? 5 days ago? So it's either on Tuesdays or Wednesdays, but he has it. I saw this one. He brought on CoffeeZilla. So it's not the craziest thing. He's been talking about SafeMoon as well. I think there's a way we can make this work to like his advantage, to the community's advantage. I think we just need to think smarter, think bigger. Don't sell APE. You're making them available. We will never know the extent of synthetic shares until they are all distributed. That's not the point of it. The point is computer shares doing the distribution. They know how many they distributed into existence, not the active trades. The question is, how many shares does computer share give to the DTCC, which then distributes it to all the brokers? It has not really anything special to do with the active trades. Computer share knows how many shares it either did or didn't deliver. That's the thing, not the market right now. If that was the market, it doesn't matter. I mean, it's already 30 million shares have been traded. So like if you are counting these numbers with APE, it simply just doesn't matter anymore then. That would fuck the whole thing. I want to play the SPX uptrend 4165 you mentioned earlier. Would it be a mistake to get in before it confirms? I think so, because right now it's going the other way. We're bending back over. I mean, do what you want. I'm definitely biased because I have SPY puts, right, or SPX puts, so we're inherently going against each other. But like, I don't like to go in before confirmation because Like you have confirmation levels for a reason. And right now we're about in the equivalent to the SPY, we're below by like $1. Matt, can you be like that, or is this true? There is no rule prohibiting brokers to deliver fake ape shares. Of course you can't deliver fake ape shares. Fake shares temporarily, what happens? I don't think brokers can deliver fake shares. I've never seen any rule that allows them to deliver fake shares. You're the best person to speak on it. You need to talk to Matt. Those other people on Twitter are an embarrassment. I mean, I think we could just have a constructive conversation. But like, if you want to start with attack, like think about it just in a human sense. Like if you ask a question anywhere and then someone attacked, do you think you would want to help that person? Not at all. That's just like a Norman psychology thing. Like you kind of want to be nice to the person. Like, so just like they're more reasonable, they're willing to hear you out, and you need someone who can actually explain the situation to try to get them to be on your side. But if the first thing, like if I asked a question about like a random crypto, if I was like, what is Duck Moon coin about? If I use my Twitter and then every response to that is like, fuck you, the fact that you're asking this already shows that you hate Duck Moon coin, I'd be like, well, that's something I'm never, ever going to buy. Dave is a multi-millionaire. He doesn't need MOS. He is stating facts and seems like people are having a hard time accepting. I mean, he was asking a question. I think that's like fair to ask a question. Will not be receiving my ape shares till the 24th. Yeah, so we're getting that for some, especially the international. The one that I'm really surprised about is Merrill and Tasty Trades, or Tasty, whatever it is, in the US not having it. This is a basically FAQ stream, yeah. Hey, it happens. I don't mind. I don't mind. I could repeat myself till I'm blue in the face. Oh man, of course now people on Twitter are pissed off about super chats. On the enforcer, over an hour on hold with Merrill Lynch trying to find out where my ape is. This is after the system hung up on me and waited for 30 minutes. Ooh. So people having like kind of big issues with Merrill. Big issues with Merrill. Huh. Public's all good. Hence why they're sponsor of today. Matt, that wouldn't be healthy. Please don't turn blue. Please don't turn blue. Is F1 Racing returning this week? Oh, I also need to figure out like the DraftKings thing. AMC halted within the first 20 minutes, halted so many times. AMC today had 3 halts and Ape had 9 halts. I don't know if I've even seen that many halts that in a day. I mean, even with the craziness of AMC and Jimmy, I don't know if we ever got to 9. That's a lot of halts. That's a lot of halts. 9 halts. And that happened all, I think, in the first hour and a half for sure. There were a lot of issues with the Tide spinoff too, reeling from that. Yeah, the Tide BBIG, and then also, what was the other one? SPRT getting merged into GREE, I want to say. I mean, a lot of this, I think it's easy just because it's somewhat easy to understand just the idea of shorts. And everyone's like, okay, fuck hedge funds, fuck shorts. I'm really of the opinion that the players who fuck things up even more truly are market makers and brokers. I have a bigger issue with brokers and market makers than I do shorts. 5 brokers only. Chase hasn't delivered my ape. See, like, I just don't get how big players like that aren't delivering them yet. Why is Cash App holding till the 25th, 27th to deposit our shares? AMC plus ape? How do you do that? AMC plus ape? How do you get these together? Wait, what do you type in on TradingView to get these together? Oh, I think you literally just type in AMC plus 8. Huh. Well, that's not right, though. 30. Shouldn't have been around like 18. Maybe the math is a little messed up there. So basically, relative to Friday, the ape investment is down, or technically it would be from 1802 down to our current value. It's down 3%, 3.8%, 3.9%. AMC plus ape. I didn't know you could do that. Huh. Science. Has science gone too far? Some things science will never explain, team. It'll never explain it. What are your personal checklists for stocks or research to have proper DD, the way that people will have somewhat of a similar conclusion? It depends. If I'm looking for a long-term investment, I want to understand the sector, the company, its cash flow. If it's like a squeeze play, I want to know how big the community is that supports it. I want to know the theory of why they think it could squeeze, as in like the Ortex data. If it's crypto, I want to understand the utility. The same with NFTs. Holy shit. What the fuck was that? I think I pissed myself. It depends on the thing. I would have a different checklist. When it comes to futures, I don't really do DD that way. That's much more of technical trading. So my checklist is a bunch of technical things opposed to like my theory of like natural gas or something like that. Dude, this one is crushing it. What are these trading at? Up a cool 2.1K still. We took these midday. Dude, these are printing money. What's that sound mean again? It means I pissed myself and I now need another diaper on. That's the main meaning of that sound. All right. I mean, at this point, I kind of laid it out to everyone, but I'm mainly looking for the SPY, the gap fill. We're looking for the old gap daddy fill to 412.75. 412.75. It is the high from August 9th. 412.75. That's my target, and I'm sticking to it. Gap fill. Gap fill, gap fill, gap fill. Maybe it comes today. Maybe it doesn't come today. I don't know. I don't know. All right. I need to text my producer because I'm going way over today. All right, GCT picking up. That's the IPO. SPY bouncing right off the intraday low. I mean, this is a good idea of why, like, once an important level, always an important level. So we bounced there today, and now we're kind of doing it again. Ape is tanking. It's bouncing a little bit right now. You could look at that AMC plus Ape thing. It's interesting to see more relative weakness in Ape. Matty Ice, let's say 4 million apes sell their ape and put it back in AMC. Wouldn't we own 160% of the float because we allegedly own 80% of the AMC currently? Hey, Eric Bissell, you said it. I agree with it. Your math seems pretty sound to me. Matt, I have a valid question, please. Well, what is it? When look at charts, what are you looking for support levels? Previous levels that we've bounced off of, because obviously the price action reacted to it in the past, and then the theory is that it'll react again to it in the future. Matt, are you immediately selling Ape or buying AMC, or are you waiting? I'm waiting. I'm waiting till all the shares are delivered. That's the one thing I like about Ape that AMC does not have, is a chance of maybe uncovering potentially. It's the theory of synthetic shares or no synthetic shares. So, I mean, I have enough patience to wait a day, a week, whatever I need to wait till all the shares are delivered. But once the shares are delivered, I see nothing about Ape that's better than AMC. They're either equal, which they're equal in most cases, or AMC is slightly better in the fact that it needs shareholder approval to be diluted. What's the peak squeeze price you predict? Who knows? Predicting a squeeze price? That's so silly. Infinity. Why not? I think we're going to have to create new numbers. Matt, how tall are you? I'm 5'10". 5'10" on a good day. $5.10 on a good day. What the hell? Not safe for work.
Okay, but on my way, I'm gonna be doing this. If you get hit, it's your own fault.
Okay, then I'm gonna start kicking air like this. And if any part of you should feel that air, it's your own fault.
HTDA had 20 halts. That's nuts, DJ. That's wild. 20 halts. What else do you have going on? If you've seen The Boys, that makes a lot more sense. Dude, some of these are savage. All right. That's probably enough Wall Street bets. Probably enough Wall Street bets. What else do we have going on? Am I rich yet? Nope. I need it below 414. I really just need 412.75. Hot take, Cohen's gone. Yeah, that's a question, a legitimate question I have for all of you. Now that Ryan Cohen sold Bed Bath, do you think I don't know, like, what would the word be? The mystique around him, like the people who are just like following him, like they built him up as this like character. Do you think that's kind of done now? Or do you think people still like Ryan Cohen and they're still just going to be like, I had to think about that myself. I still have my GameStop. I do. But I was almost like, well, do I want to sell this now? Because, like, he's proven that he could just rug us at any point. I don't know. How can you buy Ape when all shares haven't been delivered? Because at least As long as one's been delivered, that one could actively trade on the market. You don't need all the shares to be delivered for it to be actively trading. He is done. No, they're delusional. Is the AMC plus ape thing just trading view? I would assume so. It's like having a promiscuous stepsister. That's fucked up. Oh, that's pretty fucked up. That's funny. All right, you guys have been sending in some reacts.
Do you ever wonder what a Gen X thinks? Welcome to Gen X Talks, and Dad hasn't been doing so well. So, Dad, you alright?
No, your sister's fucking wedding has me all messed up.
Well, why? What's going on?
Because your mother wants me to pay for everything. She's really got me by the balls on this one.
It's not that bad.
It depends on the grip. What the fuck do you want?
Look, let me be real. I want to know if I could drive to the beach by myself.
No, you're not responsible enough.
Why not?
Because you're not responsible enough to drive that far without fucking it up.
Shouldn't this be a my life, my decision type of choice?
Well, let's see. If I'm the one who you're going to call and I have to come bail you out and tow you back here, I think I should have some input before you fuck up my weekend. So no.
This is messed up, Dad. Come
I
on.
don't care if it's messed up. Well, all right, let's see if you're responsible. Did you get your car smogged?
No.
Did you get your registration?
No.
Does your car still leak a quart of power steering fluid a day?
Not exactly.
Then you're not responsible. You're not fucking going. End of story.
Fine. I'll just ask Mom.
Hey, cars and travel are my department. I've got her by the balls on that one.
That's gross, Dad.
Cars and travel are my department. What a way to split up the parenting duties.
Fits right in there, you go for
What
your
is
walk.
that, like a charger?
Gets nasty, get
A
down
gun.
to business.
That was a gun the whole time. That wasn't even a magic trick.
Big enough to put in your back pocket.
He means small enough.
Fits right in there, you go for your walk.
Go for your walk.
Gets nasty, get down to business.
America.
My phone?
I'm really sorry!
Without asking?
Guys, it's your dad. Listen, I really want to thank you guys for taking one for the team. And I promise when you guys get off of punishment, I'll make it up to you. Whatever you guys want, okay?
You ordered this on my phone?
I'm really...
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. Oh, wait, wrong one. How to stop a tantrum. Can a parent confirm or deny if that works? And could you guys check it if you're unaware? Wait, someone's surfing that? 115-foot tall wave. That's crazy because if you fuck it up, you're dead. Like, that is not a thing you survive if there's even a little error. Dude, some people are just next level. That's super, super impressive.
I have the plumber here right now and he's fixing my sink. Yeah, I gotta go. Bye. Hey sir, how's it going?
You're just gonna need a new spray valve and then it should work properly.
Were my pipes dirty?
I don't know. I just checked the spray valve and the tailpiece.
Did you clean my pipes?
No, I just checked your spray valve and tailpiece.
Do you wanna clean my pipes?
Do you want me to clean your pipes?
Maybe.
Okay, just let me know if you do.
I bet I could handle a pretty big pipe.
You mean like a 2? I don't know. I mean, Your system was built to be a 1.5. That's what you currently have. I can install it too, but I have to rip everything out, and that's going to cost you north of $3,000.
Oh, I don't have that much money.
Yeah, well, it doesn't really make sense to do it anyway, so.
Well, maybe if I can figure out another form of payment?
You mean like a check? Yeah, that's fine.
No, I mean like maybe if you take care of my pipes, I can take care of your pipe.
Ma'am, I do my own plumbing.
Hey, sir. How's it going down there?
Just finished up. Drain is good to go.
What was the problem?
Oh, it was actually the weirdest thing. This was stuck in your pipes.
Oh my gosh, that is so embarrassing.
Really? Why?
That's, my toy.
Aren't you a little old to be playing with toys?
It's just my husband has been working so late these days. He probably won't be home for a few more hours.
Sounds like a good guy. Working so hard to put food on the table and buy you toys.
I know, it's just been so lonely. That's why I've been playing with myself.
I get it. When I got the house to myself, there's nothing I love more than just busting out the old Legos.
If only there was a strapping young man for me to play with.
Was it a 2-player game? Oh, is this like a bop it?
Maybe. Would you like me to pull it?
I don't know. Is that a part of the game?
Or maybe rather
This is so awkward.
twist it?
The fuck is this?
So it is bop it.
Oh no, sir, help, I'm stuck.
Oh my god.
What's wrong?
All right.
My hand is...
This was going on for too long. It is pretty funny though. It was pretty funny. Gotta say, he does pack a punch. Did he break the electricity? That's impressive. Oh god, I would turn that one off. All right, that's enough. That's enough of that stuff. Ow. Ah, we don't need to see that one, team. That was uncomfortable. I clenched. Me too, man. Me too. That hurts. Why was he just riding down it so casually? I just don't get it. I don't get it. AA took 50% of our liquidity out of AMC, making 50% cheaper for shorts to cover. No. Liquidity is how easily like you can get in and out of a position. Liquidity is just like, are there a lot of people buying and selling? If something is liquid, you can buy and sell a lot. If something is illiquid, you can't buy and sell a lot. It's just there's not that much being offered. There's a lot of liquidity in AMC, and thus far there's decent liquidity in APE, but it's just like, how much is the bid and the ask being filled out? It seems like Drive Wealth is delaying the APE share distribution from August 24th for Cash App and Revolut to the 24th, so in 2 days. Okay. Is there any word on M1? Are there short numbers on APE yet? I highly doubt it, but I could check it just to see. Not yet. Nothing yet on APE. Probably not today, if I had to guess. Family, hey, Mecros, what do you do for a living? Free trade on the 24th. APE isn't on FTX. Oh, I draw stuff on line charts and watch TikTok videos. Yeah, it's quite the life. Could you please raise your hands? How many of you are in this play? How many of you took this play with me? Currently up 20%. Just, yeah, actually perfectly up 20% on this one, the SPX one. How many people bet against the market today is my question, essentially. I'm going to scale out of 2 of these at 25. A nice round value. 2. I have 8. I'm scaling out of 2 at 25. Or attempting to. I put that order in. And we'll do another 2 at 30. Honestly, if those 2 get filled, if I can get out of 2 at 25 and 2 at 30, and then I have half my position, I wouldn't mind letting the rest kind of ride. But we'll see. We'll see. NVIDIA puts, don't forget, NVIDIA has their earnings announcement after the market closes on Wednesday. Tesla also has a stock split on Wednesday, a 3-for-1 stock split. OPEC is on Friday. We also get the PCE report, the personal consumption expenditure report on Friday. That's an inflation report like the CPI report, but actually the Fed likes it more because it's a little bit more timely and a little bit more broad. So the public doesn't put as much weight on PCE versus the CPI, but the Fed does, just so everyone knows. Did I see Meet Kevin's tweet regarding Ape? No. On Ape and AMC, Ape is a ploy designed to exploit uneducated retail investors to help AMC pay off their debt, hoping to capitalize on the meme stock movement. Read the fine print. You're likely screwed in Ape, but any temporary Ape success is good for Ape. Ape rally equals very good for AMC shareholders and debt holders. Exactly, because they would make more money. However, Ape is nothing. Board will not propose to vote to allow Ape to convert. My opinion, I agree with his opinion. And Ape will go sub $1 as AMC uses Ape to raise money for AMC. I don't know where Ape will go, but they're definitely using Ape to raise money for AMC. Here's my video explaining why Ape is not 2x AMC. This is what's crazy is I've been saying this shit, and then the fucktards on Twitter are like, no, you're not getting it. And now all of a sudden, everyone's agreeing with just what I'm saying. Ape is a pile of money that they're using to benefit AMC. It is so silly. And we've given too much power and too much weight of opinion to these dipshits on Twitter and on Reddit who do no research. All of last week, I read everything I could on Reddit. I listened to all the Twitter space calls, and it's just like they're guaranteed, like, nope, the squeezes, it's Friday, it's Monday, the shorts have to buy. Like, they were just saying random shit, and they never read a singular SEC filing. That's what Ape is. Ape, I got filled on the 25s. So 2 of them are sold, and 2 more are going for 30 as this is coming down. Folks, it's that. I am in Ape until all of them are distributed, because I do admit it might be interesting to see what happens if they're not all delivered. But then post that, I'm in AMC for being in AMC. I didn't sign up for Ape. I don't think many of you signed up for Ape. And then all of a sudden you're supposed to put half your money in something that we literally just started trading today. It's crazy. And I think it became one of these psychology things where at first it was announced and everyone was looking around and they're like, okay, should we support it or should we be against it? And that's what fucking sheep do. They look around. They're like, okay, no one came up with their own opinion. They looked around. They're like, okay, what, how do I get likes on Twitter? How do I get views on YouTube? What do I need to do? And then all of a sudden, like a little sentiment went in the way of just blindly supporting it because it was announced by Adam Aaron. No one really thought about it. They're like, okay, I think the community likes it. Okay, yeah, so I like it too. I mean, look at the history. Look at people's tweets and YouTube videos. At first, everyone was in the line. They're like, all right, like, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? And then in contrast, there are some people who right away called it out. I'll give it to them. There are people who right away, they're like, what the fuck? On the earnings call afterwards, like go back to the earnings call. I sat there. I was like, oh, they're going to dilute Ape. My knee-jerk reaction right away was exactly how this is all playing out right now. And I feel lucky as hell because like sometimes it doesn't go out that way. But what I just don't get is the rest of the community, they just waited. They're like, wait, what do we do? Oh, we do like it? And then all of a sudden they decided that they're in support of it. And now they just like, it's just the fucking crowd mentality. It's a bunch of sheep who have not done their research, and they're like, no, we totally like it. We totally like it. It has to work. I like fully support it. I always have fully support it. It's like they haven't read one fucking SEC filing. And then like they're going to argue with me, Kevin. They're going to argue with Dave Portnoy. Everyone's just going to freak out and lose their mind because that's what, excuse me, that's how they think they get likes. And to all of them, that's Matt, I need likes, I need retweets, I need views, I need upvotes. That's all they give a shit about. They don't give a shit about the truth. They're not diving into like what ape is or isn't. I think Dave Portnoy asked a very legitimate question. I think Trey's response was a like spot on response. And I think Kevin's breakdown is an accurate breakdown. Yeah, I'll just text him later. And that's one thing, but I guess regardless of what I do with AMC or APE, I could always buy more based on this SPY call. So just so you know, 2 of them got filled. And I have 2 more trying to sell at 30, which would be a 50% gain. So I sold 2 at a 20% gain, trying to sell 2 more, which would be in total half my position at a 50% gain. And then I'm going to let the other half probably ride. I do want to see the reaction to 412.75. This is the line in the sand, 412.75. I do believe we're selling off there. And ES, I believe we are selling off to 4,130. It's trading at 4,144. I'm looking for this down to 4,130. If you sell your AMC now, you should still keep your APE if you didn't get your APE yet. Yes, to my understanding, that is correct. How can the price fluctuate if all shares haven't been distributed? Because some shares have been distributed, and then those ones people sold to the market and people bought off the market. It's actively trading. It's not like all shares have to be distributed. As long as one share is distributed, it could be actively traded. It's not like some brokers wait for all the other brokers to have it. Those brokers, they look at it as like, hey, we're a better broker. We got our shares earlier. We're doing what we're supposed to. So we're going to allow people to trade. Like to them, they're not just going to play nice because some other broker was slower at getting their shares. All the brokers have the same opportunity to get it today. And the ones who are slow, like the other ones aren't going to wait around with their thumb up their ass. What do you think the Fed will say at the Jackson Hole meeting? I think they're going to say something along the lines of, we are continuously monitoring the incoming data. We believe that we can achieve this with a soft landing, even though we are not out of the woods yet. We do expect rate hikes in the future to bring us down to our 2% target rate. I think they're going to give us the same bullshit that they say all the time. Are we long on APE if we are long on AMC? Not necessarily. You were at the debut this morning, but by now, 34 million shares of APE have been traded. As in 34 million shares have been bought, 34 million shares have been sold. It's not checkmate, but it's checkmate. Is it possible to do something if broker's not giving you APE? You could call them. Thinking another 75 bips in September. That's a great question. I think it depends on the August CPI rating. If the August CPI comes in like sub 8.5, which was the last reading, I think they might only do a 50 bips. If CPI keeps going down, I think that's what we'll be doing. So my September prediction is based on the August CPI data, which we get in early September. Do you think hedgies are using international shares that have not been divvied out? How could they be using them if they haven't been divvied out? No, they're not divvied out. They're still in the hands of either Computer Share or the DTCC. They're not being actively traded. APE just got halted again. Is it a halt or did it just stop? Both AMC and APE got a pop there. It looks like there is a halt. Is that halt number 10? That's pretty wild. Upside halt. Right there, 9.toto. A little bit too high. That's fair with the CPI consideration. Yeah, I mean, I don't think they're going to like want to be too hardcore, especially because the market's starting to bend back over. And the second half of September seasonally is weak, and they're going to know that. And then they're already seeing the numbers coming out of Germany, which are not the best. And then they're seeing the numbers coming out of China, which are not the best. So I think they're looking for a reason to not be so aggressive. I don't think they're going to be flat. I think we get a rate hike. I really think we get a rate hike. I just think that they're looking for a reason to give us a 0.5 instead of a 0.75. It seems that Drive Wealth is delaying the ape share dilution until the 24th. Huh. What else do we have going on? Am I missing any big news? What? Or maybe they stick around. Maybe they stick around because I'm one of the few honest ones. Sorry. Just firing off a hot tweet response. Nothing like a midday Twitter argument. What do we have here? Halting is the new take away the buy button. Let's not permit this to be normal. I don't get that. Halting rules are extremely well defined. Extremely well defined. What else do we have? Upside halt. So I think we've had 6 downside halts and 4 upside halts on Ape today. And I don't recall what the AMCR ones are. It's already 140. I am hungry. I have not been to the bathroom. What else do we have going on? What else do we have going on? Oh, I think this goes without saying, but what the fuck? Retail not selling dark pool volume going up while price going down. They already naked short Ape. I said they would. These criminals. Wait. People are just arbitrarily saying that they're trading it on a dark pool with like no evidence. And that's what I'm saying. It's just no one is fact checking. Got proof. They just say shit. They're like, it's dark pools. It's a fucking short ladder attack. Oh, brother, oh, brother, oh, brother, oh, brother. Mom, get the bucket. All right, I am going to let you guys hang out with Chair. I just need to go to the bathroom and grab lunch, but I'm not stopping the stream. I just need to go get food real quick. Chair, 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 chair. Chair, 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 chair's the man If he can't do it, no one can. Chair, 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 chair.
Going to the moon. Going to the moon. We're going to the moon. Screw candy cause we're holding on for dear life, getting them tendies so soon. Don't be mistaken, the apes won't be shaking or breaking because we're going to the moon. One day, very soon, gonna wake up on the moon. Brand new yacht and a McDonald's in my living room. Bright yellow Lamborghini, 50-meter swimming pool. Champagne every day, hey fam, what you do? Wanna hang, wanna chill? Oh, you got a mansion too? Oh, that's right, held on tight, jack titties every night. We was in way back when they tried to drop it down to 10. And she couldn't comprehend, Ace was strong until the end. Now let's retell it, Citadel that you sweating. Had enough of these felons, but the Ace we rebelling. Cause we never be selling till we send it to heaven. Now we be out here yelling, hey screw you Kenny. Bought my wife a minivan to share with the boyfriend, but I pull up in the Benz, plate saying olive crayons. Going on an airplane, don't think we'll be back again. Celebrating every day like it's your birthday. Screw Kenny cause we're holding on for dear life, getting them tendies so soon. Don't be mistaken, the Ace won't be shaking or breaking because we're going to the moon. Getting them tendies so soon. Don't be mistaken, the Ace won't be shaking or breaking because combination of a crooked operation. Bought more while it was low. Got more dips than Trader Joe's. Oh, you thought that we'd let go? What the hell you take us for? Holla if you spend your last dollar on bananas while living in squalor. We don't claim to be scholars. We the smooth brain dummies and we never stood taller. Yeah, we do this for love and we do this for honor. Apollo 11 ain't got nothing on us. We the planet of the apes and in MOS we trust. MOASS, oh hell yes. Gonna send it into space, go fire up the jets. Done my DD, call me Elton John, Rocket Man. This is the way, gonna be gorillionaires. Ground control to Major Tom, we about to have liftoff. Call us Neil Armstrong, gonna keep holding on. Screw Kenny, cause we're holding on for dear life, getting them tendies so soon. Don't be mistaken, the apes won't be shaking or breaking because we're going to the moon. Screw Kenny, cause we're holding on for dear life, getting them tendies so soon. Don't be mistaken, the apes won't be shaking or breaking because we're going to the moon. We're going to the moon. We're going to the moon. We're going to the moon.
Let's fucking go.
Show us the fucking money. It's time to lay it on me. Cause what's mine is ours. This shit belongs to the ape army. Gon' need to see them Benjis. We hungry for them tendies. Give us this day our daily bread. Show us the fucking money. This ain't financial advice, just a little DD to help you think twice. We hold for each other, eyes on the prize. The new floor's 200,000 times 5. I joke, I kid, no, I don't know a damn thing. I'm as simple as Bubba trying to sell some damn shrimp. Can't spell IQ, can't even count to 10. And I eat crayons every day with my friends. I think about Kenny in his ivory tower, shaking in his lily boots as the apes overpower. Must suck to lose to monkeys, so dumb. But you made your bed and you got nowhere to run. I'd love to be a fly on the wall when he makes the prize fall. And he watching as we keep on more. You forgot we on the float, blind 2 hours old. Lie, lie, stop breaking the law, asshole. Show us the fucking money. It's time to lay it on me. Cause what's mine is ours. This shit belongs to the ape army. Gon' need to see them Benjis. We hungry for them tendies. Give us this day our daily bread. Show us the fucking money. Stupid ass, throwing all my money at the streets like a quarterback. FUD don't mean a thing, water up a duck's back. Apes not leaving nothing till we get the money stacks. Monkey see, monkey do, monkey holding to it blue. Monkey magic coming through, through us monkeys on the moon. Double digit IQ, Tendy loving bamboo. Right here we got more smoothies than a jumbo juice. Probably thought you coulda made us sell all the gooder. And hell, we maybe woulda, but we more zen than the Buddha. The floor, 6 figures ain't selling for less. You took on the ape nation and you're fucking with the best. We hold for each other, my sisters and my brothers, the fighters and the lovers. We don't need another fan because we huddle through hard times and struggle. Cause we just a couple of dummies in the rubble. Show us the fucking money. It's time to lay it on me. Cause what's mine is ours. This shit belongs to the ape army. Gon' need to see them Benjis. We hungry for them tendies. Give us this day our daily bread. Show us the fucking money.
Hey. Hey. Elon Musk subpoenas Jack Dorsey in the Twitter legal fight. All the CPI gains gone. Poof. else is he talking about today?
Entering a new bull market cycle, you're looking for a steepening yield curve that's not inverted. That obviously hasn't happened. And utilities need to sell off an extreme amount. I mean, utilities are essentially hitting all-time highs every single day, and the market is still very defensively positioned. So another thing is, consumers need to be in a better spot. Credit card debt needs to stabilize, not keep growing at record paces. And really, it comes down to the global economy. We as Americans tend to forget we live in a global economy, not just an American economy. So Europe is in a huge stagflation environment right now that keeps on getting worse. We need to see that get better to resume global growth here in America and get back to where we need to be.
Oh, man, I hope we're not relying on Europe to get better. Tell me Asia, but not Europe. Whatever it is, please don't tell me Europe. We got to wait on them.
Others are behind us, though, right now. So, what we're looking for.
Oh, brother. Oh, brother, oh, brother, brother. Oh, this guy's fucking useless in the community. Dorsey getting ready to fight Elon. What the fuck?
Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is...
Oh, Francis is back at Barstool. September 15th. That's hilarious.
Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is...
That's hilarious. That is hilarious. Oh, man. All right, what else do we have? Am I rich yet? Am I rich? I'm supposed to be rich down here. This is poor, finally rich. It just goes from poor to instantaneously rich when we hit this. Wait, what? Watch his interview on Fox News. The moron little bitch thing. All right, here we go. 50 more cents. And then the promised land it is for me. Retirement at the old age of 28. This is the difference between me working for the rest of my life. Working for the rest of my life. You know what we should do while we're waiting? Like just something to do until power hour. Let's bust open the old paint. Let's see if we can learn something. Let's just think through maybe an idea. Just a little bit of an idea. If it ever loads. I need AMC's numbers. I need AMC's numbers, team, to think through this idea with you. All right. Let's just do a little bit of math. I know. School hasn't started yet. I think school starts next week or something. But let me run you through a pretty fucking crazy idea, if I say so myself. So, we know, let's just see if we can agree upon some things. Outstanding shares, 517 million. Let's just use that number. Let's write that number down. Do I want? Which one? Should we use crayon on this? We're big crayon people in here. It's a little too big though. All right, so AMC. Outstanding shares equals 517 million. All right, cool. We all agree on that. That's science. And then the shares on loan, shorts right here, is shares on loan, 159 million. Sweet. Shares on loan. What was it? I just want to get it right. 159 million. 159 million. All right. So the total shares that we care about, because this is also counting rehypothecation. Like if someone owns, but then there's got loaned out and bought, like these are basically the total shares in a system where it's not completely fraudulent and fucked up that could still be like there. So let me just do this. 517 plus 159. We are dealing with 600 total equals 676 million. Okay, this is all AMC, outstanding shares on loan, total, we had them together. So 676 is the line that we're like, okay, is there a way that we could kind of get there, not get there? What's going on? What's not going down? So let me just give you this premise. So we know excluding all of the, I suppose, I'll bring it up just if we're going for the point. Fintel. All right, owners, insiders, owners, retail ownership. Where's the total? Does it give us this? No, apparently this is useless. Owners, institutional owners. So we know excluding these big players, because like that's what we've heard about from Ryan or Adam Aaron himself. Excluding Adam Aaron, or no, with Adam Aaron, he said excluding index funds that are forced to hold it, retail owns 90%. So the best way I could explain that is, like if you had a lot of, if there were 12 balls, 6 or whatever, let's say 9 are red and 3 are green, and 2 of those are institutions. So you say like excluding institutions, you own 90%. Just think about the amount of like, really, it's a mathematical sleight of hand, and honestly, we could probably draw it out a little bit better. So if I were to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That represents retail ownership. And then let's just say we had like institutional ownership. Hang on, I need to get off that one. Let's just say you had, I guess, like just big wig people. All right. That's a hedge fund. Whatever. That's a hedge fund. Got to click off of it. I didn't know they really. All right. So in this scenario, in this system, you have 4 by 3. So there's 12. Let's say 12 is your entire system. And then you say excluding index funds, which in this scenario are blue. So excluding these two, as in you don't fucking count them, they have 90%, because out of these 10, the hedge funds own 1 and then the retail owns the rest. So you're discounting something. This is the best graphical representation I could do of when he says not counting index funds, they own 90%. So when you are counting index funds, you own a smaller percentage. So if retail is at 90%, when you count the overall system, it's less, and the number is probably somewhere around like 70 would be very conservative. 75 is a bit more accurate. Like 80 is a bit more accurate. So let's just use 75. Let's be as honestly, like as conservative as we possibly can. I just wanted to quickly run through this example of when he says excluding index funds. Well, that bolsters our percentage ownership. That's just like a quick mathematical sleight of hand thing. So anyway, let's just use 75% to be as conservative as we possibly can. So in effect, APE is perfectly mirrored. The numbers are going to be the exact same. Granted, we are still waiting for some delivery, but we have 159. It's all the exact same. We mirrored it. They did nothing different. Everyone who is long, if you are long, you are also long on APE. And then also if you are short, you are also short on APE as of its debut this morning. All right. So we have, that was really ugly. So why did I just draw 6, 7 and then stop halfway through? So long, you are long. And if you are short, you are short. So you have 676 mil. Man, this is ugly. Let's fix that a little bit. So it's a mirror image. The outstanding share count's the same. The shares on loan are the same, or they were as of the debut. Now it could have changed, yes, theoretically a little bit, but let's just take it like a snapshot in time. So let's start to crunch some of these numbers. We know conservatively, and that's probably the best way to do this, that we own 75%. If no retail sold ape today, let's just do it like right when it came out of the gate. If we look at 75%, that means that the apes own 507 million shares. 507 million. And honestly, I mean, you could say that is inherently true, just like using these rough numbers at the start. And we want that. The difference between these two is 169 million. So the difference is 169 million. If you take 507 away from 676. And the reason I'm bringing this up of potentially being the interesting number is people are talking about selling ape, and I was one of those people, and being more comfortable doubling down on AMC. You don't even have to do that. The number is 169 million. 169 million. That means theoretically, if it was just like a perfect game of what is retail doing or not doing, 1/3, 169 million is 1/3 of 507, as in if the group as a whole, looking at this, what I keep referring to as a system, if everyone just took 1/3 of their ape, if it was the exact same value, but now that they're trading at two different costs, like there would be a little bit more of like a mathematical thing, and just bought 1/3 of AMC, at that point, there would be a massive liquidity squeeze. As in there would be no liquidity because the leftover shares would all be in the hands of retail. This is an interesting scenario because right away, they looked around and they're like, oh, we just have to love Adam Aron. He is the CEO and he is going to make us so much money. And we have to do whatever Adam Aron tells us to do because we're like sheep sycophants. But I'm saying, what if he actually unknowingly gave us like a better opportunity than we're thinking? Because right now, so many people are in ape talking about these synthetic shares, whether they do exist, don't exist. But if there were billions of synthetic shares at this point in the day, when most of the US retailer like already have them, don't you think there would be an issue? Like we're clearly at a large percentage of ape already being successfully delivered. And when you're talking about billions of synthetic shares in reference to 517, or I'll give the biggest number, 676, you feel like there would already be an issue. Do I think there's some sort of issue? Yeah, but the FTD numbers are telling us it's more in the realm of like in the millions, not in the world of a billions. So I understand ape just for that, of like, okay, synthetic shares, but you think that the issues would have already been kind of like evident at some point by here. So what if the opportunity that Adam Aron was giving us wasn't about synthetics and ape? What if it was all about the liquidity in AMC? What if we now have a very easy opportunity to scoop up all of these other shares, and like HKD, you just see an insane liquidity crunch? Like, I'm almost wondering, and whether it's intentional or not, I think so many people are focusing on like the synthetics over here of like, oh, this is what's going to prove it, just because like one random dipshit said it and then like the community ran with it. But I'm saying if we take the time to actually think about what's going on here, and I guess it would just take enough people to be like, okay, yeah, whatever, the synthetics, like we're not showing those. So if we thought about this just for a second, this number's not bad. It's 1/3. It's not even like everyone has to dump all of their ape, because they don't. Just like if we're just running the numbers, if there's about a leftover 169-ish, that's doable. These numbers are not that big of numbers, especially when it's not really asking people to just invest more money. It's just saying take one investment and redirect it somewhere else. And obviously, like, I mean, 169, it would have to be like a massive effort. But then just thinking about how things have recently played out with HKD, I'm like, oh, well, that gets interesting. That's a crazy high liquidity squeeze. And then also this guy, back to our Adam Aaron picture right here. I think Ryan Cohen himself has proven that there's no point in trusting a suit, like, at all. If you think this guy is here trying to, like, make a squeeze for you to have money, well, you're wrong. He's not necessarily interested in a squeeze. That's not his job. His job is to make astute business moves to make AMC a better business. And he's doing that by creating APE so he can dilute it, so he can raise money, and then that money is going to be used. Once again, the money that's used from diluting APE right here, dollar, is used to improve AMC. So I think there's just, for whatever reason, in social media and crowd psychology, sometimes they just get absolutely fucking bonkers. But I still think if we like really got into it, I still think we are staring a very interesting opportunity in the face. And I think it's just being like a little bit twisted where people are potentially missing like the main picture of what's going on. Like, what's the point of being 50% in the core investment that you like, and then all of a sudden on a decision that's not yours, 50% is now in something else? Because remember, they duplicated it in the share value. I think it cut in half, but it's like close enough to it. So not 50-50, more like 65-35. But anyway, so still even in there, you have 35% in something that you didn't necessarily sign up for. But just for the game of numbers and liquidity, if you're just thinking of it as a basket of money, the redirection, I feel like there's just a way that it could actually wreak havoc on like what's going on here. I guess maybe that's like liking chaos a little bit too much, but theoretically it could work. I mean, obviously, I know this is not a popular opinion, so I don't think it's going to happen, but I just wanted to run through some of the numbers opposed to just people screaming on the fucking internet, because that's what they do. And whatever, if you're in AMC, if you're in APE, I wish you the best of luck. I'm not telling you to buy, to sell, if you want to play with those, if options, like whatever. This is more of just like kind of actually talking about the scenario. But if you're of the mindset that, I guess what I want to say is I want to be explicitly clear that APE was created to be diluted. It's a pile of cash used to improve AMC, but it's not used to improve APE. The pile of cash from APE dilution will benefit AMC, and most likely AMC common stock. Why would it benefit APE? What is APE? We all know what AMC is. We all understand it as a business. APE is a pile of money, and you could argue, well, it might be able to show naked shorts. Well, I think by the end of this week, we're going to have the answer to that latter part. So once you take that out of the equation, what does APE have that AMC doesn't? In my opinion, nothing. It's either the exact same or AMC's better, and it's better in the sense that it needs shareholder approval for dilution while APE doesn't. And then when you run these numbers, even if people were like, well, 169 is not that hard to get to, and we already have this new thing, I don't know. It's something to consider, something to think about. Do I think it's going to happen? No, but I also don't want this incorrect rhetoric going around of like, APE is as good as AMC. They're the exact same thing. They're not the exact same thing. And I think too many people who are just uninformed in the situation didn't even bother to open the SEC readings, or like more than happy to be in a Twitter space call and say some of like the dumbest shit ever. But I don't know. I guess if you see an issue with this, I would love to actually know why you think there's an issue with it. Feel free to shoot me a DM. Feel free to call into the show, because I mean, working through this right now, I don't really see an issue. But let me know. Let me know. Where are we at? Oh, drats. I didn't get... GCT is still going up. AMC flat. APE flat. Why did they halt APE when it goes up 50 cents in 4 minutes? Because it's too big of a percentage. It's not a dollar amount. It's a percentage amount. Your math is wrong. With the current price, you need about 1.5 APE to purchase. Yeah, I was saying when it was like initially 1.5 APE. I didn't say it was 1-for-1. I just said it was 169 million shares that we would need to acquire that people could get from their ape if they wanted to. I didn't say it was a 1-to-1 ratio. For that to be true, it would have to be trading at the exact same price. Use ape shares to lower AMC strike price. Thoughts? How could you use ape shares to lower an AMC strike price? How does that make sense? Are you talking about an option? You can't lower, once you have a strike price, you can't lower the strike price. You'd have to be buying another option. No options in ape, ain't it great? Not particularly. People were acting as if it's like really, really good. What is this shit? December, May 07. Oh, I wonder if ape at one point was a different ticker. That's a possibility. Sometimes they have to reuse tickers. People were talking about like why it's so good that there's no options chain. I mean, I would argue that the options chain was a big reason of why recently Bed Bath did what it did, why AMC did what it did in June of 2021, and what GME did in January of 2021. Options chains, they cut both ways. They can really help you to the upside, but then they could also hurt you to the downside. Option chains, when you get a gamma squeeze to the upside or the downside, they just make it more extreme. So upside movements are more extreme upside movements. Downside movements are more extreme downside movements. It can cut both ways. If I sell my ape share and buy AMC to lower my strike price from 27, I don't think you're using strike price right. Strike price is just the price for an options contract. I think you just mean your average price. Shouldn't allow for true price discovery. This is the true price. AMC's true price is $10.95. Ape's true price is $6.33. The SPY's true price is $413.51. I don't know what this means of like a non-true price. The true price is what you can trade in the market at any given time. For a bit there, that dipshit Lou was talking about like a second price. It was the dumbest fucking thing ever. And the fact that people were gullible enough to believe that like he had even an inkling of an idea of what he was talking about still baffles me to this day. Baffles me to this day that people are like, yeah, no, that's a guy who seems to know about Wall Street. Like, so insane. The like a secret second book or something. Or what's the other thing is they think that people are, what was it like? Buying on the, no. Buying on a dark pool and then selling on the open market because they thought that buying on a dark pool doesn't impact the price, but then selling on the market would bring it down or something like that. Which was just like another crazy idea that doesn't make sense. No, Matt, true price is what Reddit tells me it is. Yeah, true. True. I didn't realize that Reddit said something else. My apologies. I'm the one who fucked up. I'm the one who's wrong. What else do we have happening today? Not just a question, a valid question getting off Twitter. It's a dumpster fire right now. It really is. I mean, fuck, man. The responses to this shit. But the look at this. Suck cock Matt. This guy. This guy is telling me to suck cock. This dipshit. Fucking, what's going on in here? This guy thinks he has enough together in his life to pop off on Twitter. He fucking just got his necklace out of like that little fucking toy machine outside of a Walmart. Like he waited. He's like, Mom, can I have 50 cents? Please, 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 please. She's like, fine, here's your 50 cents. Puts the 50 cents in. He watches it roll around, rolls around, rolls around. He gets it out. He gets his new plastic chain and he's super excited. And then he's like feeling himself a little bit too much. And then tells me to suck cock, but then apparently also follows me and is clearly an expert options trader. What a fucking loser, man. Gets so pissy. Gets so like these fucking dude, just nobody's on Twitter. They're so fucking tough as keyboard warriors. What are synthetic shares? Synthetic shares is actually synthetics. It's a term that was made up by this community, but it was made up in reference to the shares created from naked shorting. So naked shorting is the practice of a broker allowing a player to go short without locating the shares. So they sell shares to go short, but if they never locate it, that's shares that were sold that should have never been sold. It's called naked shorting and it's illegal. So synthetic shares was the terminology created to reference those shares that were created from naked shorting. So naked shorts create synthetic shares. And it just, if you're looking at it from like the most basic standpoint of economics, like it means you're ballooning the supply when the demand's the same. So obviously it drives the price down. And that made sense, especially if you start to track the FTD numbers. So like if you look at this right here, nope. Where's the FTD? So FTDs, they include, like for example, you see a spike to like some huge FTD numbers, huge. But even this biggest one right here of 28.7 million, and I think this is week by week. So like within 1 week, there was 28 million, and that's not the best way to look at it. You should look at it like day over day. You wouldn't add the numbers together just like the way you wouldn't add like the ending price of an equity together. But what is this one? Oh, shoot. It still has it like all messed up. 1 month. And then how do I zoom out? Anyway, you can see these reports. Maybe, was it that high? That's a lot. No, it was that high. Never mind. That is per day. That blows my mind. Where's it per week? 8. No, it is putting it per week. Never mind. Anyway, FTDs, that's failed to deliver. All naked shorts are an FTD, but not all FTDs are a naked short. So FTD, it's a very umbrella generic term that just means someone either didn't have the money or someone didn't have the asset. So that second part of someone didn't have the asset of like they sold it, but then they never had it. So that could show up as an FTD. Naked shorts show up as an FTD, but there are other things that can produce an FTD. So anyway, people were looking at this and on GME, on AMC, and then on some other ones throughout this whole 1.5 craziness, people have been noticing spikes in FTDs and they're like, oh, well, like maybe that's naked shorting. And like, that's a fair assumption and it's something that should be looked into. And then out of nowhere, out of absolutely nowhere, people started to just say that there's billions of synthetic shares, like as in produced from naked shorts. And they were just throwing out these wild numbers. And because this community seems to run quite a bit on hopium, they just started to believe it. They're like, oh no, I read it on Twitter. I read it on Reddit. There are billions. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? There was no evidence of it. There might be evidence of millions of them. Like we see these spikes and it's nice to be able to track it and see what's going on. But similar to when people started to put out the price targets of like AMC to 100K, just uneducated people started to like just believe it. They're just like, oh, like that sounds good. That seems to like, I guess, mentally back up like what I want to happen. And it's just like this picture, like, or this fight of good and evil. And this is evil group, Wall Street, doing worse and stuff. So they started to buy into that more and more and more. So now we're now at this point where people are just like, they just assume that there's billions of synthetic shorts. And that's why they're pushing so hard for this ape thing to represent or like to showcase and highlight and uncover all these synthetics. But now that same group is in a very awkward position because they push for this ungodly number. They're like, there are billions of synthetic shares out there. But now we've just gone through a process that if there were billions of synthetic shares, we would know about it at this point. Ape allegedly, well, it did debut, but now with Ape, we know from ComputerShare to the DTCC, they delivered 517-ish, a little bit under million shares of Ape. If there were that many FTDs, don't you think some of the people on the biggest brokerages, like the most popular ones, probably Robinhood, Webull, Public, TD, I would say those are the 4 most popular, maybe Interactive Brokers, maybe E-Trade. I mean, if there were billions, like how did we even deliver all the shares to those ones then? It just doesn't make sense. So now you have this crowd who is of one opinion that there was just like this ungodly number. And I'm not saying that there aren't any. I do think that there are some. I just think that their suggestion, their number is off by magnitudes. I think if it is a number, it's going to be in the realm of millions, not billions. If there were billions, with Ape debuting today and so many people confirming that they received Ape, don't you think there would have been a problem? So now we're in this interesting psychological point where we've shown that like hardcore evidence has been like presented. Ape debuted today. ComputerShare gave the shares to the DTCC. The DTCC is in the middle of distributing those to brokers. But we're talking about an outstanding share count of 517 million. If there were billions of synthetic shares, don't you think there would already be an immense amount of red flags of people in some of the most popular accounts, whether it's Robinhood, Webull, Public, E-Trade, Interactive Brokers, TD? Don't you think within there would have been some sort of notable percentage? Don't you think we would read about it on Twitter saying, I didn't get mine, I didn't get mine, I didn't get mine? And I don't know, like I'm curious to know what their excuse is going to be. I'm very, very curious to see like what, I mean, do I think they're right with billions? No, but I do admit that they're some of the most creative crowd out there. So a part of me is kind of excited to know like what their excuse is going to be next. TD has problems. International TD has problems. US TD is accurate. Like no one within the US, like the US version of TD Ameritrade is having problems, at least not reported. Maybe people are, but in here, I'm excited. Meet Kevin tweets out a video. What's your take? I didn't watch the video. I read his account or his Twitter, and I thought his Twitter was right. Schilling, hate apes aren't reading. AMC board has no obligation to propose a vote to allow ape. All right, I agree. That's why I keep saying AMC's better. On ape, same for ask me if ape is backed by nothing, then why is it trading at $600? It won't for long because it's a market. Yeah, anything has like value is a very philosophical thing. It could be traded at whatever. Dear AMC community, if you think AMC split today and that AMC being down 38% is okay because you have ape worth 7, be prepared to see that 7 evaporate. In my opinion, dump ape, buy AMC. I mean, I've been saying this now for a week. Ape is backed by nothing but air, 100%. Well, I would say the only thing is okay, is it going to show synthetic shares? But at this point, clearly it's not representing billions of synthetic shares. It did not uncover that. So at this point, you have to ask yourself, what is ape? Dude, he is getting scam alert. All right, let's watch the video. Let's do a live react.
This video is brought to you by Seeking Alpha. Instead of $239, the annual plan will just be $99
I don't like
through the exclusive discount link down below. That's more than 50% off.
The following statements are an opinion. Don't sue me, bro.
Holy smokes, folks. AMC is undertaking the most brilliant move I've ever seen in stock market history, and it's literally designed to screw people who just don't read the fine print. And fortunately, because you're watching this video, even if you don't invest in AMC or care about AMC, you should pay attention to this because not only will you learn how to not get screwed, but you'll see why fine print is just so critical because it plays out, or should I say, will play out, likely, don't sue me, bro, like a horror movie. But honestly, this could be really good for AMC stock and really bad for people caught on the wrong side of this, dare I say, farce. Except the ending hasn't happened yet, but I kind of think it will, and I want to say I guarantee it will, but I don't want to get sued. But I think if you come back to this video in 6 to 12 months, you're going to go, holy crap, that was brilliant. Buckle up. Now look, before we get into the horror movie, we got to hit some good news for AMC, which is actually pretty terrible news. Cineworld, and this is background, okay? Cineworld on Monday said they're considering filing Chapter 11 bankruptcy. Now, why does this matter? Like, why would it matter if Cineworld is filing for a Chapter 11 bankruptcy?
Let me guess. I bet Meet Kevin's about to pitch that that's going to be the first thing they dilute Ape to do to buy out Cineworld. That's just a suggestion. I pitched that earlier to you today. I think that's what's going to happen is we're already being presented with an opportunity for AMC leadership team to dilute the fuck out of Ape.
Bankruptcy when Cineworld is obviously not AMC. Like, what difference is there? Well, here you go. There maybe aren't actually as many differences, and maybe that's why AMC is down like 38% today, because, oh crap, Cineworld is pretty darn similar. Take a look at this. Cineworld has 750 theaters, AMC has 946. Screens, Cineworld has 9,189. AMC has 10,562. That's pretty close, okay? AMC has 31,000 employees. Cineworld has 28,000 employees. Cineworld has $4.83 billion in debt. AMC has $5.3 billion in debt. So AMC slightly larger on all of those numbers, and Cineworld's going bankrupt. And so this has a lot of people going, oh my gosh, when you line up the metrics like that, no wonder AMC is down like 38% today, because wait, one of their competitors that's pretty well similarly sized, a comp, is going bankrupt. Now, that's a problem. Now, of course, some folks are going to say, no, Kevin, it's because the Ape thing got issued. Oh, we're going to talk about Ape. Don't we worry. And that is not why AMC is down 39%. AMC is down 39% in stock, potentially because attendance is actually down 39%. In fact, if you go into their investor documents, which I've already done for you,
I don't know about this part. So the Cineworld thing was
on June 30th, attendance was
discussed on Friday.
59,129.
That was breaking news on Friday.
39% from when you compare their attendance.
So as he's going through this, if the Cineworld thing was the thing dragging AMC down, don't we think it would have happened on Friday when the Cineworld bankruptcy issue was announced? I don't necessarily agree with this part of it.
Decline in attendance for AMC movie theaters. At the same time, according to the BBC, box office revenue is down 32% from 2019, and according to my cousin who operates 5 movie theaters in Germany, business is up from COVID, but quote, nothing like it used to be. Now, Minions, Top Gun, and Jurassic World are great movies, but they're just not enough. And even Adam Aron, the CEO of AMC, has told us, yeah, we're going to be pretty dry in the third quarter. While we're optimistic,
earnings, yeah.
there just aren't that
They are
many
predicting the
hits
third
coming
quarter
up.
to be bad.
And at the same time, the entire market is being rejiggered. Netflix boomed and is now stalling. Disney is growing like crazy, and movie theaters are just barely crawling back.
I don't know if we
from
are allowed
COVID
to say that
lows
word.
And still lower than in 2019, as we saw with attendance down 39% compared to 2019. But it's unfortunately not just attendance that's down of these levels. And I've done this math for us already. Take a look at this. Admissions revenue, despite inflation, down 27%. Food and beverage revenue down 19.5%. Fortunately, advertising and gift card revenue is roughly the same as it was in 2019, so that's good. But food and beverage and admissions is where most of the money comes in. Now, the good news is people are spending more, but it's still not helping AMC
We
become
know that
profitable.
part.
In fact,
Let's get to
people
the
are spending
exciting
an average
stuff.
of $7.52 versus, you can see their free cash flow is negative 103 months ended.
All right, so for part one of why it's down 39%, if it were because of Cineworld and bankruptcy, it would have reacted that way on Friday. I don't agree with this part of the video.
In June was $121 million. And folks, over 65% of the reason they're losing money like crazy is right here. Debt, folks. They have a mountain of debt. $5.3 billion of debt is very expensive. It costs them $79.5 million in interest just to service their debt. This is why Cineworld is like, dude, just stop the bleeding, stop the pain, let us go bankrupt and get rid of the debt. And this is exactly what people are worried about AMC is going to have to do to get rid of their debt. Their debt is a big problem. And the fear that AMC might have to go bankrupt is dropping AMC stock to the tune of 39% today. So, what is APE? And is APE the reason AMC is down 39% today? No. You're about to see why. APE is a Hail Mary. APE is what you throw on 4th down and at the 40-yard line. If you don't get a touchdown here, you's going bankrupt. And this Hail Mary attempt is literally the most brilliant play I have seen in my career of studying market psychology, stocks, and real estate. And I'm about to tell you why it's, in my opinion, a huge farce. Which reminds me, my research and my alerts on whether or not I'm buying or selling something or I'm dumping APE or what I'm doing are all part of the wonderful programs on Building Your Wealth link down below. Check out the link down below and use the coupon code expiring August 26th for the best price on any of my programs on Building Your Wealth, which include private live streams and Q&A with me, trade alerts, and actual trade ID. The Hail Mary. APE is a dividend Hail Mary. Now, a dividend is anything that you receive of value from a company. This could be in the form of cash, or it could be in the form of a shiny spoon of shares in some random other company. In this case, AMC is giving you a shiny spoon called APE, A-P-E, which actually stands for AMC Preferred Equity. And for every 1 share of AMC that exists, you will get 1 share of APE. Let's take a look at what that looks like. So on screen here, you can see that on the left, we have AMC shares. There are 516.8 million shares of AMC. And as a result, you can see that there are 516 million shares of APE. 1 dividend share was given for every share of AMC that exists. The big difference, though, is that AMC is actually backed by a company that hopefully in the future gets rid of their debt and makes money. APE is literally backed by nothing. And all AMC had to do to create APE is pay some legal and filing fees. AMC did not provide any cash to APE. There's literally nothing backing APE. In fact, they literally say in their disclosure, this is not a cash dividend. It did not cost AMC anything. So AMC, well, other than legal and filing fees. So AMC creates this shiny spoon called APE, which is basically worthless. There's nothing backing APE at all. And then they happen to conveniently call it AMC Preferred Equity, which is convenient because the entire momentum movement around GameStop and AMC has surrounded this idea that you want to be a diamond-handing APE. Hey, I still own the AMC shares I promised to hodl. That makes me a diamond hand APE, at least when it comes to AMC. Okay? Now, what about APE, though? And what about APE is potentially a big scam? And again, this is my opinion. I don't want to get sued by AMC because the reality is the better APE does, the better it is for my AMC shares. And you're going to see why. You just want to be careful about APE because there's something in the fine print that's kind of scary. So APE can be used as a tool to prevent AMC from going bankrupt. Let me explain that, and then I'm going to show the danger. So we know that Cineworld is going bankrupt because they have too much debt. We know AMC is a similar size, and AMC could go bankrupt too because they have too much freaking debt. And 65% of their loss is because of interest expense. So why not try to sell air or a worthless shiny spoon to people, raise cash, and pay down your debt in a legal way? How about you legally rip people off and pay down your debt so you don't have to go bankrupt and burn your bondholders or your shareholders, which would be ripping off the debt holders, right? So what's AMC doing? AMC creates APE. And what AMC wants is APE to go to the moon. Because
hang on one quick second. The SPY is still falling. How did I not get my fill? My orders. What the fuck's going on? Is it about to? Yeah, okay. Dude, these are crushing it. If you want these trades, whether sometimes I make winning trades, as you can see, this was one I called out midday today. Get on Locals. Get over there. What's the code? You can get in for free. The code is CHAIR, CHAIR. You can get in for free. Just go to mattkohrs.locals.com. This is where I post my trades. You can post your trades. Whole community of people asking questions, sharing their DD. So now I sold half. I had 8. I now have 4. I got out of 2 at 25. I got out of 2 at 30. And now I have half my position. Crushed it today. 13K in this account. 6K in the futures account, and I have an unrealized runner of 3.9. Slowly but surely getting back out of the fucking hole that I was in. Slowly and surely. And the reason I'm bringing this up right now is just because the SPY fell down to that gap fill level at 412.75. But anyway, if you want more shit like this, get over to Locals. And now let me get back to meet Kevin here.
If Ape goes to the moon, $10, $15, whatever, AMC can start dumping millions of shares. And the cash that AMC raises when they dump millions of Ape shares will go to pay down AMC debt, which is absolutely brilliant. And folks, this isn't like a big secret. They literally tell you this. This is in their last filing. And you can see here, AMC says that AMC preferred equity units, or APE, will provide AMC with a currency that can be used in the future to strengthen our balance sheet, including debt repayments, and provide capital for shareholder value enhancing and transformative investing opportunity. In other words, APE is literally a nothing currency they created just to try to raise money to pay down their debt. Very, 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 very smart. Okay, but how are they tricking people? Like, where's the sinister aspect here? Because so far, this doesn't
the
seem
psychology.
bad.
He's taking
But what you
advantage
wanna
of dumb
remember is,
people.
the more APE goes up, the less debt AMC has. So if you're an AMC shareholder, you want APE to go to the moon, but you don't want to own APE. You probably don't. No, don't get me wrong. APE could go to the moon on momentum, but it's worthless. There's nothing backing it, literally nothing. Now, you might be saying, wait a minute, Kevin, wait a minute. APE shares are worth something. In fact, Kevin, I'll have you know that APE shares are convertible to one AMC share.
Not gonna happen.
And APE shares have the same voting rights as AMC shares. I mean, that after all is what this form says, Kevin. Did you not read this form right here that tells you you have the same right to 1 vote per share, and that it could be converted to an AMC share, which basically in that case means that if I could buy an APE share for $7.31, I'm basically able to get a cheaper version of AMC, which AMC is trading for $11.14, right? So why not buy the APE if I could just turn that into AMC in the future?
He's such an asshole.
Because you're getting screwed and you didn't actually fine print. This is where we need that TikTok music. But I'm too lazy to edit it in.
That was a good edit. That was a good edit.
This is the thesis. And let me show you where it falls apart, where it all falls apart. APE is backed by nothing. And people believe that because they have 1 vote that equals AMC votes, and they're an equal amount of shares, obviously the APE shareholders are going to vote to convert to AMC, because they would be going from something that's literally worthless to having ownership in an actual company. That makes sense. I would, if I was an APE shareholder, I would absolutely vote to convert to AMC. Oh, but this is where the fine print is just so glorious. So glorious. Are APE units convertible into common stock? If so, when? Like, listen to this qualification. Well, technically, yes. They literally write, technically, yes. Okay? But wait for the killer here. Wait for the killer. But only if the AMC board proposes and then investors vote to increase the number of authorized shares of common stock. Now,
to be fair, if you watched my AMC recent videos, I've pointed that out like 3 times. I'm not saying that he like took my ideas, because he didn't. He found it, but like we kind of knew this from like last week. Like, this isn't news. Like, this was very apparent last week, and that's why I made like 3 videos on it.
If that didn't make sense to you, let me make it very, very simple. AMC shareholders in the past have already refused shareholder dilution to allow AMC to sell shares on the open market because it would dilute shareholders, it would raise cash for AMC, but shareholders said, we don't want you to do that. So AMC shareholders already voted no to this once before. Ape shareholders obviously are gonna vote yes on this. But wait a minute, folks, it ain't even gonna go to a freaking vote. Why isn't it even gonna go to a freaking vote? Because it literally says, only if the AMC board proposes it. And the AMC board has a responsibility to AMC shareholders, not to Ape shareholders. The AMC board has the duty, the fiduciary duty to make sure that AMC shareholders are protected. So the board is literally going to refuse to even bring this up for a vote. That's the trick. So, like, think about it. Why would the board of AMC dilute valuable AMC shares for these worthless Ape shareholders and shares? It makes no sense. They won't, because AMC knows what they're doing. They're selling you air. They're selling you thin air. They're selling you a shiny spoon called Ape, and it's worthless. The AMC board would be moronic and would get sued to oblivion. They would be so stupid to let Ape shareholders convert their shares to AMC shares because it would immediately dilute AMC shareholders by 50%. AMC would plummet. In the meantime, AMC is selling Ape holders hopium that maybe AMC shareholders could let Ape shareholders in the future through conversion. But again, only if the board proposes a vote for this, which they won't do. It's so obvious. In the meantime, AMC shareholders and the board are hoping for a rally on Ape stock. The more Ape rallies, the more AMC can dump this thin air and sell it to people. Remember, as of the initial filing, AMC raised $0 from Ape. But if Ape stabilizes and then all of a sudden AMC says, hey, we're selling a few $1 million of Ape, well, now AMC slowly starts to get rid of their debt. It's a brilliant move. Here's how that could look. Look on screen now. If AMC sells Ape or thin air, which they can sell up to 484 million shares of it in 2022 or 2023, but if they change their mind, they could sell all the way up to 4.484 billion shares. Whatever proceeds come from that, help AMC prevent bankruptcy. So for example, if they sell 484 million shares at $10 of Ape, AMC almost wipes out their debt. They raise $4.84 billion by giving people nothing, just hope. It's brilliant. If Ape goes from $7 all the way down to $1, and AMC's just like, let's just sell all 4.484 billion that we can still sell, then they will also raise $4.84 billion. And so it's my belief that AMC is going to dump Ape token over and over and over and over and over again until it's basically worth $0. And when it's worth $0, they won't propose a vote to let Ape shareholders come over to AMC. They'll take all the cash, pay off their debt, prevent bankruptcy, and this will go down as the greatest farce in stock market history ever. Oh, but folks, you could get an NFT of your Ape token because it's just as freaking
wait, you could get
worthless.
a fucking NFT?
That's literally what their documents say. You could read it yourself, but I just gave you the summary of it, and I just showed you a little screenshot of that document. So, let's make this very, very clear. Ape is a ploy. It is a ploy to hope that meme stock traders pump up Ape stock to the moon. So that way there's a sustained market. AMC can dump shares, raise lots of money, and pay off their debt. And again, if you want a free NFT to showcase how stupid it is to hold your Ape shares, make sure to go to the AMC Investor Connect website and get your free NFT. Because let me tell you, Ape shares are going to be worth as much as that NFT is going to be worth. $0. In 6 to 12 months, I expect ticker symbol Ape will be worth $1 or less. That would be an 86% decline from today. and it'll be worthless and delisted soon after that. The hope is that AMC will have paid off all of their debt before Ape becomes worthless. But until Ape becomes worthless...
I disagree with Meet Kevin up to the why is AMC actually falling 39%. And my reasoning for that is the Cineworld bankruptcy was announced on Friday. If it was because of that, we would have seen AMC fall off more than it did. I think it's down today because the value was redistributed with Ape making its debut. But from that point of the video onward, I don't really disagree with them. I mean, this is what I've been trying to explain for the past week of Ape has nothing behind it. It's only interesting thing. It's getting fucking slaughtered. They can make up to $5 billion. If they sell those all for $1 to the fucking sheep of the AMC community, they pay off their debt. But if you want to be smart about this, if they dilute Ape, when they dilute Ape, where does that money go? What's it going to be used to benefit? It's going to be used to benefit AMC. So if you like AMC, the fucking original play between AMC and Ape, out of those two, AMC is the original one. Wouldn't you want to just be in the OG one of why we're here anyway? There's so many just sad fucking sycophants and sheep in this community at this point. And that's not right. There's not so many. They're just the ones who are the loudest. And there's a big, big difference. It's that small minority who is so deafeningly loud. And then the rest of us are just kind of sitting here saying, what the fuck? That's kind of crazy. I don't know. I still have all of my Ape. I'll let you know when I sell it. I just don't see the point in holding on to it much longer when I could get more AMC. It doesn't make sense. I'm so mad Ape was allowed to trade before everyone got there. I'm going to be unwilling bag holder at this rate. Well, you just got to get on a better brokerage. A better brokerage. I mean, even from its debut to now, it's down, I guess, 15%. Then how much is... as AMC is down 4%. So even Ape today on an intraday basis has sold off more from its first trade till now. What's the earliest AMC can sell Ape? I mean, it could announce it today if it wanted to. They already have 483 million shares authorized. So they just they could sell them to the market. I mean, it's just so fucking, it's just wild. It's wild how many people got tricked into this Ape thing. What are my SPY predictions for tomorrow? I don't know. My big prediction today was 412.75, and we happen to be at 412.77 right now. That was my big prediction of the day. I mean, I was public about it. I put this out here. This is another thing of just in terms of people not wanting to be active traders and everything. I mean, fucking... even here, us fucking around, talking about AMC, talking about Ape, you can still do other things. Unrealized gain of 4K, realized gain of 13K, and then I made 6K trading futures. You can walk and chew bubblegum. Both are acceptable at the same time. And people are like, no, you got to be in this. And because Avin there talked about Ape, you got to be in that too. It's just a fucking joke. If you like AMC, you like AMC. If you like Ape, I want it to work out for you. I don't want anyone to lose money. That would be crazy. That would be sociopathic. But there's too many people believing things that are simply just erroneous. Last time they sold, AMC didn't run. That's another thing that I think is very inappropriate for Adam Aaron to say. You know, the last time they announced dilution on AMC, and you can look at the filings, June 3rd. So basically, AMC running. We hit an all-time high in June 2nd. On June 3rd, they deleted it. So, for him to say that we ran after it, well, do you think we ran after June 3rd? June 2nd was the all-time high. They announced dilution on June 3rd, and then we sell ever since then. So even this of oh, we've run. Correlation is not causation. And this is another suit being a suit. Like, that's what this is. And if you can't see it, I mean, it's just whatever. Your opinion's your opinion. Engage in the market how you want. I'm going to engage in the market I want. And you could do that. But on the top side of it, you could be like, well, Matt, why not just be more supportive or something like that? Like, Matt, you have a community, you have a following, like all that shit. You have to remember also, because of that, I have to like live with myself. If I'm here, it's one thing to lie, and then it's like kind of another thing to say like a half truth. As in like, well, like imagine if I held all of my opinions of ape to myself, and if I was just sitting here like kind of like awkwardly avoiding it, but I'm like, I can't say anything negative because I know the community likes it. And that's what all these other social media motherfuckers are doing to you right now. They're all like, either they're hyping it up, playing into hopium. Those are like the lowest tier fucking scumbags. And then above that, not really scumbags, but there's people who they're worrying about their career and they're trying to tell you that it's a good thing. They are doing the most Simone Biles form of mental gymnastics to act as if this is okay. It's not okay. You gotta pay attention to people who actually take the time to read the SEC filings, are actually telling you the truth. Like, whatever. Like in chat today, there's probably like, no, you can't talk about selling ape. Like, I thought we were fucking apes, man. You gotta buy everything, diamond. Dude, I have to live with myself. I do. Unfortunately, I'm stuck in my own brain. So I can't sit there and tell you things, or, I mean, obviously we all agree that it's clearly bad to lie, but then to also like kind of hide from the truth where I'm like, well, maybe I'm not going to get the likes. Maybe I'm not going to get the retweets. Maybe not the upvotes. Maybe not the likes. Whatever. Fucking, I am such a hardcore believer in karma. If in the short term that benefits other people, if they're getting more likes and views and upticks, great. They can enjoy that for now. But in the long term, karma will fucking destroy them. And when karma comes knocking, and if there's one thing I've learned in my 3 decades of life, is that karma always comes knocking. Given enough time, these fuckers who are using this right now to their benefit, have at it. Have at it, have at it, have at it. But when the dust settles, I will still be standing and they won't. It is. As if you are continually just telling what you perceive to be the truth 100% of the time, there's not far for you to fall. But then all of a sudden when you have these other people and you catch them in their fucking just like web of lies and half-truths, you're building a brand on a very, very shaky foundation. And then given enough time, it's going to come down, and it's going to come down hard. So in the meantime, me telling you what's actually going on, am I going to get a little bit of hate for it? Of course I'm going to get a little bit of hate for it. I'm going to get a little bit of hate the way I've been for the past year, telling you what the fuck's going on ever since they did the dilution in June, and then talking about kind of the craziness ever since then. But I mean, fuck me. Some of these people, they're just like, honestly too dumb to fucking help on some of this stuff. Too dumb. But whatever, we'll see. I feel absurdly confident in this entire ordeal. The truth comes to the surface. I think my assessment of this, Dave Lauer's assessment of this, Meet Kevin's assessment, well, partially. I think he's wrong on why we're down so much today, but I think he's right about the thing past that, about just ape being a way to dilute all of the apes and take their money and do it in a legal way. It's insanely creative. Is it immoral? Yeah, it's taking advantage of people who don't have an education in the market, but it is what it is. Matt. It's amazing how confident and aggressive people are about something they don't understand. Even have a normal conversation about it. Yeah. Whatever. And like, think about it this way. Another way you could like potentially think about it. Oh, is Matt saying this because he's just such a fucking moral stand-up character? Is Matt just saying it because he's a fucking swell guy and he wants me to do well? Well, yeah, but I tell you what I perceive to be the truth because I am a greedy, capitalistic little motherfucker. Think about it. Think about the parasocial relationship we have going on. If I can make you better in the market and actually enjoy it and not blow up in certain like plays and trades and situations, if what I tell you gives you value in some way, whether it's entertainment and you laugh, or maybe you learn a little something about the market or options or futures, if you have a positive experience here, watching any of my videos, hanging out on my stream, whether you laugh or you make money, that's good for me. It keeps you coming back. If you're like, fuck, every time I watch Matt, I learn something, or maybe I see an interesting trade, and then off of that, I do my own trade and I make money. Folks, in the world of finance, social media, the value proposition is so obvious. If what I say or do provides you value, it keeps coming back. So I want you to do better. Even if I do want you to do, just like on a human note, better. But even if I was just purely business oriented, I'm like, okay, Matt, you're running a social media, you're streaming on Rumble, you're on YouTube, sometimes you're on Twitch, you have like all these things that you're selling, this affiliate link, that affiliate link, you have this, all that. It does better if I make more money, if you make more money, like if the trades are making more money, and if your understanding of the market is making more money. And that is the business model that so many of these fucking sheep are just not going to understand, because they're selling the hopium right now, but all of a sudden there is going to be a finite amount of hopium that can be shoved down the throat of these people in this community. So then when that doesn't work and it goes away, they're going to be sitting there like, well, my whole experience was it like losing money. And then they move on to the next thing because they feel like they were taken advantage of. So even if I were a great swell fucking guy, or if on the flip side, if I'm just one of the most hardcore capitalistic people ever, it makes sense that the only thing I want you to do is make money, because if you make money, that means I make money. And I think that's like just part of the business model that a lot of these other people are just not understanding. LOL, AMC 100K, bunch of BS. Yeah, that's just like fucking wild. Especially now when they've duplicated Ape and they're about to dilute Ape. Like, the fuck is going to 100K? He will refer you to public. Hell yeah, I'll refer you to public. You mean a brokerage that instantaneously had Ape, is very transparent, is not doing payment for order flow? I'm more than happy to represent public, because it's a brokerage that's actually a good brokerage, unlike those fuckers over there at Robinhood or Webull. So if the shorts cover now, they only have to cover half because some went to Ape when AMC squeezed, Ape will not. The people who were short AMC are now short both AMC and Ape, so they just have to consider those two positions independently. Ralph Castaneda was the only one to say he sold. Yeah, but he sold before it even like went up the first time around. Like, he completely missed the boat. Wait, this is a good question. So volume is 45. Half of that is sellers. No, all of it is sellers. Volume is selling and buying. So right here, if you look at the volume on Ape, the volume, as in the transactions, was 46 million. As in 46 million shares were bought, and simultaneously 46 million shares were sold. Volume represents one buyer, one seller, one swapping the asset, the other one swapping money. For every buyer, there is a seller. For every seller, there is a buyer. Like, it's the same thing. When you look at the volume, that's telling you simultaneously how many buys and sells there were that day. Matt, quick acting like you're 5'11". Why is TD Canada not releasing Ape to us? You'd have to ask them. It sounds like the shares weren't delivered to them. Sorry for late tuning. Ape's going down if individual investors could not buy. Well, no, but they can buy. Right now, you could buy Ape. I personally wouldn't, but you could. AA thinks he's smarter than he actually is. No, he's a smart dude. He is actually very, very creative and very good. But remember, his intellect is being used to ensure the long-term viability of AMC. His intellect is not being used to prompt a squeeze. Let's be very, very clear about that. I think Adam Aron is a smart man. Is he the most moral person? No, but fuck it. Who needs morals? Like, who needs morals when you have a bed of money to sleep on? That, like, let's set morals to the side here. This is Wall Street, you know? Like, we're not fucking off on Sesame Street at this point in time. His intellect is being applied to the situation of making AMC the strongest company it could be. His intellect is not being applied to the problem of making the stock squeeze. Seth needs a short ladder. Oh, what's up, Travis? I could sell up today in fear of losing out on money from tomorrow the next or hold to see where it goes. I'm going to hold my ape. I'm not selling it today. I'll see how things start to look tomorrow. But I mean, it's just, they're both getting destroyed right now. I mean, if you add them together, they add up to 16. We closed at 18 yesterday. Fucking too much hopium in this bullshit. Ken confirms Seth is short. That's mean. He's probably not even in here to defend himself. New low on ape. Well, that fucking sucks. Down 18% from the open, while on the flip side, AMC is down 7%. So clearly, AMC, like, it only took one day for AMC to already outperform ape. Blows my mind. Hey, Matt, wouldn't ape dumping backfire on AMC if the point was to dilute ape to raise capital? How can you dilute if it's worth nothing? That's a fair point. But that's what Adam Aron's bet is that basically he has a gullible enough audience that they'll hold on to ape and allow him to dilute into it. And in my opinion, I don't want to be taken advantage. Like, why would I do that? Why would I willingly sign up to be diluted into? That's fucking crazy. Wouldn't the shorts cover if ape goes way down? Possibly. They could. Like, it's up to them. I mean, it's at... The short was probably given to them. It was probably priced around 7, so they're up on that short now, too. It took one day. They can still dilute $5 billion and get $5 billion in cash. Yeah, if it's $1. I mean, but things can go sub $1. If AMC is selling ape, when do they have to file? Basically the day that they're going to start doing it. Like, they can't start the dilution without a filing. Like, there would be a public SEC filing. That has to be public first before you could do it. Exit liquidity is what they want you to be. Darth, you are spot on. The current wager from Adam Aron is that apes will be exit liquidity for them to raise money. Does AMC have to announce dilution of ape before it happens? Yeah. They don't need shareholder approval to do it, but they still have to announce that they're going to do it. Oh, brother. What else do we have going on? That's a cool looking bike. What time is it? Oh, wow. It's already 3:15. Time flies when you're screaming at the internet. This is my IG. Stop following these accounts. All meme stocks are bullshit. Here's why. Well, this should be a good one.
What's up, freaks? It looks like the meme stocks are back in the news. Last week we had Bed Bath & Beyond go on an incredible tear and then dump. And at the end of last week, we had AMC come out and announce a new class of shares that they were paying out as a dividend to their shareholders called Ape Shares, really feeding into the meme trader theme, Wall Street Bets theme, and really just trying to play into the market to pump their stock. This is not a good sign that we have this type of activity going on in the stock market. These shares should be trading based on fundamentals and not simply flows of warrior retail day traders pushing a bunch of money into these stocks to drive the prices up. And what this really is indicative of late stage empire decline and the end product of printing too much money. There's a really good book out there called When Money Dies. It was written by Niall Ferguson, I believe, and it really goes into the history of the Weimar hyperinflation. And that's why I wanted to make this rant today, because what we're seeing with these meme stocks particularly has happened before in history, particularly in Weimar Germany. And if you go and you read...
Wasn't that after World War II when they had to print it to pay off the war reparations, and it would take like a literal wheelbarrow of money to buy it, like a loaf of bread? The Weimar region.
When Money Dies, they have a lot of really great sort of excerpts that describe there was a fervor around stock trading in Weimar Germany right before they had their hyperinflationary crisis. Essentially what happens is when you print too much money and people aren't able to work as much and they're getting UBI and they're getting a bunch of easy money, they'll go and speculate in the stock market, and that'll drive stock prices up and it'll make people feel rich on paper. We saw this in the aftermath of the 2020 lockdowns up until today. Obviously, you mentioned Wall Street Bets. That was a big product of that as well, and it's continuing now. In the last couple of weeks, it's reared its head again. And this is what happens when you have a broken money. People cannot save, and so they're forced to speculate. And that's what we're seeing right now. People trying to push up Bed Bath & Beyond, push up AMC, push up GameStop, and other stocks is because they're just simply trying to make money to stay above the rate of inflation. And so I wanted to make you guys aware of this book, When Money Dies. I highly recommend you go read it. And
I haven't read that, but I'll order it now.
People being good speculators in the market and profiting from their speculation. What we're seeing is desperate attempts to preserve purchasing power in a world where money is broken. When you print trillions of dollars ex nihilo in the course of a few months, you're going to have disconnections from reality, and that is playing out in the markets. That's what we're seeing with AMC launching this ape share class. That's what we saw with Bed Bath & Beyond last week. Money is broken. People are forced to speculate in the stock market, and this is not a good sign. Like, yes, there may be a few individuals getting really rich off of these stock trades. However, in aggregate, most people are not going to make money in the long run in the stock market when you're trying to throw a dart at the dartboard and hope that you hit a bullseye. What really needs to happen is we need to get back to sound money. We need to adopt the Bitcoin standard so that people can save in a sound currency and they're not forced to speculate. Yeah, this is some late stage alarm bells going off here. You can't shut down an economy, print a bunch of money, give it to people, force them to stay home from work for a couple years, and then expect things to be all rosy. What we're seeing right now, again, isn't a product of smart speculation. It's a product of broken money. So I know these meme stocks are big in the news right now, and if you're one of those individuals out there who thinks they're going to make it big on these meme stocks, I would caution you that even though you may be getting wealth on paper as these stocks go up, it's not going to result in long-term gains for you. Most likely, we're going to continue to go down this high inflation environment, or the stock market's going to correct because the financial system is going to collapse within itself because there's too much debt, too much easy money out there. And so if you're one of those people who thinks you're getting rich, I would caution you, this is a broken money alarm bell that's going off in the stock market right now. So I know a lot of these meme traders are looking for solutions, looking to stick it to the man by short squeezing a lot of these meme stocks. But that's not the way to stick it to the man. The way to stick it to the man who controls the money via the central banking system and the primary dealers that have access to that central banking window is to take back control of the money. And Bitcoin allows you to do that. It is a distributed peer-to-peer cash system that cannot be controlled by a central bank or a government. It levels the playing field for everybody. That's what these meme stock traders are trying to do. That's what they think they're doing. They think they're leveling the playing field by sticking it to the big hedge funds, by short squeezing them out of the market. But the most potent thing that you could do is adopt Bitcoin and not play their fiat monetary games anymore. So just wanted to get that rant out there on Monday. I saw all these meme stocks trending over the weekend, and want to make sure that you guys know that this is, again, not a good sign. It's not the little man beating the big man. Maybe it's a small win in the grand scheme of things, but the biggest win that we could get is taking control of money out of central banks and government's hands. That will level the playing field more than any short squeeze on a stock could do. So if you're liking this content, please subscribe.
When
comment,
Money
let me know what you're
Dies.
thinking.
I haven't
subscribe to the newsletter.
I haven't read that book, but I'm actually going to order or should I just buy it as an audiobook? I could rip through that relatively soon, and I could give you guys a synopsis of When Money Dies if that's something that you'd be interested in. I don't really read much, but when I do read, I only read finance books. I just have stacks and stacks of finance books. I don't know. I just don't really read other books. I think it's actually a great source. There's so many people, so many impressive people who have shared their knowledge in books. So whether you want to read it or listen to it, on a stair stepper, not a fucking treadmill. Treadmills are the antichrist at this point. It's either if stair stepping, walking, but a treadmill, even run outside. I like treadmills. I'm against treadmills these days. But When Money Dies, I haven't read that one. I haven't listened to that one. So it sounds like that'll be on my list soon. Digital dollar and federal regulation miser want to respond. Digital dollar and federal regulation miser. We're shilling Bitcoin now. I've had Bitcoin for like years. I think Bitcoin, the issue is I didn't know enough about crypto to think that other ones had like viability. And now I just got my ass absolutely handed to me. But I like Bitcoin and Ethereum. Ethereum's a little bit more risky because it still might be considered a security. But Bitcoin is maybe not the ultimate solution, but it's leading the race in the fix against central banks. If you are just arbitrarily trusting in USD, that's crazy because it's like the tits could get inflated off of it. It's crazy. If you're just willy-nilly happy to be in USD, that's crazy. If you're like, well, I don't like Bitcoin, but at least I'm in gold. Okay, yeah, I'll hear that argument. That's more of like a Peter Schiff type of an argument. And I'm willing to listen to it depending on if you did that type of research or not. But just to be like, oh, I'm all in on USD and everything's like great. Well, you probably need to study history a little bit more. Bet Matt has stacks of romance novels. Yeah, that's what I read. It's just finance and romance. And by that I mean just straight romance. Just a bunch of romance books. This dude is as credible as Lou, as in me or Marty. Lou was right. I don't think I know a single thing that Lou was right about, honestly. It's actually statistically impressive how wrong he is. Lou is like, has he ever shown a single shred of evidence ever? He's just like a really offensive dipshit who like says things and has like his little cult following that like thinks he's like edgy because he says things like, oh, he'll say it like it is. That's why I like Lou, because he says the truth. The dude doesn't know shit about the market. Doesn't know anything. If you can't see that Lou is a con man, like your classic shyster con man from a mile away, you just haven't experienced enough of the world. How many videos has Lou made that he's like, I'm not speaking about AMC ever again? The fact that it's the answer to that is more than one tells you exactly who you're dealing with. Never making AMC again. Never making it, never making it, never making it. Like, it's such a joke. Are they still shorting 8? Yeah, probably. Like any security could be shorted. The guy smells greasy. How long do you think Ape will last? I don't know. It's not a good debut. It's trading at 560. I don't know. I don't know. Do you think the ultimate play is getting calls on AMC and puts on Ape? He gets tens of thousands of views a day. It's an act to get YouTube views. Yeah, pretty much. Once you buy Lou's second or third online course, he really starts to grow on you. Is it possible that AA already diluted Ape? No, it would be under the filings. You have to do a filing to do that. there would have to be a public SEC filing. You can't like secretly dilute a stock. He doesn't need approval, but it would still be apparent. So like even like this, I like Cap, but what the fuck? They are halting AMC and Ape like crazy because they know the destination. This is pure hopium. They halt it because the market has rules, and if those volatility rules are broken, it gets halted. It's not, this is pure hopium. This is, hey, please give me likes. Please give me retweets. Please give me fucking some sort of engagement because I need to feel relevant. This is so fucking frustrating. They are halting AMC and Ape like crazy because they know the destination. No, it's because you're engaging in the market. You are willfully engaging in a market. That market has volatility rules. If those volatility rules are breached, then it's halted. And those rules are well defined. It's not some like Wizard of Oz person behind the fucking curtain saying, we're gonna stop that one this time. This is nothing. This is uninformed, and it's please give me fucking likes. I need likes. That's all this is. This is Twitter engagement farming. This is not an intellectual breakdown of what the fuck's going on. But people just eat it up. It's crazy. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, it is, man. It's just they know we're going to the moon, so they're going to halt it. They're going to halt it. Do you think okay, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. They are halting AMC and Ape like crazy because they know the destination. If that's true, if it's true, which I don't think it is, but let's just think about this logically. Don't you think BlackRock would have something to say about it? Don't you think if that was happening, don't you think the fucking $10 trillion company, I think they might be able to afford a lawyer or two. Don't you think the company that owns fucking 43 million shares of something that you're saying is like being manipulated via halt, don't you think that they might use a little bit of their $19 billion in fucking revenue to hire a lawyer? Like, let's fucking think about, like, where the fuck is the critical thought in this? Like, it just doesn't fucking make sense at all. People are losing their goddamn mind. Oh, okay. No. Maybe BlackRock is sleeping at the wheel. Maybe BlackRock, they're like, it was a light quarter. It was only 19 million. So we don't really have the money to afford a lawyer on this one. Like, and we're not going to take a loan out. So maybe Vanguard, the other one who owns a shitload of this, maybe. 7.2 trillion. How much was their revenue? 7 billion. I don't know if they could afford a lawyer either, honestly. So, but do you think they care? I mean, they have 7.6. Well, I don't know. So Vanguard has 47 there. BlackRock has 25, but Vanguard also has 14 there. Maybe between Vanguard's 50 fucking million shares. Yeah, I bet that it is being nefariously halted. And I bet BlackRock, Vanguard, who else probably doesn't give a shit about it? Susquehanna, they have 12 million shares. iShares, the Russell, they have 11 million. They probably don't give a fuck. State Street Corp, well, they have 10 million. I don't know if any of these people can afford a lawyer. They probably can't afford a lawyer. So I guess we're just going to have to sit here and sit through more nefarious halts. And I just wish someone was invested in AMC that had the proper assets to just even afford like a C-tier lawyer. But BlackRock's only 10 trillion. Vanguard's only 7 trillion. And they do have a borderline multi-billion-dollar investment in AMC. I bet they're willing to take the risk, honestly. I really do. There's no reason that they would look into it. That makes sense. You know what? After thinking about this, I think she's right. They are halting AMC and Ape because they know the destination. That makes sense. Never mind. Scratch it from the record. Doesn't make sense. Let's just close out of all of this. There's no reason to let the truth get in the way of a good story. Why would we do that? Doesn't make sense. We'll go back to the regularly scheduled show. Why wasn't HKD halted this much? It was halted. DJ was in here. He was saying it was halted 20 times in one day. You don't need a Snickers. You are a snack. Dude, it's just... I'm being like catcalled by my own chat in here. Someone give Matt CBD oil. I'm going to need CBD oil after this. There's just... there's just no logic, man. We are unfortunately devoid of critical thought. Matt, human emotion always loses. Wrench Capital. Do you think I'm the anger translator for Wrench Capital? Have you guys ever seen the Key and Peele, like the anger translator? I feel like that's what this has become. I feel like I am the anger translator for Wrench Capital. I need to like DM him that. I think I'll fly out to wherever he is and he could state something in a very factual thing and then I'll just be screaming in a duck shirt. Cause I think I really do believe I'm the anger translator for Wrench Capital. He's just a little bit more mature. He's a little bit more calm. So he keeps his emotions in check and then I just like pop off way too quickly. Fucking. It's funny. I'm watching Trey, now watching Matt. It's a whole different vibe. I like it. Hey, I mean, everyone to themselves, but I'm just tired of this like hopium bullshit. I just don't think it's appropriate. I think people are betting their hard-earned money, and I think that deserves a bit of respect. I do. Call me crazy. I think it deserves. So HKD had 10 halts on 8.2 and 48 since 7.15. So yeah, so I appreciate that, DJ. So the point is, to whoever asked about HKD, yeah, no, it had a shitload of halts. Why let the truth get in the way of a good story? MK, most epic quote ever. I'm thinking 8 maybe be the one that actually squeezes. It will draw so much short interest. The retail truly slaughter the short. But if it draws a lot, remember, it's one thing to have short interest, but then you need more demand to overwhelm the short interest to actually get a squeeze. So yes, you need a lot of shorts for there to be a squeeze, but on top of that, you need more demand than that supply. Just tried to sell 38 my ape and triggered a good faith violation. I held AMC for well over a year. It's saying 370 purchase with unsettled funds. How? That's something you'd have to ask the broker about. I don't use cash accounts. I use margin accounts, so I'm unaware. Ape halted. That's the 11th halt of the day. So now, if we wanted to, I could just tweet that out. Be like, are you kidding me? 11 halts? That one was even an upside halt. We're now at 6 and 5, almost half and half. 11. There's been 11 halts on Ape and 3 halts on AMC. Crazy, crazy. So wild. Salvatore's. I mean, The first part I don't agree with on Meet Kevin's, but the rest of it I do. If you want to know why I have no knowledge, it's because my ego is massive. I have a knowledge of like 0.001 because 1 divided by 0.001 is a very, very big number, and that's my ego. So if you're ever curious of how smart I am, just know from Albert Einstein's equation, the guy who invented math, that my ego's massive. Thus, my knowledge is little. I want that to be known out there. What else do we have going on? Don't bet against the euro. Euro is collapsing. I don't know about that one. Wait, what? Kid from Iowa saying ESPN is rigging the Little League World Series. What? What's going on in Iowa?
Nothing we can do about that strike call, okay? There's 2 outs. It's any bag, okay? We gotta shake that. We gotta shake that. Hey, focus right here, focus right here on me. Shake it, okay? We need 1 out. Any bag. Let's go. You can do this. You can do this. You can do this.
Dude, Iowa's getting fucking lit, man. What do you mean AMC went up 2%? You have to look at where it goes in a 5-minute period. So you would take the extreme, and it went up 7.87%. But remember that you don't base it off of exactly the wicks. It's based off a moving average. We could look it up. Limit right here. Limit up, limit down. I mean, these rules, it's LUDs. It's LULDs, LUDs. Here are the rules. I don't technically know what tier this would be under. Just because it started trading. And like it's based on previous close and stuff. I knew what AMC was, and I kind of thought it was the same thing, but I guess not. But anyway, it's in one of these particular baskets. The issue here is it didn't have a previous close, so I find that a little bit confusing. But anyway, you could read through this if you just search limit up, limit down, you can find this reference of when the rules are applied and when they aren't, and how it all happens and how they pick the new level as soon as the halt is done. All the information is right here. It's well known, and it's to the point that some of the, like on your charts, some people actually have it coded up of exactly where the halt's going to be. Like it's all well-defined stuff. So feel free to check it out. Here's a full FAQ on it of limit ups, limit downs, options, blah, blah, blah. Good information. Give it a read. Give it a quick read, but to give you the general, whatever particular security you're dealing with, basically you have a moving average. From that moving average, you go half of it because like it's a 5% wide band. So 2.5% up, 2.5% down, or 10% or 20%, depending on what you're dealing with. A lot of the ones that we end up dealing with is closer to this. So it's going to be a 10% movement, and that's what it's based off of. But it's from a moving average. It's not based on the extreme of the candlesticks. And this is also the NASDAQ. Once again, I searched the NASDAQ. Technically, Ape trades on the New York Stock Exchange, so it might have slightly different rules, but I do want it to be like well known that even if there's a slight nuance between the NASDAQ and the New York Stock Exchange, that with all of this, these are programmatically implemented rules. They're not a human deciding it. And once again, it's also not your brokers. It's not like Robinhood or Webull decide to allow you to do this thing. Are the exchanges currently allowed it? Like, it's a circuit breaker for an exchange. And remember, you're connected to your broker and your broker is connected to the exchange. So if you break these circuit breaker halts, that's what they're referred to, then no one's trading it whatsoever. And it even changes some of these rules. Like some of them go from 9:30 to 4, but then other times there's a rule from 9:30 to 3:35. And then from 3:35 to 4, they get even wider, the bands. As you can see, it doubles up from 5 to 10 and then 20 to 40. So a lot of the times it's harder to get a volatility halt at the close of the day exactly because of this. For the last 25 minutes of trading, the bands are even bigger, so it's harder to trigger a halt. Oops. It looks like we're trading again. And we're back off to the races. See, when did the halt? Look at this. This is super interesting. Actually, this is fucking crazy interesting. So the halt was triggered at 3:33, but based on this, if it was at 3:35, the halt wouldn't have triggered because the volatility band would have doubled. Now, unless we get a crazy move, we're most likely not going to see a halt. We would need double the size of a move to now trigger a halt. That halt was triggered 2 minutes before the bands literally doubled in size. Unfortunately, does the affect price action quite more than just that? I agree, DJ. APP will squeeze pre-market. They can't hold pre. I don't know what that means. Matt, will I sell? Eventually, I'm going to sell my Ape. Fuck yeah. I'm not going to stay in something that's going to get diluted in front of my face. That's crazy. I would rather just buy more AMC. The SPY is selling off in the close. I mean, at this point, do I just keep mine or do I hold it? What is SPX trading at? I could hold. I mean, oh, team. So I already sold half of these. They're currently trading at 30. I'm in at 20. I'm up 50%. I'm up 50% and I sold 50%. Do I just take all the money and come back tomorrow? I would hold it if I had more time. I'm still a little bit out of the money. I don't know what to do. Decisions. I have 17 minutes. Take the money and run or hodl and yodel? Hodl and yodel or take the money and run? I'll ask you that. SPX puts. Lock and drop or hodl and yodel? Hodl and yodel or lock and drop? It's going to be harder for them to halt Ape. Wow, a lot of you are all about taking the money these days. Don't forget about Turnaround Tuesday. Sean, I was literally about to forget about Turnaround Tuesday. Why are you so fucking smart? Sean is spot on. And then also the 70% of you who are bringing up the very valid point of probably locking it in. Damn, Sean. It's frustrating how smart you are. All right. Well, I'll put in an order for 2 at 32.50. We'll see if that gets filled. It's currently trading at 30. Well, here. 32.50. All right, 2 at 32.50. I put the order. I'm in at 20.05. I'm trying to sell 2 more at 32.50. We'll see if that gets a fill. But as we get closer, I might just unload whatever we're at. I forgot about Turnaround Tuesday. Cosmic. That's nice of you. Gifting some of these. 4,130, and we're at support in the futures market. Sell to
order filled.
All right, so that was at 30. I sold 2 more at 30. So now I only have 2 more left. I sold 6 of my 8, and I'm trying to offload the other 2 at 32.50. So I have 1/4 of my position left, and we'll just see how the next 15 minutes goes. If it starts to pop, I'll drop. Like, I'll get out. If it sells off, I'll get out. I'm going to get out these 2. I don't want to get caught into like an overnight, just like inventory fill or auction that gets me to the upside. Just, it would be one thing if I didn't have an expiration date for this Friday. If I had even for next Friday, I'd be comfortable with holding overnight. But with this Friday and Turnaround Tuesday, it's just not worth it. April squeeze pre-market hold. I don't. How can you guarantee that? Harry, you can't say that shit. Ape will squeeze pre-market. What is your reasoning? You can't just say it. Chat got played. What do you mean? Chat voted. Two out of every 3 of you said to lock and drop, as in lock it in. The other one was hodl and yodel, as in like hold it. And the other one was lock and drop, like lock it in. Source, trust me, Abe. Do you have the statistics on Turnaround Tuesday? Yeah, somewhere. It's somewhere between like 60 and 70%. Turnaround Tuesday, when you drop more than 1% on a Monday, the odds of Tuesday from like market open to close, as in futures market open, which is technically 6 p.m. tonight, but the close all the way till tomorrow, the odds are actually pretty good. What happened to the new reasonable map from this morning? I was being reasonable. I've locked in. I feel like I'm being crazy reasonable and not a full-on degenerate. I just wanted to hear some yodeling. Is everyone selling ape? I have no idea. I haven't sold my ape yet. I'll let you know when I sell it. If you ask nicely. Turnaround Tuesday for ape. I mean, ape literally just started trading today, so there's no data on it, really. There's like 1 day's worth of data. I called Merrill. They said ape will be in my account tomorrow. Interesting. Oh wait, I want to unpin this. Back. I'm just updating locals really quick. If you want in for locals, the code is chair. I don't like this pop up. I don't like this pop up.
Order cancelled.
Order cancelled. Looks like I could get out of the rest of it at 28. I'll try to put in an order for 29 and see if it gets filled. I'll just do 28.50. 28.50 for the final two. 28.50. I placed the order. I sold 6 of my 8. I have 2 left. It's right now trading at 27.70. If I get filled, I mean, it's just bouncing a little bit, and I don't like that necessarily. But I have 10 minutes left. I'll just see if 28.50 gets filled, like whatever, woulda, coulda, shoulda. Kind of treating them as like runners. Do you think APE is going up because all APE is finally being distributed? No, the distribution of APE doesn't really have an impact on the price. What impacts the price is the act of buying and selling. Just because people are seeing it in their account doesn't necessarily mean that they're buying it. How can APE jump so wildly if it has so much volume? It's more odd when something jumps without volume. I would almost expect there to be volume, and there's even more volume on AMC. APE has traded 58 million shares. AMC has traded 143 million shares. If all the APE thing is what you think it is, how do you explain the heavy volume on AMC today? People actively trading AMC. They're probably freaking out by the percentage it's down, not understanding the story. Conversions between AMC and APE, arbitrage, you have high frequency traders. There's a myriad of reasons of why AMC is up, and it's mainly because of the crazy percentage difference. Whenever you see plus or minus 10%, you're going to see a huge, on a relative basis, a huge spike in volume. It's almost crazy not to. No options on APE, not as of now, not as if you're like watching this live. No, I'm not aware of any brokerage that's offering options or market maker that's offering options. When APE is distributed, supply will be higher. We need to keep demand to keep. When you talk about supply, though, you're talking about the supply currently on the market, not the theoretical max supply. Matt, is it true that APE should not have had halts today? No, of course it could have halts today. Wait, why do you think it can't have halts? It's a security trading on the market on the New York Stock Exchange. New York Stock Exchange. Circuit breaker rules right here. That's a market-wide one. That's for like the entire market right here. Limit up, limit down. Here it is. Here's the rules for... The only thing I don't quite get about this is what tier APE is under. No, because it doesn't have a previous closing price. But anyway, assuming that XYZ is a tier 1 security and has a previous closing price of 75, as such, its percentage parameter would fall within the first bucket greater than 3 if table 1 security XYZ would therefore have an upper and lower percentage band that are 5% greater and lower. That is the previous closing price, respectively. So 5% of 25 is $1.25. So that's how they get the 26.25 and 23.75 to the bottom side. So if you go on the top side or the bottom side, the bands would be as follows. Cool. National. It's based on the NBBO, the National Best Bid and Offer. I mean, you could just give this a quick Google. I don't want to bore people going over the finer details of it now. Price bands, reference price plus or minus the reference price times the percentage parameter. And then the same thing here. Price bands are double during the last 25 minutes. So it looks like these are the exact same rules as the NASDAQ. I don't think there's really much of a difference. If it is, it's a nuance different. That probably doesn't matter. If the market does not exit a limit state within 15 seconds. So you can't just pop up above the volatility bands. You have to stay there for at least 15 seconds. Interesting. Well, give it a quick search. Limit up, limit down, luldplan.com if you want to see some of this information. But whoever is saying that like it couldn't be halted today, well, of course it could be halted today. Why not? It's a security that's trading. Oh, wow. There's a lot of you saying you sold your ape. I didn't sell my ape yet. It takes 15 seconds. Yeah, you have to stay in a violation state for 15 states. A limit state is what it's called. There's a popular post on Reddit saying ape shouldn't have been halted on its first day. It's already been debunked in the thread. Surprise, surprise. It took not long for a Reddit post to get debunked. If I sell all of my ape, does it count as a day trade? Does it count as opening and closing the same day? That's a great question. I truly don't know the answer to that. I think that's something that you could probably argue with your broker that it shouldn't count. Wouldn't that be fair market? Not really, because some people have shitty brokerages. Why should the clients of a brokerage who have their act together get punished because of other people on a brokerage that does not have its act together? Do they halt pre and post market as well? No. It runs from 9:30 to 4 p.m. Halts do not circuit breaker halts. I should reword what I'm saying. There's other types of halts that can occur in pre and post market, but not circuit breaker halts. Oh shit.
Order cancelled.
Alright.
Order filled.
Alright, I'm out. I'm flat. Out, flat, out, flat, out. I'm flat. Locked in 16.5K. I'm completely flat, no position. I made a nice 6.4K on SPX, a nice 6.4K on Tesla. But I swung that. I was already up. So that's why the realized gain is a little bit higher. But yeah, since prior close, apparently up quite a bit, crushed in the futures market. I mean, the AMC and Ape investment did not have good days, but the other ones, like the Tesla puts and the SPX puts, they crushed it. Order cancelled. That's my little European robot who runs all my orders for me. Look at that. The new refined Matt actually taking profits. I assume this is jarring to many of you who are coming to this show expecting me to not take profits. Probably like, what the fuck? Who is this guy? What alien killed Matt and took over his body and is now trading for him? I understand it's jarring. We actually have group therapy meetings for the jarring experience that it is every Wednesday and Sunday. Wednesday night, Sunday afternoon. So if you need to stop by for a little bit of therapy just because of the emotional whiplash, we understand there is a support group out there. They meet twice a week. Should I sell my ape and buy AMC? It's up to you. Honestly, like I'm not a financial advisor. You got to do what you want to do with your money. I'm not telling anyone ever to do with their money. I'm in control of my money. You never know when I'm buying or selling. I'm in options. I'm in futures. I'm in stock. I try to be as transparent as I can. But sometimes things happen when I'm not streaming and all that. So like overall, you're in control of your own money. Do not follow any person on social media for like actively their buys and their sells and do exactly what they have to do. That's just a recipe for disaster. It's just not worth it. Go up for every brokerage has ape ready for trading. What folks selling out of it? I don't get it. I think folks are selling out of ape because they're starting to realize that nothing is fucking backing it. Should you sell your LMNOP? I would never get. There's two things I'm not getting rid of: LMNOP and tulips. Matt said he's in control of his money and his totally real girlfriend. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Diggity ding ding ding. Diggity ding ding ding. Ding, 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 ding. Ding, 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 dong, dong, wah, wah, wah. That's it. That's it for the market today. That's the market show. It is August 22nd, 4 p.m. ET, and it was a little bit of a bloodbath. The SPY down 2%, the Q's down 2.6%, the Russell down 2%, Apple down, Tesla down, AMC down 42%. A little bit of a misnomer because really what you need to do is take AMC, which closed at 1046, and then you need to add the $6, which means that it was at like 16.50. So it's more of, you have to take that percentage away from $18. So it's down $1.50, which is roughly 12-ish% if my mental math is right on that one. But I would look at the AMC 8 value and compare it to 18, which is where AMC closed at on Friday, because this is a dividend of the two. Tomorrow might be turnaround Tuesday. It is just absolutely wild. I mean, maybe we get that comeback. The market got slaughtered today. But I don't know how apparent I was about this. I feel like I was screaming it from the high heavens. But even from its debut, Ape was down 12% on the day, while on the flip side, AMC was down 1140. So they are actually pretty freaking the same. I guess that rally at the end. So they're already, I guess, correlated. I thought AMC had already outperformed it, but I suppose not. That's kind of nuts, actually. Kind of nuts. I still have my Ape. I'll let you know when I get rid of it. My goal is just to get more AMC with my Ape money. So overall, I'm still going to have the same amount of money, or I want the same amount of money in AMC. I just don't really see the advantage of being an Ape. In the short term, I do understand the advantage of potentially showcasing, highlighting synthetic shares. But as the week goes on and volume is traded, that entire theory quickly falls apart. I want to be very, very clear about that. And I just think AMC on a relative basis is a better bet than Ape. And for as many apes as there are, I mean, my eyebrows definitely raising because there's so many people who are willing to let their financial investment in AMC get cut in half. And I just don't think that they understand the situation. I think they spend the time fucking off and just hanging out in Twitter space calls and reading Reddit instead of just reading SEC filings and reading trading books and actually learning about the market. I think it's just become a horrific echo chamber, and really it's something where any potentially new or unique idea is quickly stomped out because people freak out. And on top of that, like we saw with Dave Portnoy today, people just ask a question and people lose their mind. And then we see other things of these hearts of manipulations because they stop it. That is clearly like farming. Let me say something to see if I could get likes. And I feel like I hopefully successfully disprove that one. But hey, it is what it is. I'll post a video later on today. I'm assuming people who are in the echo chamber are really not going to like it. So that one might get a little bit spicy. And then I'll be streaming tomorrow. I don't know if I'm going to stream all day tomorrow. We'll see what my emotional state is like. But I appreciate all the good vibes. A little bit of a blast from the past doing a full day stream. But thank you guys so much for hanging out. Shout out to Public for sponsoring the stream. And also a shout out to Public for actually delivering Ape instantaneously. Check it out. It's pinned to the top of chat. It's in the description of the video. And you can get some free stock, no payment for order flow, no market makers. Definitely worth it. That's what I have for you today. Thanks for the good vibes. Peace out. Have a beautiful day. Catch you tomorrow.